quake in fear under the might of Demetria. A girl in a bubblegum pink power suit landed on the hood of the armored van, denting it heavily and sending the engine into a grinding, sputtering halt. Demetria laughed aloud as the return fire hit the armor and simply stopped, spending itself on the pink material and dropping onto the car's hood. With another bound, she jumped to the rear of the van, bringing a wrecking bar down on the locked door. The length of steel gouged out the lock and latch mechanism both, forcing the door open. Inside the van was rack after rack of soft chips in padded cases and another guard whose bullets were no more effective than any of the others, who gave up after 2 rounds did nothing. Demetria left the wrecking bar embedded in the door and grabbed 2 of the cases before turning and making a mighty leap into the air. She vanished into the tangle of buildings, railways, and roads, even as she heard the guards call in backup from actual supers. None of the guards were powered themselves, not for such a common, low-value shipment. Demetria landed in an alley, attracting some attention from ordinary folks on the ground, and took another great leap, bouncing off the side of a nearby building and then ducking into the stairwell of a parking garage. Off came the painted, printed foam of the armor, as well as the radioactive blonde wig, which were stuffed into the bottom of an active burn barrel. The first appearance of Demetria would also be the last. Isaac Hartson had no desire to actually be a supervillain. The ones that had any success were powerful, ruthless, and terrifying. All things that Isaac was not. All the rest were either independents who were quickly squashed by either heroes or other villains, or simply employed by the bigger names. Superheroes were cut from the same cloth, even if they were nominally playing police rather than predator, violent and dangerous to everyone around, and impressed with their own power. He might have needed the money, but after growing up in the foster care system he'd seen that the people in charge were mostly out for themselves. Even the foster housing had turned out to be a coldly calculated public relations campaign. A waiting shopping cart had a bottle of water and some wet wipes, which were used to shed heavy makeup, leaving a young man in rumpled, mismatched clothing instead of a supervillainous. Isaac opened the cases, dumping the contents into a garbage bag, which went into the shopping cart, and then tossed the cases into the culvert outside the stairwell. Once that operation was finished, he discarded Demetria's gloves, and when he emerged from the stairwell himself, he looked like any other homeless man in Star City. He pushed his shopping cart through the parking garage, which was old enough to lack the ever-present surveillance in the nicer parts of the city. And when he was satisfied that he was alone, he opened the trunk on an old beater car and shoved the garbage bag in. Closing the car again, he continued pushing the shopping cart. His route took him out of the garage and around to the intersection, where he took out a cardboard "anything helps" sign. When he was younger, and the foster home had mandated extracurriculars, he tried out theater on a whim, something that had turned out to pay dividends in all kinds of ways. Acting was useful, as was being able to spot people who were themselves acting. Isaac wouldn't consider himself any great master at it, but a surprising number of people just never bothered looking past the obvious, which was why he was making himself obviously harmless. The disguise wasn't entirely safe, not because he thought he'd get caught, but because homeless beggars were organized. Isaac didn't know which supervillain it was, but it was obvious the moment anyone took a closer look at their 2 uniform signs and mysterious ability to get to high traffic areas at peak times. His chosen corner, on the other hand, was out of the way and only needed to serve for long enough to duck suspicion. A few hours at most. A pair of heroes flashed past as he was still trying to get comfortable, or as comfortable as he could be in third-hand clothes on a street corner. One of them flew, the other ran, both of them moving as fast as a speeding car. They completely ignored him, no doubt searching for the brand new villainous that had been in no database. There were certainly supers who could have tracked him, but he hadn't even robbed the whole van. Most of the top-level heroes had better things to do than account for some idiot grabbing a few 100,000 credits worth of soft chips. Isaac stayed on the street corner for a good 3 hours and accumulated exactly 0 donations, despite his hangdog look and rough clothing. The closest he came was a trio of gangers shoving him over and overturning his shopping cart before going on their way. Acting like a harmless, homeless bum turned out to be harder than acting like an idiot teenage villainous. He could have easily thrashed the gangers, but that would have just made his life harder. Maybe even gotten a low-level meta called in, either hero or villain. Once the shadows stretched all the way across the street, he returned the shopping cart to his beater car, popping it apart by taking off a few screws. Even if he had just robbed an armored truck, he wasn't about to litter the streets by leaving a cart out where someone could drive into it. Isaac wasn't a villain. After all, the car clattered and grumbled on the way home. The old 832 Odell rattling with the same not-quit disrepair as it had for the past decade. Twice on the drive he saw supers, once on the streets and once in the skies, going about whatever it was that had caught Star Central's attention. Distant sirens blared, then fell silent. But the car's radio had long been broken, so he could merely wonder. He pulled into the cramped parking lot of his apartment complex, taking a moment to shove the garbage bag into the gym bag he used 3 days a week, and then hiked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, letting himself in. He took a moment to breathe and ensure he was carrying himself normally before crossing into the common room where his roommate was, tapping away at a computer. Isaac probably didn't need to, given how deeply Caleb was involved with his work. But even after all this time he didn't quite understand what the strange genius of Caleb's talent might notice. "Hey, man," Isaac called, finally relaxing. It actually took some effort to not see him too jitty, as he finally taken the first steps he needed. Planning, thinking, and hoping were one thing, but actually crossing the line into action was another. Though admittedly, it was only a small bit of action. The robbery wasn't even for himself, but rather his brother in all but name. Caleb swiveled his entire body around on his padded chair, since he couldn't turn his neck. A brace supported a double-sized head, acquired along with his tinker talent, and he gave Isaac a matching double-sized grin, clearly in a good mood even for him. "Yo, man," Caleb said, lifting a hand. "You just missed a super fight." "What? Someone fighting here?" Isaac said, a sudden flush of alarm running up his spine. One of the reasons he chosen the apartment block aside from price was that it was near supervillain territory. But he had thought it was far enough away to avoid the low-level villain-backed gang wars that were a constant feature of the rougher parts of Star City. "Nah, over by your hospital," Caleb said, swiveling back to poke at a nest of wires and blocky cathode monitors, his tinker-rigged computer setup humming softly. A video came up of several flying supers circling cautiously around floating mechanical spheres in the sky, energy beams drawing blue and white lines as they attacked from range. It didn't last long, but a blur at the bottom of the screen showed one of the spheres leaving the hospital at high speed. Whoever had sent them clearly got what they came for. Professor Mechaniacal's work, but not his modus operandi, Caleb enthused, waving a finger at the monitor. "It's too ludan to small scale. Someone must have found one of his stashes. Bet they going to get in so much trouble when Mechaniacal finds them." "Don't scare me like that, man," Isaac asked, slapping Caleb on the shoulder. "I know we both metas, but we know what a real super fight looks like and it would crush us." Caleb swiveled slightly to look at him and made a slight movement of his head, the good humor in his eyes dimming for a second. He clearly would have loved to be out there himself, but their entire history was the result of such a super fight. Both of them were among the hundreds of children who had ended up orphaned by one of the only sovereign versus sovereign fights in history. Almost 20 years ago, the school panic rooms had remained intact, but not much else had in a 20-block radius. It was one of the biggest death tolls Star City had ever seen, but the villain in question had never been caught. Instead, Black Time and his people still flouted Star Central's rule and, pragmatically, controlled most of the crime in the 5-city alliance. Unlike Isaac, Caleb didn't let the thought get him down for long. He just shrugged and continued onward, which made Isaac glad he hadn't bogged down Caleb with weighty problems like the heist. Frankly, the guy was a born hero, easygoing and positive. and not at all cut out for the sort of skullduggery involved with supervillains. Unlike Isaac, Caleb didn't believe or possibly hadn't even heard the rumors that Blacktime was actually the lover of the other member of that super fight. Glory Beam certainly seemed to hang around the area Blacktime operated more than she should. At least, anyway, Isaac said, brushing aside his own comment. This mechanical never heard of him. That was actually true, despite Isaac knowing a lot about supers. Admittedly, not as a fan in the way Caleb often was. Mechanical is an old-school villain. His tinker stuff doesn't even use electricity. Complete mystery origin. People think he might even be extra-dimensional. Caleb laughed, rubbing his oversized head. Bald before its time. Man, his stuff is slick. I'd love to pick his brain. I can just bet. Isaac laughed. Hey man, let me grab a shower. Then you can run the footage for me, he said, hefting the gym bag as an excuse. Caleb waved a dismissal, turning back to his monitors, and Isaac ducked into his own room, shoving the pilfered soft chips under his bed. Much of the room was taken up by scraps of material and a few full costumes, a couple reproductions of fictional metas, and one game character. Some people liked to cosplay as actual supers, but Isaac had always thought that was just asking for legal entanglements or personal grudges. Star Central was understandingly protective of its superhero images, and aping supervillains was just not a good idea regardless. He grabbed his towel and trod the well-worn path around his costuming work to pull out some ordinary clothes before heading to the shower. It wasn't just a cover story, since he'd been out there for hours in stuffy armor and grungy third-hand clothing. And besides, the shower would help him think over his next move. Isaac wasn't so dumb as to think he had a chance of actually taking out a supervillain or, for that matter, a superhero, since ultimately he wasn't that powerful a meta. In fact, Isaac didn't want to try any real vigilantism, but rather just get some intelligence from the local gang leader who, not coincidentally, was one of Blacktime's lieutenants. Crash Hardiron, a name that said everything anyone needed to know about the guy was, so far as Isaac could tell from his research, an old friend of Blacktime's. Someone who would have dirt, connections, and other things that Isaac could use. Maybe not personally, but he could sell to media, to rival gangs, or whatever was necessary to take them down a peg or three. But to even think about touching someone like Crash, Isaac needed support. He wasn't going to pull Caleb into his actual activities, but tinker work was necessary for someone with a low-level talent like Isaac. The costumes he made were a start, and Demetria had been a good proof of concept, but he knew he needed more armor and weapons, of course, but items for transportation, communication, and fabrication. All things that he knew Caleb could do if he only had a little bit more available to him. When he opened the door again, dressed in fresh clothes, he heard voices out in the living room, ones he didn't recognize, despite the fact that it was probably nothing, given that there was no yelling and Isaac was pretty sure Caleb's chair had weapons. It was still unexpected enough to make him tense, ice flooding his veins. He kept the towel around his neck, charging inertia into it just in case it was needed, and walked out the short hallway into the room. Then froze. There were two supers in full uniform. He recognized them in a vague way, as he knew the faces of most supers operating in Star City. But what was more important was that both of them sported the Golden Raid insignia of Star Central, official heroes on official business. One was clearly a tech type, an albino man with a cybernetic slim suit and what seemed to be mechanical eyes, while the other was probably a bruiser given her oversized gauntlets. Isaac Hartson, nominal class strength type power, the cyborg muttered dismissively, returning his regard to Caleb. The bruiser eyed him a moment longer, but also didn't seem much interested. He was used to that nominal class strength type metas were really at the lowest end of the power spectrum, and most other metas found it vaguely pitiable at best. Hey, Isaac, Caleb said, completely oblivious to the supers' attitudes. Cyberlocution, there snagged my drone from the hospital fight and thinks VE got what it takes to work for Central. He was excited, but clearly uncertain about the whole thing. Oh, wow, bro. Isaac forced himself to speak as normally as he could, now that it seemed that they weren't there about his earlier theft. The mask he used at work slipped into place, something less confrontational and slightly duller than he was at home. A slight slump of the shoulders, a bit of droop to the eyes, and a certain slackness to his jaw made people see him as quite a bit dimmer than he actually was. It was especially hard since he had to force down his frustration at the timing. He never would have risked the robbery if he'd known Caleb was going to get that kind of offer. That's a hell of an offer. You'll be able to do all kinds of fun stuff. Congrats, man. He stepped forward and slapped Caleb on the shoulder. Heck yeah, Caleb said cheerfully, his worry clearing up. I can just imagine all the toys I'll get to work with. You would be beholden to a certain degree of security, Mr. Ruston, Cyberlocution said to Caleb, as if in an attempt to repress Caleb's usual cheer. Oh, sure, not a problem, Caleb said. When do I start? Immediately, the bruiser grunted. We got a van inbound. Isaac nearly rolled his eyes at the word choice, figuring that the super was ex-military, or maybe she just read too many books. Oh, I see, Caleb said, his cheer disappearing as the potential suddenly became immediate. Isaac pursed his lips for a moment, then patted Caleb on the shoulder again, habitually reducing his inertia a little bit in respect to Caleb's uncertain and potentially fragile frame. Hey man, it's going to be great, he said. He personally didn't trust any of the supers, no matter what the public relations department said about them. But a tinker just couldn't get by in a cramped, low-income apartment. Caleb was practically a brother, and Isaac wasn't going to let him ruin his chances with cold feet or just because it was personally inconvenient. They'll probably have something better than a neck brace for that giant noggin of yours, too. Just remember your pal Isaac when you tinkering up supercars or something. Yeah, don't worry about that, man, Caleb said, thumping his chest in a salute that he picked up from one of the Tech Legion's commanders. I'll make sure I make you some good stuff. Cyberlocution politely waved Isaac away and produced a small packet from a pouch at his waist, eyes glowing before he pressed it against Caleb's chest. In a moment it expanded outward into a cybernetic suit, but one that wrapped around Caleb's oversized cranium. Caleb blinked, and then stood, something he didn't do often. His grin somehow got even wider. It didn't take much more time from there. Some very professional movers bustled in, secured all of Caleb's belongings, and bustled out in less than 5 minutes. Cyberlocution and the bruiser, whose name Isaac still didn't know, stood impatiently as Caleb shook Isaac's hand, the tinker looking about as numb as Isaac felt. They'd been roommates for over a decade, even back when they were teens in foster care, and it was all over in the span of maybe 20 minutes. The two supers escorted Caleb away, leaving the apartment much emptier. Isaac retreated to his room and dropped into his bed, letting out a long breath as he tried to relax. Cyberlocution had probably marked how nervous he was the entire time, but hopefully only the amount of nervousness anyone would have with two members of Star Central invading their personal space. Without the constant hum of Caleb's machinery, the apartment was eerily silent, but Isaac couldn't sit and stew. Things may have changed instantly for his roommate, but Isaac still had work the next day, bills to pay, and plans to redraw now that Caleb was going to be a superhero, not to mention a few 100,000 credits of stolen soft chip to somehow liquidate. The last thought really made it hit home. For some reason, he planned the heist in secret for months, tested his powers where nobody was watching, and planned on ways to present the loot to Caleb, yet it had turned out to be entirely useless. It doesn't matter, he told himself aloud, making a tossing away gesture with one hand as if he could physically discard his worries. A visualization exercise taught to all the hundreds of traumatized children that had flooded the foster care system after the disaster, and one that had stuck with him through the years. I'll figure it out tomorrow. His shift was just the same as any other. St. Anne's Hospital also served supers in addition to normal people, and so it had some exceedingly heavy equipment that it was his job to move around. Isaac was little more than a glorified janitor, allowed to handle the mega credit machines simply because his so-called strength power came with a lot of finesse. He ran no risk of breaking anything when he moved it around, even when he was irritated. Come on, Isaac, we don't have all day, Mr. Graham said from the doorway of the freight elevator, as if he weren't the one responsible for scheduling and sending people out to shift equipment. Graham was a standard class psychometrist super, something verging on technopathy. perfect for making sure that none of the scanners or bracers or regenerators were damaged or broken. He was also a sovereign-class pain in the ass, taking all the credit and none of the blame for the maintenance and janitorial department and resulting in Isaac's nearly non-existent raises. In a way, Isaac was fine with that. Janitors were invisible, and that gave him more latitude to move around, and access to the hospital gave him more opportunity to find out about supers. But it wasn't like he would have had much of a choice, either just being registered as a meta, even a nominal class, or more euphemistically, a dreg, closed a lot of doors. People like him required licensing and insurance overhead most normal employers would wish to avoid. And as a low-grade super with, at least on the record, a simple strength ability, he didn't have any talents in great demand. The only other place he might have found a use was in construction. There was plenty of that, thanks to the occasional destruction wrought by super fights, but that didn't appeal to him. More, it might expose his actual talent, which he certainly didn't want. Not only did he want to avoid being recruited by either heroes or villains, but that kind of scrutiny would make it harder for him to operate. Lacking any kind of stealth ability, he had to remain anonymous. "Coming, Mr. Graham," Isaac said patiently, in his persona as just another dumb strength meta, maneuvering the recently empty shell of a 1-ton energy scanner through the halls so it could be returned to the maintenance area. The ruined device was one of the casualties of the previous day's supervillain raid, which had scavenged the components of a number of medical devices, most of which he was slowly ferrying down to the workshops in the basement. The ease with which he could move the shell around was thanks to his power, which wasn't actually strength. It was inertia, the resistance of something to a change in motion, speeding up or slowing down. He couldn't do anything about gravity, since that was a constant acceleration, and the fact that he couldn't lift anything big was why he was a solid dreg-class power. But dropping the inertia of something huge down to near nothing meant he could push heavy things very easily, put them around corners without effort, and wouldn't hurt a wall or a person if he happened to hit them. Even better, he could treat anything he invested with inertia as possessing either its original inertia or the changed amount. If push came to shove, he could brace himself against the scanner shell as if it really were a full ton, rather than the far lower inertia he'd given it. Or when it came to things like his painted foam armor, he could move it as foam rather than push against the sheer amount of inertial resistance he invested into it. Isaac rode the elevator down and maneuvered the shell into the maintenance bay, where Graham would almost certainly complain about it for some reason, restoring its inertia before going off to shift some tinker-made traction frame into one of the secure rooms. Someone was bringing a supervillain into the hospital, it seemed, as that was all those rooms were meant for. It wasn't this business though, so he just kept his head down and went about his work. It wasn't worth getting noticed, even by his immediate superior, and it wasn't like there was a lack of scut work to do, sweeping, mopping, polishing, and general fetching and carrying. Stuff that kept him essentially invisible, which was how he liked it. He'd seen how often metas got picked up by one group or another, with very little choice on the part of the man or woman being recruited. And Isaac's goals were too important for that kind of thing. His job kept him busy. But after a week had passed, he decided to go about the ticklish business of fencing the soft chips while he waited for word from Caleb. One of the advantages of being near gang-controlled territory was that he knew there had be a black market or a fence close by, though he hadn't ever engaged with one himself. Fortunately, he did know some people from the foster home that had gone in that direction. More kids in the lost generation. The massive group of kids with lives upended by the super fight had developed powers more often than usual. Unfortunately, like with every disaster-related power bump, all those extras were dreg-class powers, more hindrance than help, and many of them locking people out of useful jobs. People with unfortunate mutations, or low-tier strength or endurance abilities, or even tinkers like Caleb whose power sets relegated them to maintenance and repair. Isaac extracted the outfit he made from costume scraps some time back, in anticipation of needing to blend in with the gang. A heavy jacket, even if it was starting to get warmer as spring wound onward pants with chains. The blue and white armband that the local gangers used, as even if his contact knew Isaac wasn't part of the gang, it help him fit in. He even used some gel to slick back his short, dark hair, which I thought made him look like an idiot but was the style the local gangers used. Finally, he used a bit of his supplies to give himself a rougher face, some scars and markings, snapping a few photos of the face with his instant camera in case he needed to reproduce it in the future. Only once he was fully equipped did he set out, pushing inertia into his clothes as he walked the streets with the adolescent swagger of the ganger. He was a little older than most, a few years past 20, but still could pull off the young man's sneer. A few loitering pedestrians glanced his way, but nobody dared to bother him as he strolled up to the rundown gas station where he was supposed to meet his contact. Kevin was a former friend and a meta with the very unfortunate feature of having metal arms with supernaturally sharp blades projecting from them. It was the kind of thing that made him practically unemployable, and so Isaac didn't much blame him for falling in with a supervillain gang, even if it was an obviously stupid decision. At least with the gangers he had some kind of worth and something like an income. The other meta was easy enough to pick out as Isaac approached the gas station. Steel-colored arms bare despite the colder weather. Compact, wiry, with a long face framed by dirty blonde hair, a weak chin, and the twitchy, glazed look of the drug addict. Isaac was glad that he figured out a way to make himself resistant to things like bullets and blades. Since he didn't trust that Kevin wouldn't jump him, or that he was sufficiently careful with the razor-sharp edges of his arm blades. "Yo, Kevin," Isaac strolled up, getting all the way into Kevin's personal space the way a superior ganger might and looking down at the man. Kevin took a step back, eyes clearing from the drug-induced haze and taking in Isaac's posture. "Long time no see," Isaac continued, barging forward and keeping the posture of the arrogant superior. Not that he had anything against Kevin, but there was no trusting anyone in the employ of a supervillain, and it was easier to control people who were off balance. One of those things he learned in theater. "Hey, Isaac," Kevin trailed off, not sure how to deal with Isaac's sneer. For his part, Isaac had to ruthlessly quash any empathy. If he wanted to sell off the soft chips in any kind of time frame, he needed to deal with criminals, and criminals were dangerous. Kevin, though, was too dim to be a real threat. He never been the sharpest kid, and without a backbone he was unlikely to question anything, even the gang badge Isaac shouldn't be wearing. "Why?" said Y. "Had a contact." Isaac loomed over Kevin. Even if the blade meta was actually an inch or so taller, it was easy to see Kevin was merely one of the rank and file, meta or no, given how quickly and easily he gave way to Isaac's swagger. Yeah, Kevin nodded convulsively. "Yeah, I can introduce you to Kleppy. By all means, lead the way," Isaac said, not budging from where he stood. Kevin blinked at him again, then seemed to get the hint and circled around Isaac, glancing back 2 or 3 times in the span of a couple seconds. Isaac strolled after him, hands in the pockets of his jacket. He kept his back straight, acting like he owned the street, but his hands were touching the brass knuckles he stuffed into the jacket, just in case. With his abilities, he could pack a pretty mean punch. A few minutes of walking along dirty streets brought them to a pawn shop with bars on the windows and a bright sign proclaiming that they bought anything, which was a place Isaac could have found himself. But with an introduction he could use the place as a fence, not merely some place to liquidate old stuff at 1/10 cost. The proprietor inside looked ordinary enough, but not all metas were obvious, and Isaac kept the inertia invested in his clothing just in case. "Hey, Kleppy, got someone who wants to do business," Kevin said, trying to match Isaac's swagger as if he were actually important. "Oh yeah," Kleppy squinted at Isaac from a tanned and wrinkled face. The guy looking like he'd been dealing with shady customers for at least 60 years. "Whatcha got?" "Soft chips," Isaac said, withdrawing a sheet of the stuff. They were packaged like pills, in perforated 8x16 plastic trays. He only brought a quarter of what he pilfered, just in case, and the way that Kleppy's deeply lined face lit up with avarice confirmed that was the right choice. "How many you got?" Kleppy asked, holding out a hand. Isaac didn't hand over the merchandise. A thug might, but Isaac was playing a smart thug and should be more careful. "How much are you paying?" Isaac countered, returning the sheet to the jacket's inside pocket and looking down his nose at Kleppy. It wasn't just an act either. Since the entire point of the trip was the money, there was definitely a point at which it would be better to sell them at an online auction, even if it would take a very long time to offload them if he wanted to avoid suspicion. 10 per, Kleppy said, and Isaac just turned around. Kleppy wasn't taking things seriously, since soft chips were usually closer to 150 creds secondhand, more when they were still fresh in the packaging. He gotten 2 steps toward the door when Kleppy's voice came again. Hey, I am just kidding, I can pay 90 for them. Isaac paused, turning around to look at Kleppy and raising his brows while Kevin hovered uncertainly. After a moment, Isaac extracted 2 sheets from his pocket and held them up, showing them to Kleppy. 120, Isaac said, no humor in his voice. Best I can do is 95, Kleppy said, eyeing the soft chips. 110, but I'll provide a minimum of 4 sheets at once. That was half a box. 512. As soft chips were sold in powers of 2, Kleppy chewed on nothing in particular for a bit, focused on the soft chips in Isaac's hand, then shrugged. 104 sheets at once. Done, Isaac said, able to do the math easily enough. The 2 boxes would net him enough for a reasonable nest egg without breaking into the serious money, the kind that would make the real criminals start paying attention. He took out the last 2 sheets from his pocket and held them out, although he was still expecting some attempt to cheat him. Maybe Kleppy would just grab them and refuse to pay. Surprisingly, the shifty-looking man actually unlocked a cabinet underneath the counter and extracted the required cred sticks, placing them on the counter and stowing the soft chips in the same place. Isaac figured that Kleppy was used to dealing with metas. Who wouldn't be particularly forgiving if Kleppy welched on them? Or maybe it was just the promise of future product. Hey, you gonna have more? Kleppy asked, while Kevin hung on every word for some reason. Probably, Isaac said, refusing to make a commitment, and turned to leave. This time nobody stopped him, though Kevin tagged along behind. For all that Isaac had known Kevin once upon a time, he definitely didn't want a drugged-up meta following him around. So Isaac popped a couple of tabs off the smallest cred stick and tossed them over. For your help, Isaac said. Enjoy. Kevin pocketed the money, looked at Isaac and worked his jaw for a moment. Hey man, I got a dealer for fast tab. Makes everything seem so slow. Like whoosh. No, Isaac said, giving Kevin a scornful look that was mostly real. There was just no way he was going to join a junkie on a drug run. I stay clean, he said, and waved the other meta off. Kevin frowned but scurried away after a moment, heading down the street deeper into gang territory. Isaac went the other way, keeping up the swagger so nobody thought about jumping him after clearly doing some business with the fence. Even if he looked like a ganger, that didn't make him safe. And it didn't require meta powers to slip a knife in someone's ribs or hit them over the head with a pipe. His brisk, purposeful walk deterred any scavengers from trying to approach him, and marching into a slightly better area of the city shed the pair of gangers following him. He ducked into an alley, taking a plastic bag from his pocket and removing his jacket and the chains from his pants, shoving them both in the bag and then ruffling his hair. An alcohol wipe got rid of the fake scars, and he relaxed his stance to the slight hunch of his janitor persona. When he emerged a few seconds later, he was obviously not a ganger. So it was a completely different person that headed to his home. Some might have thought he was being overly cautious, but Isaac had been at the hospital long enough and done enough research to know how dangerous supervillains could be. Or for that matter, superheroes. They were all, without exception, brutal mercenaries who didn't think twice about destruction and death. When he got home, he checked his network accounts once again, still finding nothing from Caleb, which contributed to the growing unease and annoying feeling in the pit of Isaac's stomach. Something that made his sleep restless and his job more irritating than ever. He went to work, returned home, went to work, returned home in an aimless, frustrating grind. Isaac had few friends outside his former roommate, and with Caleb's status in flux it was hard to make any plans, leaving him coasting on the momentum of habit. Isaac returned to Kleppy's pawn shop 3 more times over the following week, liquidating the remainder of the soft chips. He used his ganger persona each time, sauntering fearlessly down the street, and nobody dared mess with him. Nobody called his bluff, either, which was fortunate since he wouldn't have been able to really fake being in Crash's gang. At the end of the 3rd week after the superheroes recruited his friend, Isaac finally got a message from Caleb. Yet he just felt a sense of foreboding as he clicked the item in his inbox, which had the header off hoops. Hey Isaac, if you rereading this I haven't been around to stop my dead man's switch from going off. Or maybe I just forgot. If I forgot, feel free to slap me about the head. If I am not around, well, I am sure you know more about what's going on than I do. On the off chance someone needs a will, just send all my tinker stuff to Tech Bro, and you can have everything else. Isaac stared at the message, simple as it was, and felt bile in the back of his throat. He rose from his clamshell computer, went to the bathroom, and spat, washing out his mouth and then chugging a glass of water. His thoughts spun pointlessly for a few minutes, his body moving on inertia and pouring another glass of water of its own accord, which he downed before he turned to leave the apartment. There was only one thing he could think to do. In all his time in Star City he never visited Star Central, even when he was a kid at the children's home. Despite Star Central actually funding the home there, never been a trip out there. The enormous tower loomed in the middle of the city, taking up a full block and 50 stories tall, a pillar of white metal and dark glass, housing the superheroes that protected Star City from villains and the depredations of the world at large. For all that, the lot where Isaac parked his old, beat-up car was just like any other, if occupied by a higher class of vehicle than he normally saw. Isaac looked both ways before crossing the road and headed for the front doors, noting that there were more metas or properly supers in evidence than anywhere else in the city. A sentinel inside, figures flying to and from balconies high up on the building, and there was almost certainly a tinker or two behind the slick, low-profile camera bubbles that were dotted all over the building. He was in his janitor persona, hair slightly unkempt, with a hunch to his shoulders and a droop to his eyelids. It put him at the bottommost rung of the kinds who frequented Star Central, who seemed to be mostly individuals in suits or designer dresses, or, of course, costumes. A gust of wind hit him just before he went inside, cold air seeming to blow right through his jacket. The interior was warm though, perfectly climate-controlled as might be expected, spotless and populated with more metas than Isaac had seen in one place before. Mostly they were clustered around a desk with a sign above it labeled tasks and bounties, presumably loitering around until there was something they could fulfill, but many were entering or leaving a personnel-only area at the far side. Isaac ignored all that and crossed to the information desk, standing in line and tapping his fingers impatiently against his pockets. "Can I help you?" a listless meta drawled, a third eye on her forehead managing to look just as bored as the rest of her. Isaac affected uncertainty, even if he rehearsed dozens of lines in his mind. "So, a friend of mine was recruited a few weeks ago and I haven't heard from him," Isaac explained, although he very much doubted that he get anything useful from the receptionist. "His name is Caleb Ruston. Is he doing okay?" "One moment," the secretary said, still bored, and tapped at her computer, then tapped again, as Isaac fought the urge to bounce on his feet, waiting with his persona's patience and trying to ignore the taste of anxiety in his own saliva. "Mr. Ruston is on a classified project." The voice came not from a secretary, but from a woman that had somehow appeared at Isaac's back. He whirled around before he could suppress his own reaction, eyeing a tall, busty super in faceless black and gold armor with the icon of Star Central on both her shoulders. Glory Beam herself. "You are Isaac Hartson. You work at St. Anne's Metahuman Hospital." It wasn't a question. Yes, Isaac said, gawking at the Sovereign-class super and clinging desperately to his cover as a slightly dim janitor. "Initial appraisal put you at nominal class. Strength type," the woman said. "Metahuman employment policies mandate a reappraisal. Mathisia, schedule an appointment for Mr. Hartson on Monday." "Of course, Glory Beam," the secretary replied, followed by the sound of keys rapidly striking a keyboard. "Monday at noon. Monday at noon," Glory Beam said. "Be there, Mr. Hartson." Okay then," Isaac replied, although he was already trying to figure out how to get out of it. Star Central certainly didn't have his interests at heart, and definitely wouldn't sign off on Isaac's project to get some exposure on Glory Beam and Black Time. Besides which, if they disappeared Caleb, he might need rescuing somehow. Isaac didn't know how he do that, but he did know that he couldn't do anything from the inside. He had other plans, ones that he had to move forward on, because he just couldn't see himself stopping. And while he was working on them, he could try and figure out what to do about his brother. Nothing he could do would be helped by the presence of Isaac Hartson, however, so the next step was obvious, at least for the moment. Isaac Hartson needed to disappear. Isaac drove home slowly, feeling the events rolling along and taking him with it. Just like when he finally committed to the Demetria role, there was a deep uneasiness in his bones, but not much he could do about it. He knew he had to go forward, and while he had made some plans, he wasn't looking forward to executing them. He never wanted to attract attention from the powers that be. Not at all. Disposable personas like Demetria were meant to be the ones that caught attention, while Isaac Hartson continued to be just a janitor and nobody important. That said, he sketched out other ideas just in case, because he knew that going up against supervillains or exposing superheroes was likely to bring investigation that he might not be able to do anything about. So far as he knew, there were no completely clairvoyant supers on either side, but he had heard of magic users who could track with sympathetic resonance, or view the past, or the like. He wasn't so arrogant as to believe that some mundane disguise would be enough against someone with super senses. But people with super senses couldn't be everywhere and remember everything perfectly. Everyone knew the key was to be unremarkable, and he blown that by going to ask about Caleb. That meant leaving things behind. His job, his apartment, things that he had grown used to, even if he hadn't necessarily liked them. They could be replaced, eventually, but he still hated tearing himself away no matter how necessary it was. At least the logistics were simple enough, given that he had some liquid currency and a willingness to spend it. Star City actually had a reasonable number of halfway houses or other temporary shelters, and for obvious reasons. The sight of figures flying in the sky and the occasional distant rumble or wailing sirens often marked the destruction of some building or another, and people needed somewhere to stay while the damage was fixed. Or, alternately, visiting Meta's hero, villain, vigilante, or just plain tourist needed some place to put their minions, followers, or worshippers. That would work for a short time, but he need to put together a new identity and income stream, and do so without getting too far from Star City. He wouldn't be able to reach Crash and get real leverage against Black Time and ultimately Glory Beam if he fled the city. Nor could he keep an eye out for Caleb. It would be safer, but also pointless. Isaac wedged his beater car into a spare parking space and mounted the stairs to his apartment, heading straight to his room and starting to pack. Once he was in motion, it was much easier, as he just focused on packing up the boxes of costumes, tools, and materials. Even if he hadn't had plans for them in the future, he just couldn't let them go. Besides, some of them were Caleb's tinkerwork, and way better than anything that could be found in normal stores. He folded finished pieces and put them in boxes, stacking them atop plastic containers filled with cloth, leather, and foam. The only thing he kept aside was his next disguise, but everything else went into storage and got carried down to the car, something he didn't feel the need to hide since he transported costume materials all the time. His old 832 Odell was cramped with all the baggage, boxes shoved into the trunk and piled precariously in the passenger seat, but everything did fit, if barely. Then he was back out into the streets of Star City, the ancient radial engine of his car sputtering along as he drove away from the brutalist, mass-produced concrete blocks of the apartment housing and past the gleaming steel and glass spires of the more upscale parts of the city. A pair of supers swooped overhead as he waited at a red light, one trailing a glittering rainbow trail that identified her as Sparkle Motion, one of the most unfortunately themed magic supers in Star City. Isaac refused to let any panic gain a hold. Such things were common enough, and he couldn't jump every time he saw a super or a cop. Instead, he just drove normally, heading across town and out past the industrial district to where one of the big self-storage facilities hunkered against the mountainous slopes of the gravel range that sheltered Star City's western side. Once he was sufficiently far from any obvious surveillance, he parked the car in a warehouse rear lot and ducked behind an electrical shed to change. Instead of his normal jeans and tees, he donned a brown suit, brown cap, and white gloves and used a compact mirror as he applied cosmetics to his face. He darkened his face to resemble something like a southerner. Someone from the Xianxia kingdom perhaps. Just to make sure that whoever was in charge of the self-store didn't remember some local brat. It probably wasn't necessary, but better safe than sorry. And frankly, he enjoyed the chance to play a role. My name is, he spoke aloud, trying to adjust his words to the rolling syllables of someone from the Xianxia kingdom. His accent was horrible, but he just had to sound foreign. Name is Harkim. Harkim Jural. Harkim. It took him a few repetitions, but eventually he was satisfied enough and walked the rest of the way to the self-storage. His beat-up car hardly fit with the image of a young, professional businessman. Considering the bored indifference of the kid at the self-store, he needn't have bothered. Still, Isaac stuck to the role, handing over a few cred tabs and getting a key, a receipt, and leaving a spurious phone number in case there were troubles. He rented one of the large ones, something big enough to fit his small car even if he was technically not supposed to use it as a garage. It was just a big empty room, with one single outlet and a vertical door that rolled up far enough that he could fit the car through. The inside smelled like cold concrete and old cigarettes, with an undercurrent of moldering furniture. But it was private. Once it was closed, he slumped, slowly going through the motions of cleaning off the cosmetics and shucking the suit for more regular clothes. This was as far as he thought things out, and now he was adrift, momentarily motionless. Everything he owned packed into one storage room, his life in disarray. And without any real way to move forward, he laid on the roof of his car, the curved steel frame still warm from the sun, staring at the ceiling as he tried to think about what to do. Originally, Isaac hadn't wanted to move forward until he had more support from Caleb. The tinkered workstation and microcomputer alone demonstrated how much of a force multiplier tinker support could be. And since it was just stuff, Caleb himself would never be involved if Isaac screwed up. The latter device was one of the few things he taken from his apartment aside from the costume supplies, since the bulky clamshell had been adjusted so it didn't ever look like the same device twice when it connected to a network. It wasn't as good as Caleb's personal setup, which was supposed to be entirely a ghost on the net that hadn't kept Star Central from finding him. But there could have been any number of ways they did that, up to and including following Caleb's drone home. The best thing Isaac could come up with was to try and salvage his original plans. Now that he had nothing else left, that would mean going after Crash's files anyway, and to do that he would have to get into the gang on his own. Or more accurately, just be part of the gang without ever officially joining. He heard the stories from people like Kevin, and it wasn't like gangers kept extensive paperwork or would really question having the support of a low-rank meta. So he could just show up and fit in if he played his cards right. At worst he could get officially inducted at some point, though he hoped not to be around that long. With a direction in mind, he suddenly felt like he was moving forward once again. Rolling off his car, he unpacked his containers and started to work. One box served as a chair and another a table for his workstation, as he pulled out some clothes and made a few modifications to some to reflect the style of Crash's gang. The iron nails, a black nail on a blue and white field, got stitched onto one side of a reversible leather jacket, and he added extraneous pockets to one of his older sets of jeans. It was probably higher quality than most of what the gangers wore, but as a meta he stand out anyway. What he didn't want was to stand out as a strength-type dreg meta. Isaac had been given that assessment when his powers first manifested over a decade ago, when he could only enhance himself. Adding inertia to his own body let him throw a mean punch. But since he couldn't lift anything unusual, it had put him down into nominal class. Since then he managed to push his power to work on things he touched as well, which would put him into common class at least, as well as slowly build the amount of inertia he could change. The way it worked was difficult to understand at the best of times, but his time at the gym had given him a metaphor that seemed appropriate. Just like his muscles, his power had a certain maximum lift, a cap on the amount of inertia he could push in or pull out of an object. Likewise, he couldn't just hit the maximum lift over and over. He needed to rest after exerting himself too much. But also, like his muscles, he exercised it enough to improve, and could invest or divest quite a bit at this point. It was nowhere near enough to match up to a higher class meta, but far more than when he was a kid. Still, Still, the ability to apply it on touch could let him fake a different power altogether. The chain's motif that the low-ranking iron nails favored gave him an idea. But he'd have to visit a hardware store first. He rummaged through his containers to find a notepad and started making a list of purchases, stenciling neat letters onto the lined paper. Before moving on to changing his face, a little bit of putty created a cheap, reusable nose alteration, and he had the proper dyes to change his hair from black to brown. Then, the gel to shape it back into ganger style, plastered against his skull. Finally, he sculpted in a scar down from his ear along his jawline, carefully recording the entire disguise with his instant camera so he could reproduce it in the future. After hiding the bulk of his cred sticks at the bottom of one of the boxes of fabric supplies, he didn't trust the self-storage to be really secure. But nobody would be that interested in taking old rags. Isaac slipped out and headed for the edge of the self-storage, vaulting over the fence and strolling out through the industrial district. Despite the stink of smoke and chemicals, the area was actually nicer than the near slums of his apartment. Or at least cleaner. He didn't have to travel far to find a small hardware store, advertising cutters and wrenches. And ducked inside, Isaac had kept his jacket under his arm, so he didn't look entirely like a ganger. But the old man behind the counter gave him a long look from under bushy eyebrows as he strolled into the store. It didn't take long for Isaac to find the lengths of chain, of all kinds of grades, and pulled off a variety of lengths from the shelves, from 1 to 8 feet. And a few accessories like carabiners and snaps. Some were normally metallic silver, but the higher grade chain was gold, and that seemed better for the aesthetic. The man at the cash register grunted at him, and Isaac grunted back. But no other words were exchanged as the proprietor rang up the items and Isaac passed over the required cred tabs, accessories in hand. Isaac returned to his self-storage by the same route and finished up his costume. The chains got clipped onto his clothes, and especially wrapped around his forearms. He worked the snap on one, testing how it unwound and trying to get it to slip into his hands rather than swing around randomly. Not that he needed to be particularly competent with them. Nobody would expect that from a low-class meta. He just didn't want to look like a complete idiot. Only then did he close and lock the self-storage, heading over to Crash's territory on his own 2 feet. Subtly lessening the inertia of his own body made the Heelan Toe Express a lot more tolerable, and there was a reason that he hit the gym on a regular basis. It didn't take that long to get back to ganger territory, and from there keep an eye out for the places where the ganger metas hung out. The normal gangers gave him a wide berth, considering his upscale duds and the chains wrapped around his arms, waist, and ankles. They clinked in a superbly irritating way, but he turned that into part of his swagger, as if he were using it to announce his presence. The kind of performative confidence he saw from young gangers was easy enough to imitate, even if he occasionally winced internally at how stupid it was. To get his acting down, he'd taken to observing people very closely, and he'd seen the results of false bravado all throughout foster care, at the hospital, and even in the gym. The people who really came out the best were the ones who almost never shouted or swaggered. And while they might have a hard edge, they were quite often very unassuming, something to aspire to when he was older. He knew generally where to look from prior research, and it didn't take too long to spot the hangout for the gang's metas, mostly because he recognized Kevin from a distance, the bladed forearms flashing in the evening sun. Isaac took a moment to adjust his gait and mutter a little under his breath, just so he didn't seem too familiar to Kevin. The lifts in his shoes combined with the rest of his costume disguise should be enough. But if he didn't mask his voice, it might well give him away completely. It was a seedy bar with a sign reading "Lovely" in no longer functional neon. The ganger at the entrance to act as bouncer, despite being no more than 16 or 17, let Isaac pass without a second thought. The dim room smelled of stale beer, cigarettes, and the tang of more esoteric drugs. Isaac had to fight to keep from coughing or wrinkling his nose. Black Time kept a very tight ship. By all accounts, Crash clearly did not. Aside from Kevin, there was a guy with a bald, bright orange head and scaly skin, a humanoid fly in a rumpled trenchcoat, and a girl with ample top portions but an emaciated face with black pits for eyes. Two more young men shooting pool didn't have any visible deformities, but they were still clearly part of the group of metas. There was one person in the bar, though, who was clearly separate. Off in a corner was a pale-skinned, black-haired girl with dark makeup and a spiked collar, the full goth look, sneering at everyone from behind a cigarette. With her small round face and an undeniable elegance despite her leather jacket, she could have been one of the poster superheroes if she were in another setting. Instead, she was lounging against the wall with a smoke and a soda. Not part of the main group, he sauntered forward like he owned the place, even if he'd never been there before, stepping around a puddle where someone had spilled something and not cleaned it up. His entrance got the attention of the orange guy, who turned around to glare at Isaac's approach. Kevin followed the orange guy's lead, turning and copying the scowl, which showed why he'd been so easily cowed by Isaac. He was already a follower. "Who the hell are you?" Orange demanded, drawing himself up, bulk visibly expanding as he planted himself in front of Isaac. "Chains." The voice for this persona was low and rough, delivered matter-of-factly and without much emotion. "Yeah, that's a stupid name. And you, got a stupid get up there," Orange said, taking a step forward as Isaac reached to unclip one of the chains around his forearms, unwrapping it and letting the links pool in his hand. "We the iron nails. We don't need." Isaac let the metal links drop, having flexed some inertia into the chain while Orange was ranting. The sound of the impact echoed through the bar and cut Orange's words off cold. They hit the ground as if they were more like 500 pounds than 1 or 2, and splintered the wooden floor. If he hadn't had the attention of the other gangers before, his stunt had certainly gotten it. "Chains," Isaac said succinctly, and undid the inertial investment before pulling the chain up and wrapping back around his forearm. The girl with black pits for eyes laughed and smacked the nearest table, causing it to ring oddly, like a gong. "Yeah, that's great chains it is. So, new guy, who turned you on to the best gang in Star City?" "Kleppy," he said shortly, which was a risk but not a major one. It wasn't likely anyone would check, and even if they did, Kleppy would probably prefer to claim credit for recruiting a meta even if he hadn't. "Great, yeah." The girl nodded, then waved around at the people. "So this is Hard Edge, Blast Fist, Columbus, and I am Black Banshee." She started with Kevin, working her way around to herself. "Those two are the Smack twins, and ignore the frozen bitch in the corner. That's the boss daughter, so, you know." Banshee shrugged. "Too good for the rest of us." Isaac grunted, glad that he decided to be exceedingly taciturn with this persona. The voice would start hurting his throat if he tried to hold a normal conversation. "Have a drink," Banshee said, waving behind the unmanned bar. Isaac had no idea where the stock came from, or how long it had been there, but he didn't even trust the water. Instead of taking one of the bottle, he just grunted in reply and leaned against the scuffed wood, watching the other metas. If all they did was hang out all day and drink and take drugs, it was going to be incredibly tedious to get a line on Crash himself. For a moment he felt very old, no matter that he had at most a year or two on anyone else in the room. It was just that they were acting like angsty teens, something he'd gotten over back when he'd gotten his first job rather than actual adults. More disconcertingly, the goth girl was eyeing him, but he was hardly in a situation to appreciate it. It was nice to get some attention when, as a janitor, nobody had looked at him twice for years, but gangster women were too much. When it became clear he wasn't interested in conversation, Black Banshee switched back to her previous conversation partners. Isaac half listened to her complain about some friend or another while trying to figure out how to ask after Crash without breaking character. Some part of him was sour and twisting in nervousness, but being in character buried his worries, giving him at least the appearance of someone who knew what he was doing, even if he was mostly playing it by ear. By sheer fortune, it turned out he didn't have to wait long. After perhaps 30 minutes of increasingly inane conversation from Banshee's group and an increasingly intense stare from the goth girl, the door opened again and an older man leaned into the bar. "Crash, ready to see you," he said, and the goth girl jumped up, flicking her cigarette to join a jumble of others in a cheap plastic ashtray. "See, mon," she said, and made for the exit without seeing if anyone else was following. By the way, the otherwise lackadaisical metas jumped to follow. It was clear that Crash, at least, had their obedience. Isaac joined them, his apparent coolness hiding the worry that came from knowing Crash could absolutely destroy Isaac if the gang leader suspected something. The group meandered down the street in a loose gaggle, fetching up at an apartment block that was considerably nicer on the inside than the outside. Gone was the grunge and decay of the slums. Instead, the interior was clean, well lit, and had visible security. Isaac had to stop himself from staring at the bubbles of turrets in the ceiling. The barrels wearin'? T pointed at him. But little lights winked on the casing of what seemed to be a pocket-sized minigun. And that was just what was obvious. Isaac had been fooled by the gang aesthetic and the apparent sloppiness of the area. But Crash was still a supervillain, and one of Black Time's at that. Of course he wasn't. Just some random gang leader with powers. For a moment Isaac considered whether he should just abandon the entire attempt. Maybe even go to Star Central and see what they thought of his powers. But then he thought of Caleb and Glory Beam. He didn't know what was going on there. But supers weren't to be trusted either. Nobody else even blinked at the turrets or security gates as the girl led them into what looked like a cafeteria, where Crash himself leaned against a counter by a microwave. The supervillain looked like a bald wrestler sculpted out of metal, and he might as well have been. He was a tactical class toughness and strength super, and even at full empowerment, Isaac's chains wouldn't have even scratched the guy. He also was wearing a getup that showed the goth girl came by her fashion honestly. Enormous spiky shoulder pads, spiked armbands, belts, and even anklets. The only difference was that he was in blue and white instead of black. When they arrived, he was chatting with a woman with pink hair, who had at least a dozen guns strapped to her at most 4-foot frame. Pinky Boom, a mercenary that Isaac only knew about because of the pinups Caleb had ordered that one time. Not quite a supervillain herself, but she often ran in those circles. Great, you all here, Crash said enthusiastically as they filed in. His voice normal enough except for the volume being pinned to yell. Except you. Who? You, he pointed at Isaac. That's Chains. Banshee spoke up before Isaac needed to. Kleppy sent him over. He got super chain powers or something. Wish people would tell me these things. Crash groaned. Chains. Then, you tough enough to take a hit? Isaac inclined his head and charged both himself and his clothes with inertia. Not saying anything. He wouldn't have trusted his voice anyway. Without warning, Crash crossed the distance and landed a fist in Isaac's gut. He could feel it, even through clothes that were practically armor. As he slid back a few inches, he didn't topple, though, and merely stood upright, lifting his chin and raising his eyebrows at Crash. Woo yeah, the supervillain bellowed, giving Isaac a thumb up. That LL do, kid. You got great potential. Isaac merely nodded, though he was sure that Crash had given him basically a light tap, relative to what he could do. Right. Then he slapped his hands together with a sound like an anvil ringing. We got an armored truck to hit. It's got something Black Time wants. Pinky Boom tells me that they got some metas as protection. Just common class. But that's enough that you gotta be careful. Normal groups for you too. And Smoke Show. LL put the new kid as your bodyguard. Crash pointed at the goth girl, and Isaac had to wonder exactly who had come up with that nom de guerre. It was terrible. Thanks, Dad, Smoke Show said, in as dry a voice as Isaac had ever heard. If it was sarcasm, Isaac agreed. He would rather have her annoyed at him than trying to flirt if nothing else. He didn't want an overprotective Crash breathing down his neck. Not that he was planning to stick around or get involved with anyone. He just wanted enough of a run of the place to rifle through Crash's stuff. And then he could ditch Chains and figure out his next move. Right, so the truck will be coming through around 3 in the morning. Dawn. Oversleep, he glared at the Smack twins, who looked uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Chains. We meet up here at 2. He glanced at the clock, and Isaac followed his gaze. It was only 6, so it was a good 8 hours until the deadline. So you got until then. Got it, Isaac ground out, holding back a cough from the gravel he put into his voice. Hopefully it sounded a little less obnoxiously put-on from the outside. Or maybe it was fine if it did. He was supposed to be a punk kid, one way or another. Now remember, we want the truck and its contents intact. Just drive off or incapacitate the mercs. Blast fist. Try not to kill anyone. Crash warned the orange meta. We Dawn. T need that kind of trouble and black time doesn't. T like paying Wergild. Yes, sir, Blast Fist said, his attitude entirely different when talking to the metal man. But the warning matched Isaac's first impression. The kid was spoiling for a fight, though if he was already a killer then he wasn't exactly a kid anymore, and not someone Isaac really wanted to make friends with. Right, be back here at 2, Crash said, and waved them out. Isaac strolled unhurriedly after the rest of them, only to find Smoke Show waiting for him. She pointed her finger at him, and then beckoned for him to follow her a short distance away from the rest of the kids. I don't need protection, she said, narrowing her eyes at him. I know, he said. It was obvious. Nobody was dumb enough to give an unknown babysitting duty, especially for a high-value individual like Crash's own daughter. If anything, she was babysitting him. From Crash's perspective, Smoke Show looked surprised, as if she expected him to argue, and some teenage punk high on his own power probably would have. But Isaac had been a janitor for years, and he and Caleb had seen enough super fights that he had no illusions about what he could do. Crash wants you to test me, he said, letting one hand toy with the chains wrapped around his arms. Guess you not just muscle, Smoke Show muttered, pulling another cigarette from her cleavage and sticking it in her mouth. It lit of its own accord and she took a deep drag, despite the smoke pluming into the air. He didn't smell the characteristic bitterness that usually came with it. Yeah, the point is to make sure you not the type to break and run when things go down, or throw down with the other side. Isaac mentally revised the danger level that Smoke Show represented up a notch. Got it, was all he said, and Smoke Show snorted. Yeah, fine, whatever. She shooed him away with one hand. Get lost until tonight. Isaac headed off, though part of him wished he could ask where everyone else was staying. Hanging out at the self-storage wasn't exactly comfortable, and without any actual income he didn't like the idea of renting out room at a hotel. The money from the soft chip heist was significant, but he spent too long being frugal to feel anything but faint panic at seeing his cash reserves dwindle. He was tempted, very briefly, to call and inform Star Central about the hit on the armored truck, or convoy, or whatever it really was, but he already been Demetria, already done that himself, and it didn't seem like it was that terrible a thing so long as it was just a smash and grab and not murder. Then there was the fact that everyone would know right away that he had done it, and that not only burned the identity of Chains, but he also really didn't want to piss off Crash. So all he did was get himself prepared, took a nap, and headed back to the slums in the early morning hours. The moon was just a crescent, but there were occasional flashes from the dark area where the ongoing lunar rebellion clashed with their masters. From what Isaac knew, there were supers that regularly went between the Earth and the moon, despite the Empyrean crystal that englobed the world. But most people couldn't make the trip. Sometimes it was just bizarre to think a war had been going on there for over a century. But it wasn't like it actually affected Earth much, apart from that one exiled princess who was a superhero over in the Muscat Kingdom. Nobody bothered him as he walked down the street, even if there were far too many people loitering for that time of night. Or rather, nobody bothered Chains, the big, obviously meta-ganger who had clearly been seen in the company of the gang's other meta-types. Instead, he was on the receiving end of the sort of half-odd, half-jealous attention that he given his idols when he was younger. Isaac hated it, since Chains was definitely not someone to look up to, but just by having a power he was in the elite for any gang. When he arrived, Smoke Show and Columbus were already there with Crash, which Isaac knew meant something, but he wasn't sure what. The fly person was clearly more important than just muscle, though Isaac didn't want to take the time to investigate the entire structure of Crash's gang. The top man himself and his documents and communications were all Isaac cared about, and Chains was taciturn enough that a lack of social engagement was perfectly in character. Early, Crash boomed, slapping his hands together with that anvil ring noise. Good, just stick with Smoke Show. We don't know how you fight yet, so I'd rather not put you in with the others. Just make sure you keep anything from hitting her. Isaac inclined his head in a nod, content with that and frankly not looking forward to hitting an armored car anyway. It had been nerve-wracking enough the first time, and he only had to deal with normal guards. Everyone else filtered in over the next 15 or 20 minutes, with Blast Fist being the last to arrive. Crash said nothing about it, but Blast Fist looked more than a little nervous to notice everyone else was there. Not that there was much of a tactical meeting. Crash just outlined a time and a place, and assignments on either Overwatch or Assault. I'll be making some noise somewhere else. As a diversion, Crash concluded. Keep Star Central from dispatching someone with some real power your way. Isaac wasn't sure how well that work. Besides Glory Beam as the resident sovereign class hero, there were several tactical and strategic class types that technically could get to something like an armored car hijacking in short order. Though it wasn't like Star Central's manpower was actually unlimited, and the powerful supers often had far more important demands on their time than hijackings and robberies. The fight on the moon was just one small aspect of what the truly powerful supers dealt with. They all filed out of the meeting room and into waiting cars, like Crash's building. The cars looked beat up on the outside, but the engine's I-core implosion by the distinctive chiming sound ran smooth and powerful. Smokeshow drove, and he noticed that neither she nor the car smelled like smoke at all. There was just the strange, cold tang of chitin from Columbus and the scent of leather. Unlike what Isaac imagined, she kept a sedate and careful pace, so presumably aggressive driving was reserved for the getaway. Smokeshow parked the car on the side the road, and everyone got out. Himself, Columbus, and the Smack twins. Everyone else was with Black Banshee. The twins ran off toward the target intersection, while Smokeshow showed her powers for the first time, turning into smoke and pouring herself upward to a roof above, which was annoying, because mobility was definitely not something either Isaac or Chains was good at. Instead, he was forced to ascend a fire escape and haul himself onto the roof, a task only made possible by the fact that he did go to the gym all the time. His inability to deal with gravity was absolutely his greatest regret about his power. He managed to make it to where Smokeshow was standing, her cigarette already lit as she looked down onto nearly empty streets illuminated by mostly working streetlights. As Chains, he very clearly couldn't complain about being left behind, so he merely took up position next to her and waited. The superpower showed why she wasn't worried about a physical threat. She could probably choke him to death if she really wanted, while being utterly immune to anything he could do, but only if she were in smoke form, so protection from bullets was a genuine issue. The quiet actually gave him time to consider whether he really wanted to hit the armored van, but Crash specifically issuing orders against anything lethal assuaged most of his worries, though he had to wonder what exactly Star City was shipping out in the dead of night that had Black Time interested. Unless Crash was going to send it out right away, Isaac might do well to take it at the same time he grabbed what he could from Crash's records. He was still chewing it over when the convoy appeared, an armored van with a pickup truck ahead of and behind it. Obvious, but at that time of night, only obvious to people looking for it. Smokeshow flicked her cigarette over the edge of the building, reaching up to tap a pin on her leather jacket that Isaac only belatedly recognized as a comms device of some sort. "Showtime," she said, and smoke flooded the intersection. Isaac had never actually fought another meta, aside from a few fistfights when he was just a kid, when everyone got stuffed into the foster home left there while the world moved on. He avoided anything of that nature. He hadn't even bothered with any structured martial arts, and only come to his appreciation for the gym after leaving foster care. Of course he could throw a punch, but he was a meta, and his fights were super fights. The slightest slip-up could kill him or someone else, destroy a car, wreck a building, despite it being necessary. Those were the thoughts that weighed on his mind as he unwrapped the chains around his arms. On the street below, the lights of the convoy vanished into Smokeshow's power. Banshee's voice lifted up in an eerie song, and muffled detonations flashed through the obscuring smoke. Blast Fist's power, Isaac presumed. A second later, a strangely distorted echo of gunfire rose from the smoke, echoing off buildings and making Isaac wince, prompting him to push even more inertia into his clothes. It sounded a lot more powerful than the handguns he got plinked with when he stole the soft chips. But there were limits on how much he could push into something. He would have Lovedto have proper tinker armor, something tailored to his powers, but regular cloth and the theatrical chains would have to do. He heard some tinny sounds from Smokeshow's communicator pin, then more gunfire, And suddenly someone in dark tactical gear launched themselves out of the cloud and up toward the roof. The meta pointed a small, ugly-looking gun at Isaac and Smokeshow, and Isaac forced himself to step in front of the girl, crossing his forearms in front of his face and wishing he'd worn a mask or something as another rattle of gunfire hit. The bullets felt like being smacked by a small child, enough to sting but not enough to bruise, most hitting his clothing but a few pinging off the chains. The merc landed on the roof, eyes narrowed behind a military helmet. So Isaac flung the handful of chain his way. Rather than dodge it, the man flicked up some kind of energy shield, holding it out in front of him, not expecting Isaac's chains to hit like a half-ton of metal. The merc clearly had super strength, and probably some other ancillary powers, but didn't have whatever he needed to deal with the physics of inertial chains. The shield held, but the guy was launched over the edge, back into the smoke, and Isaac found himself breathing heavily even if the entire exchange had taken only a few seconds. It wasn't even aerial fight, not yet. He spun a few feet of the chains, leaving the rest to dangle from his wrist and waiting for the follow-up. There was more gunfire, explosions, and some shouts from the completely obscured intersection below, and Isaac took a step forward to peer over the edge. Apparently someone was waiting for that, since a fist smashed into his face. Isaac staggered back a few paces, but even without armor it was more like being slapped than the bone-crushing punch it was meant to be, as the inertia applied to every part of him, even the face. From his own testing with invested sandbags, he knew how strange it was to hit something that felt denser and heavier than it really was. Or, because weight didn't actually change, like hitting something embedded in gel or water. So for something to hit him hard enough to send him reeling backward, it had to have Alatoff force behind it. He stumbled back a step, the sudden shock focusing his thoughts, and whipped around one of the chains as the same merc hopped onto the rooftop again. Unlike Isaac, headed have training, and ducked. Though when Isaac clipped the metal roof and tore right through it without slowing, the merc aborted any attempt to charge, pausing a moment to eye Isaac while flexing the hand he used for the punch. Isaac blinked again, his face slightly numb. The clarity that came with being punched in the face was so welcome he could almost thank the merc, because now Isaac realized he didn't have to attack at all, just sit there and be a discouragement against anyone going after Smokeshow, who probably didn't really need the help anyway. If she could shift into smoke. But nobody was completely invulnerable, as shown by the defeat of powerful villains and the occasional hero over the years. The merc stowed his gun, reaching for his tactical rigging and extracting a pair of batons, which crackled with electricity. That was a problem, since Isaac was pretty sure his power did nothing against that. Still, Isaac kept the chains swinging and didn't make any offensive moves. With the amount of investment he had, the chains were cutting through metal and brick, and without the shield Isaac wasn't sure that the mercenary cold take a hit from them. He sure didn't want to kill anyone, and for his purposes just keeping the meta off balance was good enough. For a few moments neither of them moved, the sounds of gunfire and detonations echoing from below. Then the merc charged forward with one baton outstretched. Isaac didn't bother with anything fancy, just letting the chain slip to its full length as he swung it, not aiming directly at the merc but just in front of him, trying to make the opponent back off. Despite not going all that fast, it made an odd ripping noise as it displaced the air. Not that it mattered, since the merc ducked under it easily and then was inside Isaac's reach. The baton touched Isaac's chest with an odd, hollow jolt. A bizarre sort of pain that hazed his vision as the merc tried to shoulder check Isaac but bounced off. Isaac's other hand twitched from the baton's effects, smacking the merc in the hip and sending him flying off the roof again. Isaac wobbled and had to fight hard from falling himself, his whole body twitching and aching in a way that was more disturbing than outright painful. "All right, we got the stuff," Smokeshow said abruptly. "Let's get outta here." "Right," Isaac croaked, tottering toward the fire escape as Smokeshow shifted into her vaporous form. But they were interrupted yet again, not by a mercenary, but by a bona fide superhero appearing in the sky, in the dim light of the city and the crescent moon. All he could tell about the costume was that it was some light color, with short fins on the forearms. "Stop," the super said. Not that anyone was going to listen to her. Isaac just hoped the superhero wasn't some tactical or strategic class powerhouse, and that smoke show could shield their escape. Unfortunately, thanks to the smoke meta's efforts, he was the only one of their little hijacking squad that was visible. When her ultimatum fell flat, she went after Isaac. There was a blur and then an absolute hammer blow as something seemed to kick his stomach through his spine. He gagged, folding over as he vaguely recognized he was in motion. It was like the one time he'd been in a car crash. Everything blurred and distant as things just happened. Out of control, stone, metal, and glass gave way as he smashed through a building. The ground shuddered as he landed again, and with a blink he realized he was in the road once more. In a small crater of asphalt, smoke rolled over where he was, and part of Isaac was glad that smoke show wasn't just leaving him to get picked up by Star Central as he staggered to his feet. He spat bile, taking a moment to figure out exactly where he'd gone before a clear corridor opened up in the smoke. Isaac staggered blindly along it, lurching into a one-way sign and shearing it off before he had the presence of mind to pull away all the inertia he'd invested in himself. Hobbling forward along the pathway, he stumbled upon the car, which had been maybe 50 feet away. "Good job," Smoke Show said from the driver's seat, eyeing him uncertainly while Columbus waited patiently in the seat behind her. "You okay?" Isaac grunted in reply, wondering why he hadn't seen or heard any follow-up from the super or the mercs for that matter, but not wanting to question how Smoke Show's power worked. He found himself in the passenger's seat, hands automatically buckling the seat belt, and Smoke Show stepped on the gas. He slumped there, holding his stomach and fighting nausea, brooding as the car chimed and sped along the smoke-obscured roads. It was one thing to play at being a ganger and try to get at Crash's secrets, but it was another to get into super fights that wrecked buildings and could hurt innocent bystanders. That was exactly the kind of hypocrisy he wanted to expose, not participate in. It was a given that Crash had close contact with Black Time. Caleb had done enough snooping on Isaac's behalf to confirm that. Actually tapping communications was another matter entirely, and Black Time certainly had tinkers on payroll to keep that from happening. Isaac didn't have the talents with electronics that Caleb did, but his goal was to get physical access to Crash's records anyway. Secure phones couldn't stop Isaac from swiping papers, or entire computers for that matter. If Isaac had to play at being a villain for weeks on end to get hat material, though, then it was obvious he needed backup plans. Hopefully it was either extreme good or bad luck that there had been an operation so soon after he showed up, because he wasn't sure he could do it again. "Lunar bolt hits pretty hard," Smoke Show said, driving along inside a cloud of smoke, completely unconcerned by the fact that even the road was obscured. "We got some quick med if you need it." Isaac grunted again, trying to figure out if he was really all that hurt. Most supers with some form of durability, most physical supers, really also had amplified healing. Isaac had neither, and didn't even know how bad being kicked through a building was. It hadn't been fun, but it was hard to know if he had to worry about injuries he hadn't noticed. The fact that he could still breathe meant it wasn't too bad. At least he'd been punched in the gut before, without powers, and it had been slightly more unpleasant. "Glovebox, right side," Smoke Show told him, and Isaac followed the directions. He didn't even know why he'd been so against asking for it, because better safe than sorry. It wasn't like he could go to a hospital straight from a crime scene. QuickMed was technically a controlled good, since taking too many too quickly could have serious side effects. Isaac had seen plenty of them. Of course, since he actually carried around boxes of the stuff when he worked at the hospital. They looked like a giant adhesive bandage, about the size of his palm, but were actually some form of bizarre drug injector. He opened the little box and peeled back the film, rolling up his shirt and applying the patch to his quickly bruising belly. The relief was instant. The nausea and a disorientation he didn't know he had vanishing. It seemed miraculous, and probably was, but he remembered all the warnings on the box. Food, drink, rest, and lots of it. Nothing came for free, even if it was meta work. "I had some doubts," Columbus said, speaking in his strange vibrato, "but you acquitted yourself well." "Chains," Isaac grunted, finding he actively resented the approval of the ganger. On the other hand, it sounded like his identity sure had established itself among the metas, something to take advantage of as soon as possible. A few minutes of driving later and the smoke cleared up, showing that they D arrived in an entirely different part of the city. Behind them, the other car with, presumably, the object of interest followed, lights reflecting off the side mirror. They quickly lost themselves in the usual traffic of the commercial parts of the city, which was not insignificant even in the dead of night, and Smokeshow drove the car in an unhurried, sedate manner that certainly implied she D done it before. There wasn't much conversation as Smokeshow steered them on a roundabout route past skyscrapers, gas stations, banks, and malls. The only real conversation was when Smokeshow spoke through the comm pin to correct the driver of the other car, one of the Smack twins, when they took a wrong turn after getting separated by a red light. Eventually, though, they did return to the slums, putting the cars into a little garage a couple blocks from Crash's place. The garage itself was nice on the interior, despite the rundown look, showing it was part of the same black market operation. Isaac got out and stretched, finding himself in surprisingly good shape, though suddenly starving. Given Chain's persona, he didn't complain, just grit his teeth and followed everyone else out of the garage and down the street to the main building. Unsurprisingly, Crash was already there, looking no worse for the wear save for one of the spikes on his oversized pauldrons being bent. Great, he boomed as they trooped in, looking around at them. Got the package? Yes, Banshee said, holding a metal box maybe 2 feet on a side with a pair of digit code locks integrated into the sides. She put it down on the table and Crash immediately popped it open by simply ripping off the locks and lifting the lid. It revealed a number of tiny machines, each one about the size of a finger, all packaged in a plastic matrix, their cameras glinting in the overhead light. Perfect, Crash said, setting the plastic and its machines aside to reveal a control box, which he toggled on. The lights on the machines ignited, along with a faint whirring to show they were actually drones, miniaturized surveillance devices. Great job, everyone. He reached into a pocket and tossed a small cred stick to each of them. Isaac caught his absently, still staring at the package. Take a couple days off and enjoy yourself, Crash told them, turning off the controls and putting the drones back in the box. VE got to figure out what to do with the new toys. Isaac didn't really listen to any of the chatter going on as he walked out of Crash's place. He was too fixated on the fact that he recognized the hand behind the drones. Every tinker had their own style, and after a decade, Isaac certainly recognized that one. They were Caleb. Swerk. Administrator Ike tapped a finger impatiently on his control pad as he waited for the other supers to arrive. The briefing room was just as he liked it. A severe and unornamented set of white chairs around a white table, with white lights and black walls. His own podium was also black and white, sized to hold the life support chair that kept him alert and mobile and hid the troubling deformities from his old life as a superhero. Captain Bulk was the first to arrive, his enormous frame demonstrating the need for 9-foot doors within Star Central, and he lowered himself with deliberate care into a chair sized for him. Despite the silly name, Captain Bulk was definitely one of the best at his rank, the tactical class hero not only having flight, strength, and speed, but the sort of earnest, gentle personally only people who grew up knowing their own strength created. Absolutely a hit with the public, and trustworthy. The next set were what I considered to be fairly middling, though still important. Greengrocer and her plant powers did the heavy lifting for feeding Star City, augmenting the massive vertical farms and underground ranches built into the mountain and preventing a need to seize territory outside the city even when the population grew, something that might have destabilized the balancing act between the 5-city alliance and the Grove Guardians, who claimed most of the wilderness along the coast. Her assistant, Sunspot, was just as involved in the massive farming operations, and while both of them could have been decent combat heroes, they were better used on support. Lunar Bolt limped in last, favoring her right foot and grumbling under her breath. Ike raised one sparse eyebrow as she took her seat, as it was fairly rare for the common-class superhero to take any sort of injury, at least without her being put into full medical care. He knew exactly where she had been deployed and why, so he looked forward to hearing what had happened. Greengrocer, Bulk, he said, starting the debriefing without any ceremony. Any significant damage to the farms? No, Crash just did some aesthetic damage. Really, Greengrocer said, collapsed a nearly empty warehouse. But we can get that fixed quickly. He didn't stay to fight much, Bulk said, his voice an almost musical bass. Obviously just a feint, but maybe a reminder, too, that he and Black Time know exactly where Star City's weakness is. It doesn't take much of a genius to attack a supply train, Ike said, but nodded at Bulk. His input might not have come from an analysis after the fact, but the interaction with Crash in the moment. For the most part, Administrator Ike knew which supers he could trust to judge such things and which needed to be kept on a short leash, and Bulk was definitely the former. If only the man could have been sovereign class rather than tactical class, the world would probably look quite different. Power's fine, Sunspot said. The thin and frankly limp-wristed man said without prompting or even a fleck of care, clearly wanting to return to tend his generators and solar lamps buried in the mountain. Ike didn't press him, and turned to the last and most interesting participant of the night's excitement. It was Crash's little team. Lunar Bolt sighed. I recognize Smokeshow's work, so I assumed the rest of them were around, but I only saw a new guy. Young, maybe 20s. The merc said he was bulletproof, so I assumed standard toughness. But I don't know. Never run into anything like that. Elaborate, Ike said, narrowing his eyes at her. It was like kicking, I dunno, a sack of wet concrete only. Super concrete broke my fucking toe. I tell you what. And he went through like 3 walls and 2 floors. Left an actual crater in the asphalt. Lunar Bolt shook her head. Not the normal feel of a toughness power. Can T say more since he got away because? Why, no. Smoke show. But very strange. I see, Ike said, mentally sorting through the villains he knew of. It sounded a bit like a mass-based power, but such powers were fairly rare and came with a number of issues. He didn't like the appearance of a new meta, especially so soon after another minor supervillain popped up out of nowhere and vanished again. Demetria's assault on one of the many soft chip suppliers was of only minor concern by itself, but when added to a second supervillain in only a few weeks, implied perhaps a major move by Black Time. There was always a normal froth of metas no matter how hard Ike worked to track them all, as new people awakened and old ones retired or died. But usually new metas stood out, either through an awakening incident or because they didn't know how to handle their powers, and were easy enough to corral, even if the new supervillains were only common class types. They shouldn't have been able to set up infrastructure to make power armor or learn their abilities enough to threaten trained superheroes or mercenary companies. I will get a further description of the new super from Hard Work Hurts, Ike said, grimacing at the name of the mercenary company. The loss of the package is not so great an issue. We expected to lose at least one, and knowing which of the various sets of their new Tinker's toys had been intercepted helped plug certain leaks within Star Central. The other issues involving Machine Head were another problem altogether, and one that the night team didn't need to know about. Fuckin' hate Smoke Show, Lunar Bolt muttered. Why Haven? We brought her in yet. Finding her outside of operations is difficult, Ike said patiently, and we have, several times. But her power makes it easy for her to escape. Not to mention they have an irate tactical class supervillain loose in the city in the form of Crash if they could isolate Smoke Show into a containment cell. The administrator was certain that Black Time wouldn't care over much, but a tactical class supervillain going on a rampage would be bad enough. Dealing with Smoke Show necessitated dealing with Crash first, and doing so permanently would necessitate dealing with Black Time. That would be Glory Beam's job as Star City's sovereign class super. But the two didn't fight each other. It was an unholy mess, but at least the so-called Iron Nails kept their mischief contained. Meh, Lunar Bolt said. Just make sure someone warned about him so they don't break a hand or something. Certainly, Ike said, his fingers having already made a notation on the profile of the new, unknown supervillain, although maybe Super Henchman would have been a better name, as Crash's crew of metas only worked at his direction, though just because he was working for Crash now didn't mean he wouldn't go independent in the future. It had happened before, and would happen again. Criminal organizations, even small ones, just bred other criminal organizations. That will be all for you, I think, Ike said, dismissing the 4 of them. I am just glad there was no major damage. LL still need someone to fix the warehouse, Greengrocer said as she stood, her mint green hair spilling over the ivy green skin of her shoulders. Of course, LL send over Con. S struck Ion, Ike assured her, naming the meta-based construction crew contracted by Star Central. The others followed her out, Lunar Bolt still grumbling about her toe, but her healing would probably fix it soon enough. If not, she knew where the medical wing was. Once Ike had finished making notes, he steered himself out, fingers working the control pad with the ease of long habit as his floating life support chair slid into the hallways of Star Central. Despite the sun not yet having risen, he already had another meeting. As the administrator, he rarely had time to sleep, which was not a problem as his particular condition meant that he rarely needed to. It was a much higher profile meeting, too, not just the usual froth of the criminal element. The appearance of a long-retired supervillain was not quite an emergency, but it sure wasn't. Business as usual. He made it to the open, glass-fronted room with an expansive balcony just as Princess Liesta of the true Lunar Kingdom, normally known as the Sovereign-class hero Moonburst, arrived. Lunarians were a tall, willowy folk, with enormous eyes and matte silver skin, marking them as very much inhuman. Not that Moonburst was all that unusual compared to some of the physical mutations human supers could get. Thank you for coming, Princess, Ike said politely. It is of no moment, she assured him, in that oddly breathy tone Lunarians were forced to adopt in Earth's atmosphere. The potential release of mechanical is of concern to me as well. However, I have been to Luna and visited the containment facility myself. He is still there. He claims that he would help us track down whoever has found one of his caches. But of course I made no promises. Of course not, Ike agreed, not asking Moonburst to sit. She wouldn't, preferring to stand at attention with the threads of her silver blue suit pulsing slightly as they offset Earth's higher gravity. I do have an update for you. However, the components that were stolen from the hospital, those machines were provided under one of Mechanical's shell companies, so it seems likely someone has access to a way of tracking Mechanical's work. Then I may have to visit him again when the window opens, Moonburst said with a sigh that would have sent the curtains waving. If the room had any, the rebellion makes it so much harder. Only a few of the rune circles still work. I do sympathize, Ike said, though it was policy for literally every single polity on Earth to not get involved with Luna's political problems. There was enough trouble with ordinary supervillains, divergent timelines, and the deep kingdoms far below the surface to invite a crisis from the broader universe. It was bad enough that the mystical runes of the moon could cross through the Empyrean crystal shells of the solar system, though that was better than actually breaking them. Astronomical surveys had found holes in the shells that implied something had traversed between planets that way once upon a time, but using those passages wasn't really feasible. Even for tinkers. Keep me informed if any more of Mechanical's work surfaces, Moonburst said at length, when it became clear that Ike wasn't going to make any unwise offers. Or if you find any other tinkers who might be able to bypass the crystal spheres. I certainly will, Ike said, lying without even a twinge of worry. Moonburst wasn't even one of his, so he owed her only so much. Mostly he wanted to prevent anyone from unearthing some of Mechanical's real terrifying work. The old man had never been insane enough to actually employ the super weapons, but they still been built and used as a threat. The ones Ike had gotten his hands on had been summarily destroyed, but there might be some still out there, hidden in one of Mechanical's old labs. After a few more pleasantries, Moonburst left again, arcane runes shimmering in the air as she rose from the balcony and vanished into the pre-dawn sky. Ike sighed and tapped his control pad, heading back out into the hall and passing various early morning supers. If Mechanical or his toys were coming back into play, there'd be no time to deal with newer villains like Black Time. They might both be sovereign-class villains, but Black Time had never built clockwork to unwind the sun. The elevator took him all the way down to the bottom of the tower and then below, where the Tinkers had their lairs and heavily reinforced laboratories. He guided his chair through hallways made of thick steel slabs with blast doors between sections, function taking precedence over form. His interface with Star Central told him exactly where Machine Head was. Sometimes he regretted giving people free rein to choose their own superhero names and that the Tinker was already awake and working. Ike tapped a button at the entrance of a brand new lab to request entry, and the door opened a moment later. While he had overrides to every door in the facility, it was just stupid to walk in on a tinker in the middle of work. As his chair floated inside, Machine Head, aka Caleb Ruston, raised a hand in greeting, a hand that held a half-eaten sandwich. And Machine Head swallowed hurriedly as Ike halted his chair in front of the clutter. "Good morning, Administrator," the kid said, putting the sandwich back down on a small plate and wiping mustard off his fingers. "I am still working on the... I am not here to check on your work," Ike said, amused. Machine Head was obviously still discomfited by Ike's visage, scarred and bald even if he had healed long ago. "One of your drone sets was stolen. You can still shut them down remotely." He had specifically requested that some overrides be built into the devices, given the likelihood for theft or pilfering, unless they have a tinker of their own who can adjust the internals, Machine Head said, still clearly unaware of the potency of his gift. But of course, he was one of the lost generation. The hundreds of kids who had been put through a system already overloaded during a time when Star City didn't have any resources to spare. Yes, the metas had been noted, but most of them were incidental class. So some of the gems like Caleb Ruston had been missed entirely and not given the chance to become supers. An appellation only given to those who did hero work, or opposed it. Certainly. Ignoring that, Ike said, looking around at his other work. All tinkers had styles and focuses, and Machine Head seemed to be very interested in surveillance. That he incidentally created vector drives and long-distance communication that worked outside of Star City's ancient phone network was simply a bonus. But Dawn, kill them yet? We want to see where they going. Sure, that isn't a problem, the tinker replied, casting a glance at his sandwich and then looking back at Ike. You think it's connected to the mechanical stuff? That's the worry, Ike admitted, though Machine Head hadn't been given the full details. After Cyberlocution had picked the kid up, the standard screening had found a few problems, but only one that had yet to be resolved. Until it was. Both Ike and the kid knew that he couldn't be fully read in. Someone had messed with Caleb's mind. It was exceedingly subtle, barely amounting to anything, but it was still there, stretching back years. Thoughtstealer, and Ike was glad she was not a combat super or even publicly known, because that was not a hero name at all, was certain of it, though the reason for the manipulation was impossible to discern. With everything else that was going on, he didn't need a rogue telepath mixing in. Isaac chewed on a breakfast bagel, glancing around the cafe at the early morning crowd, or lack thereof. Judging by the sports paraphernalia on the walls, the place catered to the local university and the Star City Superjump basketball team. And college students slept late. There weren't many people around as he pulled out the heavy clamshell of his mini-computer and extended its cord, plugging it into one of the cafe's jacks. He wasn't in any particular disguise, just wearing a hoodie and some cosmetic glasses. On the off chance anyone cared enough to track him down after he checked his mail, it wasn't likely, but he had to check just in case Caleb had made contact over the weekend, just in case there was something he could do. Unfortunately, the mail program turned up nothing but an update about one of his regular conventions, the largest one in Star City. Even he was shocked by how much that cheered him up, pulling him away from the Dujin terror of the super fight, the sheer force and danger involved. How damned close he came to just getting splattered all over the place, or doing the same to someone else. He hated it, but he needed to do it if he wanted to reign in black time, and the damage super fights did. Not to mention, moving forward was the only way he find some leverage to get to his brother. All of those were longer-term worries, and he drive himself insane if he only stewed on them. Instead, he needed something to keep human, and even if Isaac was momentarily homeless, he wasn't going to crouch and sulk in the self-store or get drunk at Lovely's. The convention wasn't for a couple weeks, but it'd be nice to indulge in a bit of normalcy and attend in costume. It wasn't like he'd be less anonymous. It also prompted him to change his focus from the super fight itself to what he could do to make up for the damage he caused. Not in a substantive way he couldn't help rebuild, since with insurance and construction metas he'd be worse than a hindrance, or even in a karmic way. Thinking about evil and good as some sort of mechanistic balance made him uncomfortable. More, he wanted to move himself in a different direction. Keep his own actions and habits to something he knew he could do and knew would help. He returned the minicomp to his backpack and left the cafe, heading back to the self-storage long enough to change overalls, a bald cap, and a gloriously bushy fake mustache. A little name badge that read Lou. Isaac took one of his cred sticks and bought something he really should have a while back. A miracycle. Somewhere between a motorcycle and a bicycle, with a tiny add-on piece of crystal tech from the Deep Kingdoms aiding the rider's own efforts. Certainly better than walking everywhere. And it even had a saddlebag-like arrangement to hold some items. Walking it out of the store, he got on and began pedaling in the direction of the Foster Center. It was a big block of a building that set the tone for the rest of the area. Brick and brownstone made in haste after the disaster. The distinction between the disaster area and the surrounding city was clear even all these years later, with the dense and bland block buildings on one street, and on the next arched concrete and glass, bright colors and neon signs. It was a sharp dividing line that everyone in the lost generation could see, a marker of a world that didn't belong to them. Not everyone had taken it to heart, but so very many had. He let himself into the front office of the Foster Center, lifting a hand to greet the rotund woman who was busy scribbling entries into forms. She glanced up, a heavily lined face lighting up with a smile that showed all those lines were from laughter, though Isaac remembered her to be stern as often as not. Dolores had run the Foster Center from the very beginning, and so far as he could tell she only recognized him as Lou, the volunteer, not as a former ward. Lou, oh thank goodness. I'm so behind on the cleaning. Marcus had the flu and then every O'Neilsey got it and, oh, Dawn, worried Dolores. That, SYIM here Isaac laughed. And it wasn't. Feigned. He could have and for a while did resent Dolores, as a representative of the authority that had stuffed them all into a building and practically forgotten them. But after he gotten out on his own, he realized not through his own efforts so much as listening to wisdom from people at the gym and the hospital that he shouldn't. That she had been doing the best she could with what she had, which had led him to think about what he could do to improve things with his own meager talents. Ultimately, it became obvious the skills he picked up from his day job were actually the most useful things he could contribute. When he was living in care, it would have just been so much nicer if everything had been clean. Given that he was practically a janitor, it wasn't too hard to volunteer as one. Dolores bustled out of the office and unlocked the door for him, handing him the key to the janitor's closet. The cart there was stocked from last time, and he pulled it out, rolling it along the halls. It didn't require much to ply a mop or broom, and doing something that didn't require his power was actually quite refreshing. That the actual work was just cleaning up after a bunch of kids didn't bother him like it might have before he had time in the real world. Hey, Mr. Lou, the words came from a kid that couldn't be more than 5 years old, peeking out from one of the rooms. Hey, Davy, Isaac said. He knew a number of the kids by name, but he was careful about getting too friendly with them, since they were just passing through and he didn't want to tie any of them down, even by accident. Too sick for school? Yeah, David said, clearly torn between delight in having a day off and the undeniable misery of being under the weather, something that had happened to Isaac more than once. Most physical supers were resistant to the typical seasonal illnesses, but of course Isaac wasn't actually a physical super. I get it, Isaac said sympathetically. How about you go get a drink from the cafeteria, and I'll clean your room for you. He generally just tidied up the building, as the kids were supposed to take care of their own rooms, but it was hard not to indulge a sick kid. David nodded, emerging from the room and wandering off to the cafeteria in socks. The fact that he didn't run or slide on the newly cleaned floor showed how rotten he actually felt. Isaac watched him go, then stepped into the room and started stripping the linens from the bed. When he had lived at the foster home, he needed to share a room with Caleb, but fortunately now there were considerably fewer children, and so most of the kids had their own, if they wanted. The simple motions of running laundry, of vacuuming and sweeping and taking out trash, helped settle Isaac. He still felt wrong for having indulged in a super fight, and he had no idea what to do about that last revelation. Seeing Caleb's work meant that his brother was still alive and mostly fine, somewhere in Star Central. But that didn't help Isaac figure out what to do about it. It wasn't like Isaac even wanted to pull Caleb out. Superhero work was nothing Isaac wanted to be a part of. But for someone like Caleb it was perfect. More than anything, Isaac just wanted to know what was going on and make sure Caleb was safe. The ongoing lack of communication was beyond suspicious, and maybe his efforts would have been better served prodding Star Central rather than Crash. He mused over it as he dusted cabinets and lockers, replaced paper towels and toilet paper. The problem was, he had planned on the same wedge for Black Time and Glory Beam. Proof, actual proof and documentation. From Crash. Messages, dates, anything to move from rumor to fact. For Black Time, publicizing hidden connections and operations would force the authorities to move on it. For Glory Beam, publicizing her involvement would create some greater scrutiny to prevent that kind of rot from happening elsewhere. Isaac wasn't so foolish as to think he could topple Sovira-class supers and wouldn't even want to, since that would just be a recipe for widespread strife and destruction, but he could maybe prevent another tragedy. In the meantime, he could mop floors and think about how to do better in the future. While he was a regular at the gym, keeping himself in shape, he hadn't ever taken any actual fighting classes. The first and most important reason for that was that he didn't want to start thinking of his power as something for combat. Given how closely convention-goers tracked all the super-related gossip, it was obvious how many who considered themselves both heroes and villains framed their abilities in exactly that way, and how that fed back into their entire lives. The second reason was more pragmatic. Isaac Hartson was only a nominal class metahuman, but even nominal metas raised flags when they took combat lessons, as that was the first step to becoming a super. Someone who worked for the law, or against it, someone who had combat as a calling, and Isaac had absolutely no interest in that kind of life. It would have been out of character for the fairly unimaginative janitor he played anyway, and he didn't want that attention. The super fight he been in both affirmed and challenged that decision at the same time. On one hand, he wasn't a natural-born combatant. He heard some people talk about the rush of combat, but he just ended up with his guts kicked in. On the other hand, he absolutely needed to know more about it and be better at it, because either he get his face kicked in or he end up hurting someone else while in the process of preventing said face kicking. Isaac escorted David back to bed under Dolores' watchful eye before finishing his sweep of the place. It only took a bit over an hour for everything, a shockingly short amount of time considering what had been done. And then he took his leave from the foster center. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't much, but for David and the other kids, a nice, clean-smelling home could mean a lot. Certainly a better legacy than just smashing buildings. Returning to the self-store, he returned to a normal hoodie and jeans and started some exercises. It took time for him to invest or divest inertia in an object, and despite how long he been at it, he hadn't been able to get it down to something instantaneous. His body was fastest, followed by an initial change in whatever he was touching. It really did seem to be like a muscle, where the equivalent of bodyweight exercises just weren't enough to strain his maximum lift. He had to apply force to something else, shoving against the limits of what he could put into or take out of any given objects. If he wanted to improve what he could do, if he could flip between the two instantly, it solve most of his problems. If he hit with invested inertia, he hit like a truck. If he took a hit with no inertia at all, it'd be like kicking a leaf. No matter how much force the super put behind it, he just wouldn't absorb much energy. Probably. Anyway, Isaac's power was tricky. With plenty of edge cases he just couldn't test. Nothing like the more straightforward toughness, speed, or strength of other supers. So far as he could tell, lowering inertia didn't make things fragile in the way raising it made things tougher. Presumably because there was a floor of toughness based on molecular bonds, something Isaac's power didn't touch. But that was the sort of wild guess that could get him into trouble. Powers all operated by their own individual rules, and while some had aspects in common with Earth physics or lunar magic, or for that matter, the crystal technology of the deep kingdoms, that didn't mean it was the same. Maybe he needed to compromise by keeping his clothes or armor if he got any full of inertia, but lowering it for himself, he'd be a lot easier to throw around, but still impact resistant, and more importantly, less likely to go through a building or hurt some bystander if he got in another fight, which he didn't want to do. But there was always a cost, and there would always be someone or something standing in opposition to his goals. He wasn't T willing to pay an Ypres to make sure Black Time and Glory Beam had some constraints on them. But D always known there would be some consequences to his actions. He spent a while hopping around the self-storage, jumping up on his car and vaulting off, wishing he had invested more time into parkour. There was a tiny course by the gym, but Isaac's ability to judge distances and such was nothing compared to their experts. Some of the normal people D seen were better at moving around than metas with genuine movement powers. Ignoring flight, Isaac launched himself back onto the car roof. He could fake a bit of a super jump by reducing his own inertia, squeezing out a little bit extra from regular muscle power, and then immediately investing extra to create more inertia moving upward. Of course, he had to reduce it again to land, so he didn't crumple the car or break his own legs if he got things wrong. He used the trick before as Demetria, but he could definitely use some more practice with it. After some more fooling around and shifting inertia this way and that, he picked up one of the chains for his ganger alter ego, swinging it thoughtfully. Despite his complete lack of competence in using a chain as a weapon, it had been fairly effective, enough so that he really needed to think about how to use that sort of option in other personas. Although nothing so close it be obvious he was the same meta. In theory, the most potent type of offense he could make would be thrown objects. Darts, baseballs, the specific type didn't matter, so long as he could pump it with inertia. The problem was that his inertial investment didn't go away. If he made a baseball with the same inertia as a 500-pound safe, it'd be like that forever so far as he knew, which wasn't something he was willing to put into the world. Isaac thumped the heel of his hand against his forehead as the thought sparked one of the memories he hated. When he first found out he could extend his power to objects he touched, and not just himself. He had not been very careful. An inertially amplified hoodie, left discarded on the floor, had sent Caleb sprawling. With his oversized head, falls were dangerous, and Caleb had ended up in the hospital for a bit with a neck injury and a skull fracture. He sworn then and there not to allow anything like that again, especially since he wasn't intending to be a super. It still bothered him that there was a small puddle of inertially boosted spit somewhere from when he been kicked in the stomach, probably diluted and gone. But somewhere in the water cycle there was an ounce of super inertia water, forever messing with at least some tiny portion of the ecosystem. He settled down on one of his boxes, which almost collapsed under his weight, and he scowled. Instead, having to relocate to his car before he could actually start work. To start, he leafed through his notes to find an alternative to chains for weaponry. Something like a cord or a whip would work too, though perhaps it'd be too similar. And besides, he had no idea how to use a whip. Something like that was more likely to hurt him or an innocent bystander than be a useful deterrent. I swear, I already used up the best idea I had, Isaac said aloud, sighing and putting his notebook aside. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about such things before, but he never been in a super fight before, and the problem was, the fight had been so fast and so out of control that trying to think through it wasn't possible. He had to know what he was doing ahead of time, build up reflexes and approaches in anticipation of combat. And that was the opposite of how he wanted to live his life. He wandered out of the self-storage with his hoodie up to protect his identity, climbing the fence and pacing along the mostly empty sidewalks of the industrial district as he thought. In the distance, the enormous spire of Star Central glinted in the sun, with the specks of flying supers arriving and departing. Somewhere in the distance a siren wailed, though whether for some sort of metahuman issue or an ordinary problem it was impossible to tell. The sound of some voice, amplified by technology or power but still garbled after bouncing off of buildings, created an almost comprehensible accompaniment to the thrum and rumble of the factories and the growl of trucks. A vibration ran through the ground as a train slid through somewhere below his feet. The subterranean stations linking up with the other city-states of the Five-City Alliance, and the Deep Kingdoms, with their outpost up in Hyperborea. Isaac turned the corner and caught a glimpse of the moon, a sliver low on the horizon, and then the solution hit him. He had fallen into exactly the kind of trap that he was worried about, thinking about his power and how to weaponize it, when he should have been thinking about what he actually wanted to do. He wasn't a super. He only played one. A stick was a stick and chain was a chain. unless they were shown to be something else. He turned on his heel and hastened back to change identities, then hauled his mirrorcycle over the fence and headed off to the more commercial area of the city. Most of what he wanted was fairly cheap, but he didn't have everything for his idea. Generally, he worked with leather, cloth, foam, and plastic. Thanks to Caleb, he had a tiny amount of knowledge of off-the-shelf electronics, mostly switches and batteries, enough to make things light up, more or less. Under the guise of Hakim, he went shopping, partly for comfort. He was willing to endure some hardship, but he wasn't going to be a homeless bum. A small hotel was enough for him to sleep in, and a few things like chairs and lights and fans for the self-store. Given how much time he was going to spend there, the money he had from the soft chip heist was more than he'd make in a couple years normally. So while he wasn't 12th eye was flush enough that he felt he could justify spending a little bit on comfort as well as necessities. A few stops at the hardware store and some hobby shops, and he had what he needed for another identity, though not a villain. This time, chains would do for the gang, but if he wanted to go out as someone else with powers, he needed someone else, whether it was to do something good, connect with superheroes or vigilantes, or act as a vigilante himself, all of which might be necessary. He had to have a cover identity. He could feel the design coming together in his head as he returned to the self-storage, though he wanted to make sure he wasn't too much like any existing super. For the so-called weapons, he wrapped foam around 2 small metal rods and shaved the bottoms into handles, while painting the tops with shapes like lunar runes. Usually only the Moonies could actually use ethos runes, but magical artifacts still existed, and some supers were super by virtue of those artifacts. So, he had a pair of batons, decorated with metallic colors and neat rune circles, with a few lights stuffed under the foam and the switches embedded in the handles. He attached a short chain to the handles, terminated by a foam ball adorned with costume jewelry, and swished the end result through the air. He could use it as a baton or mini flail, depending on how he held it. And either way, it was his power investment that made it effective rather than the basic construction. They looked fairly good, although maybe someone who had handled real magical artifacts could tell it was just fakery. Though once he added inertia, they were genuinely dangerous. It wasn't like he knew any martial styles anyway, so it hardly mattered they weren't standard weapons. The costume was going to be a female one, as the easiest way to make people think this particular super was very much different from chains was to pretend to be a woman. Not that he was great at a female voice, and vocoders were pretty expensive, but he was good enough for it to work for a few minutes. So no extra height, and a complete face covering, a hat with a stitched veil, secured to the costume, would do the trick for that and keep him anonymous. A voice was one thing, but it required far more of a prosthetic workup to actually look female like he done with Demetria. Using foam armor, sprayed purple with some silver pseudorune highlights, would have to be enough. Mysteria, Isaac muttered, trying to come up with a name for the alter ego. Lumen Esoterica, no. That sounds like a stripper. Ravdia, maybe. Not Lunarian. But I don't want them coming after me anyway. Ravdia it is, he concluded, leaning against the exterior of the self-store with the door half cracked to dissipate the spray paint fumes. There was no telling when he'd be using the costume, but better to have it ready. In fact, he should make several, keeping them ready for the future. But he didn't have the mental energy to create more designs at the moment. Besides which, he felt the press of time despite the fact that he left all the requirements of his former life behind. His involuntary appointment with Star Central was the morning of the next day, and that was really the point of no return. Up to that moment, everything he'd done could be ignored, discarded, and he could go back to what he was before. It was tempting. He could imagine playing dumb with the power testing and going back to being a janitor. But that was probably unlikely if Glory Beam herself had noticed him. More, there was no telling how long he'd coast if he stopped now. It had taken him years to work up to actually doing something, and changing course at this point seemed impossible. Isaac just sighed and went to change back into Harkim Jurel, returning to the tiny hotel room he rented for the week, practically a closet. But it wasn't like he was doing anything there but sleeping. Even though it was silly, he felt like he was expecting a knock at the door at any time, and the usual thumps and bangs and sirens of the city twitched him awake. Morning came as usual, and Isaac went to the nearest gym, not his usual one, to get a shower and his normal workout. The radio played news in between old, scratchy recordings of bands that hadn't been active since before Isaac was born. And most of it was the usual rumors of the Lunar Rebellion, saber rattling from the great-scaled kings from the deep kingdoms, some claims from the Abyssinian Empire about reproducing Empyrean crystal, the usual, except for one thing that did get his attention. Additional attacks throughout the 5-city alliance yesterday using technology verified to belong to the villain Mechanical. Authorities have assured us that he remains safely imprisoned on the moon, as he has been for the last 60 years. Mechanical has not been active since he agreed to exile after Turatan foiled his attempt to seize control of the cosmic orrery. But could this be a sign of his return? The dry, measured tones of the newscaster undercut any attempt to be dramatic. But multiple attacks by the same person usually meant something big was stirring. The incident at the hospital had been due to Mechanical's forces, too, and Isaac had been living in Star City long enough to know that escalating problems meant that he had to be ready to take cover. Literally so, as there were shelters discreetly tucked all over the city, and as tensions increased, people tended to stay near those. Bus and train schedules would change. Certain shops and cafes would become more popular. It wasn't a major change, not one a foreigner or tourist would recognize. But it was a low-level anxiety that didn't do much to help Isaac's mood, especially since there was no telling when things would come to a head, whether it was in a day or a year, or whether Star Central would track down the problem before anything happened. There wasn't anything he could do about it, but it might well help with his actual goal. If some other supervillain was making moves, Crash might bunker down and give Isaac a chance to snoop. With that thought, Isaac returned to his self-storage and got into the persona of Chains. He'd have to be a little bit more voluble if he wanted to ingratiate himself with the gangers, though he was surprised by how quickly he had been accepted. It didn't seem possible that Star Central hadn't tried infiltrating before, and while Isaac's costuming was good, he didn't think he could deceive super senses, such as Columbus, since the Flyman was pretty obviously in the gang for that specific purpose. He either managed to bamboozle Columbus, or the gang had figured he was enough on the level to give a chance. Well, the more fool them. He's not at the apartment administrator, and he didn't go to work at the hospital. Administrator Ike sighed as the tinny voice of cyberlocution sounded over the radio, the massive monitors in his office fuzzing briefly as he pulled up the small file they had on Isaac Hartson. He was another one of the lost generation, a nominal class strength super. After Machine Head had been pulled in, they'd given him a brief look to see if he was a telepath. But some observation at the hospital had shown that he really did have a strength-type power, although an odd one. Generally, the specific wrinkles of powers didn't matter to the broader view. All powers were idiosyncratic, whether they were natural, granted by magical artifacts, mystical knowledge, or alien technology. One person might have ultra-dense muscle, another might have tactile telekinesis, and a third might have a flat weight offset to something they handled. Bulk Press could simply lift literally anything over his head, no matter how heavy or solid. But since he couldn't do anything other than that with any degree of strength, he was relegated to rescue and construction. Yet, he knew exactly how his ability worked, so he was very good at it. And so, when it came to the top end of metas, the wrinkle skull'd make a difference. There was nothing about any of Hartson's interactions that implied anything other than the ability to handle heavy objects. Nor was there anything in his files to imply any contacts or activities that would link him with a telepath. Not that there was much. Like most of the Lost Generation, virtually all records had been destroyed in the fight. Hospital, homes, schools, all of them had been flattened out of several hundred kids. Maybe a quarter of them had a verified name from surviving teachers. All the rest just had their records start in the foster care system. Most of the investigation had been spent very delicately prying into Caleb's other contacts, something which seemed to have been a mistake. Not that Ike figured Hartson was himself the telepath, but quite likely had been influenced in a similar manner. Maybe asking Glorybeam to invite Isaac in had been too much. He figured that her attention would force whoever it was to leave Isaac alone. Clearly that hadn't happened. Put out a missing persons bulletin, Ike decided. Possible code siren. It wasn't often that he had to deal with telepaths, but it did happen. See if you can track where he might have gone. on. Yes, sir, Cyberlocution said. He has a car. But it's an Odell. Do what you can, Ike said, since 1 out of every 5 cars on the road was an Odell. Surplus from the settlement between the 5-city alliance and Tinkertown itself. Once Cyberlocution signed off, Ike composed several messages, sending agents out to the various banks to see if there was anything in Hartson's spending habits. That task didn't need any actual supers to fulfill. Thankfully, Ike considered telling Machine Head about Hartson's disappearance, but ultimately decided against it for the moment. It would only distract him, and given the moratorium on contact thanks to the traces of mind control, Machine Head hadn't had a chance to talk to Hartson recently anyway. A few more days wouldn't matter, and theoretically needed Machine Head's surveillance network. The mechanical attacks were getting worse, and there were all too many targets. It had been easy enough to figure out what the pattern was. All the normal technology mechanical had left behind. The man had provided specialty machines to all kinds of industries from medical to construction through various fictitious companies or charities, and most of them still worked. Ike still wasn't certain how much of that philanthropy had been genuine, and how much of it was terribly long-laid plans, or whether there was even a point distinguishing between the two. It was certain that nobody had been able to track down all of it either, and when the devices in question were critical medical scanners or concrete recyclers that worked at impossible levels of efficiency, nobody had the political will to confiscate or destroy them. Why does everything happen at once? Ike sighed to himself, putting in another request to speak with Moonblast. He might be forced to go to the moon himself if things developed further, and wouldn't that just be fun? Though that wasn't going to happen immediately, and there was plenty more on the docket than just the lingering problems. The life support chair hummed away as he worked, making up for damage to his organs, fully oxygenating his blood and trickling in the esoteric chemicals that kept the ravages of lingering power in his body at bay. Administrator, Ike twitched as Glory Beam's voice drew him away from his monitors. It was irksome that she could essentially teleport, in addition to all her other powers. The black and gold armor stood by the door, the woman inside completely obscured. Glory Beam, Ike said, as the life support chair addressed the spike of adrenaline with a soft, barely audible chime. Thank you for stopping by. I wasn't sure you have the time. The Biotitan threat in the remote ocean is currently quiescent, Glory Beam said stiffly. Ike didn't take it to heart. She was always stiff and formal, given everything that's going on. I'd appreciate it if your boyfriend would knock it off for a bit, Ike said, though he imagined Glory Beam's relationship with Black Time was quite complicated. Exactly how it worked he didn't want to know. But since Black Time was impossible to kill or contain, Ike was happy enough to have some kind of leash on the man. We may even have a rogue telepath, and I don't think that something Ganny once around. I will convey your request, Glory Beam said, and Ike waved her off. She vanished in a lingering afterimage of light, and Administrator Ike returned to work. There was always more to do in Star Central, coordinating the heroes of the 5-city alliance and dealing with the machinations of criminals, mundane and super alike. Trouble never slept. Isaac followed Smokeshow as they walked through the slums, hiding his discomfort behind the aloof demeanor that chains provided. It wasn't so much the supposed reason for the patrol that bothered him, which was to keep an eye out for trouble and stop it. Unsurprisingly, many of the people who wound up in the slums were violent and had poor attitudes, and the recent and still rising tension in the city didn't help. His problem was that it made no sense to send the newbie out on patrol with a high-ranking person like Smokeshow, while he never been in a gang before. He learned a bit at least by osmosis, and someone like him ought to be relegated to the low-grade scut work, not partnered with a tactical class meta who happened to be the daughter of one of Black Time's personal friends. He could only think of 2 good reasons. The first was that they were stringing him along, keeping a close eye on the newcomer so they would have him close to hand if they didn't like what they saw. Something that was supported by the 3rd member of their patrol, Columbus, pointing out undercover police officers in an undertone. That one, SA plant, the meta said in his strange, buzzing voice. One not quite human hand pointing at someone who looked like a kid in ganger leathers. The guy was just hanging out with a few others and smoking, with nothing to make him stand out to Isaac. SI, Star City PD. How do you know? Isaac grated out in Chain's voice. somewhat annoyed with himself for choosing such a gravely tone now that it seemed he needed to actually interact. "It's my specialty," Columbus said, tapping his temple. That was the kind of thing that made Isaac almost convinced they were messing with him. Since if Columbus could spot an undercover cop, he could certainly spot that Isaac was a fake. But there wasn't any of the smug undertone that he would have expected, and Isaac doubted that Crash would have bothered with that kind of subtlety anyway. The man wasn't dumb, but he was well known for brute force. "Don't worry, he can see who we are," Smokeshow said, taking a drag of her cigarette. Wisps of scentless smoke trailed around them, Smokeshow's power cloaking them in an illusion of some sort. Isaac couldn't tell what it was from the inside, but the smoke illusions were good enough to fool most metas. Hiding the three of them from casual observation was easy enough, which led him to the other possible reason. That Smokeshow was the one who wanted him to come along. He didn't have any idea what to think of that, because while she was cute enough and thankful I didn't trick of cigarettes, she was also a ganger's daughter and chains didn't actually exist. That was a recipe for utter disaster. But at the same time, he felt like he was impelled to act since Chains wouldn't be so reticent. At least the discomfort helped sell his brooding demeanor. The metal wrapped around his ganger clothes clinking as he strutted. Really through the slum. He probably should have felt bad for these people, and maybe for some he did. But he spotted a lot of people strung out on drugs, slovenly and idle. The sounds of people yelling, fighting, and breaking things. The sort of behavior that he seen all the way back in foster care, and exactly the reason he fought so hard not to fall into the habits so many nominal class metas did. Isaac had known kids who entirely rejected menial jobs like his janitor or maintenance technician or even a freelancer, actually preferring the gang life. Even tinkers, despite having all the advantages one could wish for, could get stuck at the low end because they acted like thugs. Admittedly, there was some level of competition between tinkers that Isaac didn't get, but even dreg tinkers could get a good job doing maintenance and repair. Gangers were fractious and violent sort, meta or not, so it wasn't long before they found the kind of trouble that was generally expected in the slums. Two sets of idiot kids yelling and brandishing guns at each other. Isaac winced even if Chains merely began unwrapping his weapons from around his forearms. The belligerents didn't looked to be metas, so actually using his power was dangerous. No matter how dumb they were, Isaac definitely didn't want to see any idiot kids die. Although calling them kids might not have been entirely accurate, some of them were older than him. He started forward even before Columbus or Smokeshow said anything, though he knew he'd have to be careful. These were regular folk, not someone who could take a hit from inertially invested Chains. At least he, personally, could take it if someone had an itchy trigger finger. "Daniels, Levi, you cut that shit right now and go home," Smokeshow shouted as Isaac approached, getting their attention and that of their respective groups. Isaac didn't want to be arrogant, but even with 7 people involved he didn't think they really posed much of a physical threat to the 3 metas. So he wasn't worried when the guns turned his way. "Hey, bitch, you don't get to." The ganger cut off as Isaac whipped his chain down, slamming it into sidewalk between the quarreling idiots. It gouged a long tear in the concrete, sending chips flying and a puff of dust rising into the air. Isaac had to breathe very carefully not to choke on the dust and so ruin his own intimidation. "The iron nails keeps the peace here," Smokeshow said in a bored tone, strolling up behind Isaac and putting a hand on his shoulder. "And unless you want Chains to beat you senseless, take your people and go home. We've got enough problems here without you starting a shootout." Daniels or Levi, whichever one it was, looked like he was about to say something, but a bit of smoke plumed out between the two groups, and the kid changed his mind. The two groups dispersed with audible grumbling, but they went different ways regardless. In all, the encounter wasn't much, but it was better than people killing each other. "Good job," Columbus said. "Blast fist and hard edge are usually rougher. Just demonstrate power, and people like that fold," Isaac said. "Violence is what happens if someone shows weakness." "You sure you haven't been in a gang before?" Smokeshow asked, tapping the ash off her cigarette, the other hand still resting on his shoulder. "I have observed," he admitted, not even lying. The only reason he knew how to act was that he had been close enough to the ganger areas to watch dozens of confrontations, though the iron nails at least kept it from turning into all-out warfare. That and the fact that even if there was tension between low-level groups, at the top there was only black time. Well, it's a lot less trouble, Smokeshow said, hard on the sidewalk. Columbus pointed out, though there was a certain base level of disrepair around anyway, which, oddly, meant that there hadn't been any serious super fight there lately. The various construction metas in Star City tended to resurface entire areas when there was damage, since it was actually cheaper than piecemeal maintenance. Sidewalks can be repaired, Isaac said with a shrug as he began to wrap his chains back up, but stopped as Columbus made an odd, insectal noise, his entire body pivoting around to look off along the slums. Something headed to the base, he said, and took off running. Smokeshow followed, and Isaac took up the rear, wondering how with such super senses Columbus hadn't figured out Chains was a ringer, or if he had, what the game was. The attack certainly wasn't a game, as when they rounded the corner to the street with the base, Isaac recognized the shiny spheres dodging energy blasts from the building's defenses. Mechanical, he said, and both Columbus and Smokeshow whipped around to look at him. His tech, anyway, stolen. Oh, well if it's just that, Smokeshow said, breaking out into a rare smile, relief at not having to deal with a sovereign-class nightmare. Come on. Isaac really didn't want to get into a super fight with Tinker creations from one of the most terrifying men history had to offer, but at the same time, Chains had no choice, nor did Isaac, as helping defend the base might well be his ticket into unsupervised access, or an excuse to barge through, depending on how things went. The only reassurance was that nobody at the hospital had been hurt, the drones not having mayhem on their mechanical minds. He gathered his chains into his hands, pelting after Smokeshow and Columbus, and actually able to get ahead of them simply because he was taller. Even as he approached, he invested his clothes and, in the thinking he had since the super fight, reduced the inertia of his body in order to hopefully have the best of both worlds. There were 6 of the spheres, one large and the others smaller. From what Isaac could tell, the drones were systematically stripping away the building's facade, ripples in the air impacting the wall and making patches of it vanish. A chunk of stone was already gone, but the armor underneath seemed to be made of tougher stuff. From behind, a column of smoke zipped forward to surround the drones. Smokeshow's power not only let her control smoke and turn into it, but it was the stuff that made her illusions. Even if he hadn't seen the actual visuals, he'd seen the results before. Like how the car got away from the superback during the heist. Invisibility was just the start. He couldn't tell what Smokeshow was trying to show them from the outside, but the pulsing of the destructive beams paused for a moment, and one of the defensive turrets sticking out of the building scored a hit. A red bolt of energy glanced off the silver sphere, ricocheting into the air and zipping off into the sky. The big sphere seemed to pulse, a visible shockwave rolling through the smoke surrounding it, and behind him Smokeshow shrieked as the haze vanished. Isaac risked a glance back to see the girl crumpled on the ground, clutching her head in her hands. Columbus slowed, and given that he only had super senses, Isaac waved him back, still gripping his chains. "Help her," he shouted backward, crossing the last few feet to where the big central sphere hovered. It was just above head height and, now that he was close to it, he could see that it was a good 6 feet across, much larger than he thought. Isaac whipped the chain over his head, trying to push extra inertia into the already saturated chain as it tore through the air. The sphere pulsed again, and this time the wave hit him. He flinched reflexively, but instead of what happened to Smokeshow, a sudden numbness washed through the metaphorical muscle he used to apply his power. Isaac blinked, and then felt his arm dragged down as the chain continued to move, unable to resist the motion as he was now beholden to all the extra inertia he'd given it. Metal hit metal with a deafening boom. The drone's shell groaning as several tons of force slammed into it with the profile of a relatively small chain. The machine dented, then gave way as the chain scythed downward, only failing to rip his arm out of its socket by virtue of the fact that it was mostly tugging on the inertia invested in his sleeve. But he was trapped, unable to move as he was pulled over. The chain finished cutting through the sphere a moment later, slamming into the ground as Isaac fell forward, fear spiking through him as he struggled against the prison of his clothing. As he tilted over, all he could think of was how Caleb had fallen. Only Caleb hadn't. T had inertial tons of clothing surrounding him. Isaac's own power was going to crush him flat. Something inside the bisected sphere clicked, sighed, and failed. And just as Isaac hit the ground, his power returned. His head hit the asphalt and stopped. The low inertia meaning he stopped dead rather than actually impacting. But his clothing didn't crush him. The two mangled halves of Mechanical's drone thumped to the ground a moment later as their levitation decayed, far too close for comfort, and Isaac pulled himself out of a cracked depression in the road, somewhat dazed. The remaining spheres hummed and then flew away as he watched with bemusement, then looked down at the broken pieces of the machine he destroyed. The exposed interior was filled with fine gears, some still spinning uselessly, others jammed, bent, and destroyed. Just looking at the intricate mechanisms filled him with an unnameable dread, as if he were glimpsing something not meant for mortal man. Yet, there were bits that looked familiar, pieces of scaffolding and bracing, and the color of the odd blue metal used in its construction. His hazy mind connected it after a moment. He'd seen much the same in the ripped-out guts of the scanning device that had been damaged in the attack on the hospital. He'd lived with Tinkers long enough to recognize the unique fingerprint that meant they had the same source. He was too muddled to think much about that at the moment, and when he tried to turn away from the mess, the chain still wrapped around his arm stopped him, embedded as it was in the ground. A few desultory tugs failed to free it, and rather than figure out how to retrieve the thing, he just divested it of all the extra inertia and unclipped it. Then, as he was thinking about it, he pulled all the extra inertia from his clothes and chains. Just for now he didn't entirely trust things at the moment. What was that? Columbus asked, crouching next to Smokeshow, who was still holding her head, despite what media said. Leaking blood from the eyes or the nose, or worse, coughing it up was generally a sign of serious injury, so he was glad to see none of that. Power inhibitor, Isaac grunted, though he'd only heard of such things in comics. In the real world, there wasn't some special magical way to stop people from accessing their powers, given the huge range of ways they worked. Hell, the inhibitor hadn't removed the inertia from his chain or his clothes, so it clearly wasn't perfect. How do you know all this? Columbus challenged, helping Smokeshow to her feet. Isaac helped, reaching out to steady the girl on the other side. I saw another attack like this, Isaac half-lied, since he'd seen the footage from the hospital and the aftermath. Even if he hadn't been there at the time, someone is stealing mechanical tech, which could be anywhere. It was only a guess, but he made a statement since chains certainly wouldn't be uncertain. GUH, said Smokeshow, quick med inside. She continued, and Isaac exchanged a look with Columbus and helped Smokeshow into the building despite its still active defenses. The guns didn't swing to target them, thankfully, and the doors opened of their own accord for the three of them. Isaac helped her into a chair in the cafeteria, while Columbus rattled through the cabinets before he came out with the healing patch. Isaac found his hands shaking, so he clasped them behind his back as Columbus fumbled out the quick med patch and Smokeshow applied it, slapping it against her arm. She sighed in relief, slumping in her chair, then buried her face in her hands. He exchanged an uncertain glance with Columbus as her shoulders shook briefly, since he would have thought that the daughter of a crime boss would be used to violence. Though thinking about it, he wasn't sure that was entirely true. Her power made her essentially immune to anything physical and maybe even stuff like energy blasts. And with her dad being who he was, nobody would have tried to bully her even when she was younger. For all he knew, this was the first time she'd actually been punched in the face, metaphorically speaking, and the sensation of losing her power might have been far worse for her than it was for him. We should check the rest of the building, Isaac said, lacking any other useful contribution. Besides, he wanted to know how everything was laid out, hopefully to give him some idea of where and how to get what he wanted from Crash. There might not be a better chance, even if he did feel a bit bad about exploiting the situation. Gangers or no? Yeah, Smokeshow said, standing up, her dark makeup smudged. Dad's not going to be happy anyway. But it'll be better if we make sure nothing got stolen. She took a long breath, then nodded at Columbus. Go button us up, I'll take chains with me in case there's anything else up there. The flyman returned her nod and headed off to a door on one side of the cafeteria room, while Smokeshow led him to the other. He kept a hand under her elbow, a habit born from helping Caleb get around when they both been younger. And while the quick med seemed to have worked, she let him do so. She lifted one of the many silver chain necklaces she wore and pressed it against the front of the unmarked door, and there was a click as it unlocked. Smokeshow silently led him down the carpeted hallway beyond, and he glanced through any open doors he saw. It was clearly a converted office building, but some of the former offices had been turned into bedrooms, others into storage with jumbled boxes. Smokeshow opened one closed door, and through it Isaac saw guns, both conventional and tinker-made, racked on the walls, but he only got a glimpse before she closed it. An elevator took them upstairs, and Smokeshow finally spoke. Well, that was shit, not fun. Isaac agreed, but could have been worse. He couldn't help think about close he'd gotten to being pasted by his own powers, or the lack thereof. Yeah. Smokeshow produced a cigarette from somewhere and brought it to her lips. As usual, it didn't smell of anything, and Isaac had to wonder if it was actually real, or just one of her illusions. Never felt something like that before though. She wandered along the upper hallway, opening doors that just had knobs rather than any kind of security arrangement. Same, Isaac admitted. The sudden loss of power hadn't hurt, but the more he thought about it, the more disturbing it was. I heard mechanical used to be a big name, but I didn't realize he had that stuff. This is Dad's room, Smokeshow said parenthetically. As she opened one of the doors, Isaac peered over her shoulder, trying to commit it to memory. Like the rest of the rooms, it had a small, armored window, illuminating a surprisingly neat and clean floor and bed. In the corner there was a large computer console, one of the old microvac models with tape drives, with wires leading to a Tinker monitor with half its innards exposed and a thick cable winding up to the ceiling. That was probably Isaac's target, and while he couldn't do anything about it now, he made sure to memorize the serial number to make sure he got the right type of tape for it. Looks clear, he observed, and Smokeshow grunted. Closing the door, she continued on to the end of the hall and opened the door there, revealing what was obviously her room, with posters on the wall for bands some he'd never heard of, and a few like Moon Prism that were fairly famous, and a bunch of plush magical girl figurines on a shelf. Thankfully she didn't invite him in. Isaac had no idea what to do if she gone that far, but she did lean on the jam and rub her eyes, further smearing her cosmetics. She looked subtly different than usual, less pale and dark, her usual appearance likely altered by illusion. I don't know if I am up for this, she said, not looking directly at him. Running cover was fine, but getting hit like that, there are other options than this, Isaac said, not sure if he was really equipped to give advice. But he'd take any chance to try and convince someone away from being a ganger, so long as you don't go hero. Smokeshow took a deep drag on her possibly fake cigarette and let it out. Maybe to know what I do. Everyone I know in the iron nails. You could come to the convention, Isaac said, mouth betraying him before his brain caught up. He wished he could play it off as just wanting to offer her another option, something other than gang life. But he wasn't stupid enough to ignore himself. Despite everything that advised against it, or maybe because of it, he was interested in her. In a flash he realized that he was going to have a pretty rough time going forward if he was going to try and date the daughter of one of the guys he wanted to bring to account, or even if headed TTRY. Just being in her vicinity was going to screw with his ability to think. It would have been better if he not said anything, but he couldn't take it back now. The what now? Metaphicon, Isaac clarified, almost feeling things shift as he committed to the course. Fan convention for metas, real or fictional, next Wednesday. There's former supers there, and other metas. Just people doing something other than this. Smokeshow said. Maybe. She paused for a moment, studying his face as she took another drag on her cigarette. I gotta call Dad, she said abruptly. You should probably get outta here, just 'cause he'll throw a fit and you don't want to be around. Sure, said Isaac, and backed away as Smokeshow stepped into her room. Just before she closed the door she stopped and looked back. Hey, she said. Thanks. Then she closed the door without waiting for his answer. He shook his head. putting aside the whole interaction with some serious effort, and started snooping on his way back to the elevator. No matter what, he wasn't willing to compromise on his original goals, and he gotten a lot farther than he expected. If he had the right tape drive, he would have gone right to Crash's room. But as it was, he have to figure out a way to come back. Since it was a former office building, he found what he was looking for off to the side of the elevator, a janitor's closet. He was pretty certain that the clean floors downstairs and the nicely vacuumed carpet upstairs wasn't something that was done by any of the gang members. And judging by the contents of the closet, he was right. There was the usual vacuum, mop, broom, and so on. But most importantly, there was a checklist and sign-off sheet, an itemized list of to-do items, from a weekly refilling of toiletries to a bi-monthly rug shampooing. By the dates, the cleaning crew came on Fridays, so he had a day to get ready. He felt a lot more confident about joining in cleanup than he did about getting access by trying to finesse Smoke Show. And a lot better, too. It wasn't just that he was interested in her. Smoke Show had her life decided by supers, the same as he had. The girl hadn't chosen her parents. But unlike him, she hadn't had a chance to go out and try and make something of herself. Maybe if he gave her something outside the gang, she could escape the trap of being a ganger forever. He got back in the elevator, poking the button for the ground floor, and by the time he emerged, Columbus was sitting in the cafeteria with a cup of coffee. As Isaac watched, the fly guy dumped 6 packets of sugar into his drink, stirring it around and then extending a proboscis to slurp it up like a straw. Disturbing. But people didn't choose their powers or mutations. Smoke Show is in her room, he reported. She need food and drink for the quick med. Columbus gave him a thumbs up in reply, continuing to slurp his coffee, and Isaac walked out of the building. There were a couple of normal gangers already examining the crushed and severed halves of the device, and they looked guilty as he emerged. It really wasn't his business. But Isaac hiked a thumb at the building anyway. Crash will return soon. Stow that inside or in a garage, he told them, then walked away down the street. Once he was out of sight, he started jogging, wishing he had some form of transportation for Chains, since he was getting tired of having to run a couple miles every time. At least he was getting exercise. After a quick change at the self-store, he went out as Harkeem, the fussy southerner, being a solidly neutral and forgettable persona for making a variety of random purchases. A tape drive and extension of the right make for his own computer and set of backup tapes, some extra cleaning supplies, a refill on cosmetics. He even went and looked at a bicycle for Chains, but couldn't see it meshing with the gruff ganger's personality. Chains needed a motorcycle or monowheel, but those were far and away too expensive, even if he bought a used one somewhere. The trip let him listen in on the radio from various stores where the news was playing, and he bought a couple of newspapers from a stand. Before, he get most of his news from Caleb or from gossip at the hospital. But now that he was off by himself or hanging around the slums, he had to resort to more conventional means of informing himself. Mostly, he was morbidly curious if the whereabouts of one Isaac Hartson were being sought. But according to the papers, there had been other glimpses of mechanical machines in other parts of the 5-city alliance, perhaps even further abroad. But getting news reports from foreign kingdoms or city-states was a little tenuous. Before, he thought that maybe black time was involved. Whenever anything large was stirring, that was the first and easiest assumption. Of course, he had his own personal grudge, but it was just a fact that black time ran most of the crime in the area. But with the attack against Crash, that was out and worrisome. Isaac forced himself not to fret over it too much, though he was still just a nominal class meta. Even if he had somehow managed to take out one of the drones, probably thanks to whoever was messing about with them being vastly inferior to the real mechanical, he didn't go back to the slums. Partly because he didn't want to be interrogated by Crash. Partly because he didn't want Chains to be associated with the cleaning crew even slightly. Mostly because he was all ganger out and didn't feel like facing even a hint of violence. Chains was aggressive and decisive, but that was stressful when Isaac didn't really know what he was doing most of the time. Instead, he spent the downtime finishing details on Ravdia's armor and weapon, some wire and extra padding, to reinforce it and make sure that it wouldn't squash him if he were somehow deprived of powers once again. Then, since he had spare time, He kept at it and added some bits and pieces to Lou's toolset, pencils and screwdrivers, old wrenches from a scrap heap in the industrial district, some cough drops, duct tape, nothing that would imply any skills Isaac didn't have, but he did know how to at least turn a valve or fix a light switch. Not that he needed to do it, but he had to keep himself busy to stop from dwelling. Both costumes got packed into a section duffel, along with the outfit for chains. Under the circumstances, he needed to have all his personas available when he went out. There was no point in creating and establishing them if they weren't going to be at hand when he needed them. Not that he was looking for a fight, but the city was uncertain at the moment. He headed over to the slums early in Lou's costume, but dressed over top that as a generic ganger. A bandana covered Lou's bald cap, and big thick eyebrows along with a permanent sneer altered his face. In a way it wasn't much of a disguise, but changing the way he walked and the details around his eyes and nose tended to be enough to prevent any casual scrutiny. Besides, he wasn't intending to interact much. He simply swaggered through the slums in the pre-dawn light, with essentially nobody around, and when he reached the street with Crash's building, which still had swaths of stone missing to reveal metal underneath, he went and ascended one of the fire escapes on the other side of the street. If it weren't for the super fight alongside Smoke Show, he wouldn't have thought of it. But in hindsight, the roof perch was obvious. Too obvious, most likely, which was why he didn't take one directly across from Crash's building, but rather down the road, closer to the edge of the slums. A commercial cleaning crew would probably come from the better area of town, so he could hopefully catch it that way. Isaac waited. There was, unfortunately, no telling when the crew would show up, since that hadn't been helpfully recorded on the sheets in the janitor's closet, so he settled in for the long haul. He had bottled water and granola bars, and a blanket to sit on, so he hoped he wasn't already too late to catch them. The idea wasn't as stupid as it might seem at first blush. He long found that people had a certain visceral dislike of being around strangers cleaning up, and tended to make themselves scarce, coupled with the fact that Smoke Show spent most of her time hanging around Lovelace and Crash was mostly away. There wasn't likely to be anyone to trip him up other than the cleaning crew, and given the damage, he was planning to just present himself as extra help from the gang. Even if the cleaners didn't know exactly what they were working for, it was obvious enough by the surroundings thickened off person, so it wouldn't be outlandish. And if they didn't buy it, he wouldn't push. He could always try again later some other way. Isaac didn't own a watch, but by the radio someone had on in the distance. It was just past 9, as marked by the morning show with Hal McKinley, when a branded van drove down the road and turned into the garage nearby. The mop and bucket on the side of the vehicle made it clear what it was, so Isaac hastened to finish his change to Lou, with the overalls and the mustache, dialing his inertia down to the minimum as he jumped off the side of the building with the magnetic tape in his pocket. With no inertia, he just stopped at street level rather than properly landing, and restored himself before hurrying across to lounge in front of Crash's building, just in time, too, as a quartet of similarly attired people came up the road, the man lugging a wheeled trash can and the 3 women carrying small bags. The woman in the lead frowned at Isaac, putting her hands on her hips. "Who are you, then?" "I am Lou," Isaac said, tapping his scuffed and faded name badge. "Just got sent to do some scut work. Pay off some debt. I can do whatever you need me to. Vacuuming, toilet cleaning, whatever." The woman looked skeptical for a moment, but before Isaac could panic, it turned out her concern was of a very specific nature. "We don't have to pay you, do we?" "No, I am on my own hook," Isaac said, giving them his best hapless smile from beneath Lou's mustache, hunching slightly with his hands in his overall pockets. "Hate scrubbing toilets anyway," the woman grumbled, and opened the door. Isaac wasn't entirely certain how the security worked, but none of the weaponry targeted them as they went inside. They got to work immediately, cleaning wrappers and discarded napkins from the tables and counters, refilling sugar and coffee packets from the supplies, and of course mopping and wiping things. Isaac was sent off to take care of the bathrooms, which was fine. So long as he was let into the upper floor, he could manage. It wasn't like he didn't know what he was doing. and it was obvious what places were off limits. The locked doors he seen Columbus and Smoke Show open before remained locked, save for the first door out of the cafeteria. It made sense, as it was just a step too far to get a commercial cleaner for the security station or armory. The cleaning chemicals stung his nose as he worked away, doing his best not to worry. Either he'd get upstairs and be able to do his thing, or he wouldn't. And the worst he'd have done is lose a morning. Both acting and cleaning were easy enough for him, so he was able to just focus on the work. Thankfully, there were bathrooms upstairs, too, so maybe 30 minutes in he joined the man whose name he hadn't gotten in the elevator and up to the second floor. His hand almost went to where the tape was in his pocket, but he stopped himself just in time. No need to make any suspicious moves where others would notice. Isaac stepped out onto the second floor, following the other guy to the janitor's closet. ILL vacuum, he volunteered, hands in his overalls. Need a break from the chemicals? You still doing the bathrooms? The guy told him. Yeah, sure, Isaac said easily, in Lou's cheerful voice, and took the vacuum he'd been handed. He flicked it on and tuned out the whine as he started on the carpets, running the thing back and forth and getting ever closer to Crash's door. He was almost there when he heard a voice behind him. A raised, familiar voice. Hey, said Smoke Show. Isaac very slowly reached to switch off the vacuum cleaner. His mind raced with explanations for why he might be doing what he was. And while he hadn't actually done anything actionable, that wasn't how criminal organizations worked. Just by reflex he started dumping inertia into himself and his clothes as he turned around to face Smoke Show, almost at a level with her face thanks to his slouch. The toilet keeps running, Smoke Show said, waving her hand down the hall. Isaac blinked at her, still not sure if the gangers were messing with him. Surely she recognized him face to face. You think you can take care of that? Yes, ma, Isaac said, responding automatically while he was struggling to catch up. Great, Smoke Show said, and sauntered back down the hall toward the elevator. Isaac stared after her, finding it difficult to believe he hadn't been made. In fact, he knew he should have. The only explanation he had was that something about his power was amplifying his disguises. But he'd never gone around fooling people with his cosplays before. It was useful, but he'd have to figure out what the hell was going on before he risked trusting it again. An investigation that he'd have to leave until later. Since he had the chance to do something now, he carted the vacuum into Crash's room, switching it on to cover any noise and running it up against the closed door so he'd have a bit of warning if someone else appeared. Then he shook himself, divesting Lou's costume of inertia with a mental shudder. He needed to get rid of that habit, now that he'd found out how dangerous it could be to be trapped in inertially invested clothes. But he would need to figure out what he should do instead. For now, he had work to do. Pulling the tape out of his pocket, he slid it into the drive and executed the normal wake-up combination on the keyboard. The operating system was the same one used by most public libraries, which was normal for the old microvac computers, so he knew where to look. Logs from mailing, comms, and documents. While it transferred, he went ahead and finished vacuuming the room, because it needed it. Crash seemed to have a habit of tracking dirt inside. Of course, he did go and fix the toilet. Once he put the computer back as he found it and had the tape safely in his pocket. For all the expense of the security system, the facilities were still on the cheap side, so the screws tended to get loose over time. Easy to fix, but he wasn't surprised Smoke Show had never learned how. The remainder of the morning as they finished the checklist rubbed his nerves raw, if nothing else because it was so quiet. All the equipment was returned to the closet, and Isaac was freed back onto the streets. The tape in his pocket seemed to weigh 10 times as much as it should, and as he walked along the sidewalk he realized he'd inadvertently given it a bit of extra inertia. Not much, but enough to make it consequential as it moved. Once he fixed that, he ducked into an alley long enough to pull off Lou's distinguishing features, and made sure nobody was watching as he climbed up to retrieve his bag. From there it was a straight shot to the self-store, though he started at every car horn and tire squeal, worrying about too many things at once. The moment he got inside, he slid the tape into the drive he'd gotten for it, waiting for the clamshell to load and then typing in the commands to access the drive. Every single one of the files was in an unknown format. Isaac blinked at it, and then sighed, thumping his forehead with his fist. off-course seat was protected. He hadn't even checked, and the protection might not have kicked in until the files were copied out of the minivac. But it was obvious that there would be something to keep someone from casually getting it. Protection against exactly the sort of casual infiltration he performed. He got up and paced, too jittery to stay seated. But the answer was obvious. He had to get it cracked, which meant going to a tinker. There wasn't a guarantee any given tinker would even be able to recover the files, assuming they were the real thing and not some junk created by a security program, but he had to try. Do I still have his information? Isaac wondered aloud, putting the drive aside and poking through his clamshell. Most of the kids of the lost generation knew each other, more or less, but few remained friends as they all gone separate ways after leaving foster care. More than a few had gone into the slums and the gangs, but some had managed to stay afloat in other ways, including a few tinkers. Caleb, obviously, but since Isaac couldn't get in contact with him, his other option was Greg. Isaac had commissioned the guy for help with some of his earlier costumes, and found that he was more of a mechanical tinker than an electronic one. But that didn't mean he couldn't crack a file. Isaac didn't understand the realm of tinkering particularly well, even after Caleb's lengthy rants. But he did know that there were dozens of different solutions to any given problem, no matter what style of technology was involved. When he did find Greg's number, it was actually in one of his old notebooks, not on the clamshell. He had to go find a payphone, but the number still worked. After a few rings, the line clicked as someone picked up and a half-familiar voice answered. "Why, hello." "Hello," Isaac said, channeling Harkeem's soft-spoken voice and the terrible accent it had. "I have a job for Greg." Yeah, Greg didn't sound particularly enthusiastic about it, but he never did. "I have a Royal Max data tape, model number 267. The data is obscured or encrypted in some way." With Harkeem's voice, it sounded oddly professional, or maybe just out of some crime drama. "I am, of course, willing to pay a premium. Not really my specialty," Greg said, voice warming infinitesimally at the prospect of pay. "But I can give it a look. Not going to be cheap, though. Good work never is," Isaac assured him, knowing that Greg had enough of an ego that some extra praise would help. "I'll take a look," Greg said. 20,000 if it's something I can do. 25 if you start on it immediately. And of course, exercise utter discretion." It depleted his stock of currency more than a little, but there was no point to having the money if he wasn't going to use it. 25 up front, said Greg, quickly enough that Isaac figured he was not only being ripped off, but that Greg might need the money. "Deal," said Isaac. Once he had the particulars of Greg's address, he returned to the self-store to fully change into Harkeem and make a copy of the data for Greg. The Miracycle brought him to an address very similar to his old apartment, something on the edge of the slums, but not quite in it. It was larger than Isaac's previous address, but that was only to be expected from a mechanical tinker who needed the room. Greg answered the door. He was, as Isaac remembered, tall, thin, narrow of face and shoulder, sharp of nose and chin. If he didn't dress so sloppily, he would probably look respectable, but as it was, he just looked underfed and overworked. "What?" Greg said rudely. Isaac held up the tape cassette. "I called earlier," he said, in Harkeem's polite tones. "About a job." "Yeah, sure," Greg replied impatiently, holding out his hand. "Creds." Isaac dropped the tape into the outstretched hand instead, and then withdrew the credsticks he counted out earlier from his suit pocket and held them out. As acerbic as Greg was, he never actually stiffed Isaac, so while it was strange paying out so much, he didn't feel too worried. The tinker grunted and vanished, leaving the door open, and a moment later returned with a small disc of metal, like a coaster but with a flag embossed into the center. "When I am done, the flag LL pop up," Greg said, handing the coaster to Isaac and then closing his door without another word. Isaac blinked at the closed door, then turned away, a bit at loose ends. All the momentum he built up over the data evaporated into nothing, and he meandered back to the self-storage, unsatisfied. Rather than sit and stew on cold concrete and cold granola, he took his mini-comp and went back out to one of the cafes under Harkeem's Fussy Guys. A pair of supers shot overhead between skyscrapers as he pedaled, one in bright colors leaving a glowing trail behind her, and the other in heavy armor that hummed as it passed above him. A rumble came from somewhere else in the city, and people drifted toward the shelters, including Isaac, ready to duck inside if the sirens sounded. But after a few minutes the all-clear chime sounded instead, and a few dozen strangers extricated themselves from the entrance hall and resumed what they were doing. Isaac himself ducked into the nearest cafe that advertised cybernet access, ordering a soup and sandwich and plugging in his clamshell. The modem clicked and whirred and beeped through its connection, and Isaac checked through his mail nothing, as usual, and browsed his bulletin boards. Most of it was what he expected: people showing off their costumes, requests for commissions, gossip about superheroes. But there was one post in the convention staff board that caught his eye. Someone doesn't know the rules? We got a couple of metas threatening the backstage prep. We reported to Star, but they too busy to have someone hang around and deal with some dreg troublemakers. If anyone knows a meta who can deal with these vandals, we appreciate it. Swing by at 8ish if you willing. Below the message was a few bullet points about when the offending parties showed up and what they done. Low-level destruction, mostly, and normally Star Central would have dealt with it. Plenty of actual supers attended the convention, after all, but given the current tensions, it didn't surprise him that something so minor was just not high on the priority list. While Isaac didn't really want to get into other super fights, he wasn't about to let the convention get ruined. It was something he looked forward to every year, and now that he invited Smoke Show, however poor a decision that had been, he had to carry through. He hadn't forgotten about the weirdness with his costumed identities either, and his original intention had been to think the phenomenon over before anything. But a low-stress venue might work just as well. He swallowed the last bite of his sandwich and disconnected the clamshell, heading out of the cafe and wandering toward the nearest mall. It wouldn't do for Ravdia to arrive on a miracycle, but he needed something other than showing up on foot. He wandered through the mall, skirting around groups of teenagers hanging out or playing on the arcade machines as he watched people, always on the lookout for inspiration. Women in dresses strode through the second floor with purpose, high heels clicking on tile. 3 identical men sat in chairs at a barber shop, getting their beards sculpted. Isaac glanced over bikes, scooters, and even eyed the incredibly expensive and generally unreliable hoverboards. But it was entirely by accident he spotted the perfect thing for Ravdia. Shoes with wheels in them, like roller skates, but lower profile. Utterly stupid in many ways. Butek Sacklith kind of thing that would fit a magical girl. More, watching people earlier had reminded him that what people wore changed how they walked. Heels were made for strutting, and the skates would alter his own movement, hiding his stride as well as offering a bit of speed and mobility. It was a shame that his feet were a little too big to realisal it properly, but hopefully with the rest of the outfit it wouldn't be noticeable. Isaac bought a pair, ignoring the look the cashier gave him. He was used to people being baffled by the things he purchased for costumes. Painting the shoes the proper colors and decorating them with pseudorunes didn't take much time, but he had to learn to use them. 2. A heel click extended the wheels, though they were low profile, and trying to skate sent him sprawling a couple times before he started getting the hang of it. In the privacy of the self-storage, he donned the whole costume, holding the flail batons and skating circles around his car. It took him a while to get the hang of it, but by the time Isaac needed to head to the convention warehouse, he was at least good enough that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Ravdia's costume went into his duffel and he rolled out the miracycle, heading off as the streetlights flickered on and illuminated the sidewalks. He really did wish that he had super strength, as it make leaving the self-storage easier. Getting over the chain fence every time was becoming a chore. The warehouses where the convention stored all of its tables, placards, stand-ups, and all the other bits and bobs required to host thousands of people with hundreds of fandoms were all the way on the other end of the city. It was a shame they didn't have meta security on site, but most people couldn't afford that. For the same reason few people hired even dreg metas for normal jobs. The extra insurance was expensive, and most people didn't like working next to someone who could accidentally or purposely set them on fire or throw them through walls. Isaac rolled the bike along a loading dock at the rear of a warehouse, hiding it behind a stack of old pallets, and started strapping on Ravdia's outfit. Purple roller shoes, foam armor and a hat with an all-around veil secured to the armor. He flicked the hidden switches on his flails, making sure they properly lit up, then deactivated them and rolled around to the front of the warehouse. The lights were on, and he was sure someone was watching as he skated up and rapped on the door. "You Don. T look like a thug," said an amused female voice as the door opened. A short old lady that Isaac recognized from past years stood there, backed by two larger men who, while not metas, certainly looked tough enough. "Ravdia is here to defeat those who threaten the peace of our home," Isaac said, in his passable female voice and cribbing lines from one of the magical girl shows he ended up seeing at MetaPhyCon. He only had a certain amount of pre-rehearsed lines, and he be sticking to them, which wasn't actually unusual for supers, especially those starting out, since most people weren't really cut out for public speaking. As he spoke, he was hyper-aware of his power, as he started to push inertia into his costume, now newly reinforced so it wouldn't collapse on him. While he was doing so, even as he was trying to sell himself as Ravdia, he could feel just the tiniest bit extra going somewhere else. It was almost enough to make him fumble his words, but the momentum of his pitch kept it going. Instead of stalling out, he just shook the flails like pom-poms, flicking the switch to light them up. Anyone who took a close look would probably suspect those effects. But there were some real magical items in museums that looked absolutely cheap and tawdry. "Well, good. I don't know who these hoodlums are, but if you could run them off I'll get you a couple VIP passes to the convention." The lady offered him a winning smile, but of course Ravdia wouldn't care about such things. "Defeating evil is its own reward," Ravdia proclaimed, spinning the flails. Isaac hadn't yet put too much inertia in them, but still kept them well away from anything or anyone. "Oh, to be young again." The convention lady laughed. "Well, just need to make sure you scare away these people. Not even proper supers. Just some dreg toughs who think we got something valuable in here. Nothing will happen on Ravdia's watch." Isaac was already finding the high, girlish tones a strain, though the excitable attitude made it easier to deliver them. "No need for subtlety. We got a picture of these guys on the warehouse cameras," the lady said, beckoning Ravdia in. Isaac actually divested inertia as he skated in, making it so he could shift direction far more easily than usual, and preventing him from hurting anyone with the speed of the skates. Ravdia was in constant motion, circling the group and weaving between shelves even over the short distance to the little security office. The old, bulky monitor there wasn't much larger than his hand, and the cameras were only in black and white. But the photo was clear enough. 3 men and 1 woman. But only the woman and a similar-looking man seemed to have metallic skin, marking them as meta. But, as the old lady had said, probably dregs, without an increase in strength. A toughness power was not all that useful. Ravdia will punish these evildoers assuming they showed up. Isaac was feeling less and less certain, wondering why he rushed into another potential superfight and hoping he wasn't going to turn into one of those combat fanatics that characterized the upper brackets of Star City's lineup. But he had to keep going, keep doing something, or else he simply stall out and sink into the kind of complacency that had turned Kevin into a tweaking, strung-out ganger, or he'd just leave the city. If he was going to help take down Black Time's empire or help Caleb, he had to remain in motion. He skated back to the entrance, out into the parking lot, and started patrolling the warehouse exterior, or at least wandered around in front of it. A proper patrol probably needed more than just skating around on repainted sneakers, waiting for someone to arrive. The warehouse staff should also have asked more about him, or at least shown skepticism that Ravdia had any talent. But none of that had happened. It wasn't that they recognized Ravdia, that was clear. It was more that they didn't regard her like a newbie super, which was to say with caution and disbelief. A newbie super was a hazard to themselves and others, which was why Star Central spent so much time training them and took Avery dim view of vigilantes. It was more like Ravdia gave off the impression of being an old hand at it, or at least having a reputation. He thought about it as he made circles in the parking lot, pretending to be the upbeat magical girl. The flails made arcs as he continued getting a handle on them, and there was more than enough time to give them all extra inertia, though not all the way to the limit, because he didn't want to really hurt anyone. Fortunately for his peace of mind, it was less than half an hour before a car drew up, a new-style straight-six engine growling under the hood of the hot rod. Showtime, Isaac muttered under his breath as he saw the kids getting out of the car. The metal-skinned guy and girl were clearly siblings, and younger than he, D thought, still in their teens. And rather than gangers, they were just spoiled brats, more likely getting their kicks than trying any serious extortion. D seen the like before. Columbus had even pointed out gang tourists a few times on the abortive patrol. Halt, evildoers, Ravdia shouted, skating up at speed while Isaac flicked the switches to make his flails glow. Return from whence you came, or face the wrath of Ravdia. What the hell, the metal guy said, as the other two toughs came up behind the metal siblings. They looked a bit warier than the metas, but since Ravdia didn't wear the star that indicated an official superhero, they didn't seem too worried. Who are you? Ravdia is magnanimous. Isaac almost lost the voice at the end of the word, and swore he keep to easier canned lines. You have one chance to leave. Yeah, whatever, the metal woman snorted, stepping forward and putting her fist into her palms in a pale imitation of Crash's metallic sound. We don't care about some rando in a fancy costume. Is that plastic? The woman had a good eye, so Isaac zipped forward on the skates and simply bumped her chest to chest. He wasn't going all that fast, but with his inertia it was like hitting the metal-skinned lady with a bank vault. She went flying backward, hitting the car and smashing one of the windows. Isaac winced, even though Ravdia just stopped on a dime easy enough now that he gotten used to the skates, and turned to the metal man. Ravdia, my car you bitch, the metal man shouted, interrupting the next canned line, and leapt forward, arms wide to grapple, which made Isaac jerk backward, as inertia didn't mean anything with no leverage, and by reflex he whipped out the flail, catching the meta on the arm. The soft foam ball at the end bopped his upper arm, and he screamed as he went twisting and toppling away from the impact. The non-metas whipped out their guns, and the bullets hit the plastic and foam, spending their energy against the relatively soft but inertially significant material and dropping inside the armor. It felt like being in a rainstorm, if anything. The protection far better than just the clothing from before. Instead of hitting them with the flails, which might well kill them, Isaac skated up and pushed them with his shoulder. First one and then the other. Their attempts to deflect him didn't work, because he wasn't like a normal person. It was like trying to push against a small car, and even moving slowly there was an inevitability that forced them back and then made them topple over the curb. Then the metal woman tackled him. He hadn't thought about her after he sent her flying, and clearly he wasn't much of a fighter because he hadn't even noticed her getting up again. She thumped against him at full speed, rocking him back a little bit. The skates let him slide rather than fall, the woman's arms gripping him and actually pinning his arms to his sides. Once again Isaac vainly wished that he had actual strength to go with his powers, and vainly tried to escape her grasp before bashing the inertially invested hat against her face. She screamed and fell away, her nose and mouth bleeding in an oil-slick rainbow. Jasmine, the metal guy shouted, pulling himself up, favoring the arm Isaac had bashed. In the name of the moon, evil will fall with the canned line. Isaac whipped out the flail. The man tried to block it with his other hand, but without super strength. All that happened was that the flail smashed his hand into his chest and sent him flying again. One of the fake gems popped off the ball of the flail, and Isaac saw the star-shaped plastic embed itself into the car's bodywork. Hopefully nobody else noticed. Guys, I think she's a real super, one of the non-metas said, getting up from where he been sprawled on the asphalt and holstering his gun. Yeah, think the metal lady snarled, glaring at Ravdia and spitting the oil-slick blood onto the road. Where the hell did you come from? Surrender. Villains. Isaac was genuinely running out of canned dialogue, and he wasn't sure how well he could improvise. He also was clearly way too much for the Dread-class thugs, though if he didn't have the armor and time to prepare it would have been different. Or even if they gotten a good grapple on him, even the non-metas could probably have pinned him, given a chance. He just wasn't big enough to be able to fight that much muscle. I don't the guy said, then stopped as Isaac hopped off the curb and skated over to the car, holding up the flails menacingly. It was the best thing he could do to try and force compliance, since he hadn't thought far enough ahead and considered how to actually securionion in a super fight. At the very least he should have gotten some high-strength cord, but for the moment he went with threatening to ding the fired hot rod. Hell with this, said the woman suddenly. I am outta here. She turned to run, but skates were faster. It was rough on the asphalt, compared to the better-kept concrete of the warehouse front. But Isaac could still catch up before she vanished along the street and bonked her in the small of the back. She went sprawling, the metallic sound of her skin scraping along the pavement setting his teeth on edge. Stay down, Ravdia said cheerfully, returning to where the others were by the car and pointing at the guns. In the armor, Isaac might be bulletproof, but other people weren't. And at some point normal people would get involved. He doubted that the kids were ready to turn a regular brawl into a homicide, but people got stupid. Fortunately, the normal guys didn't. Try to fight. Apparently getting thrown by a light shoulder tap was enough to convince them that it would be better not to tempt fate. Something Isaac was thankful for, because he wasn't sure about what he could do without really hurting someone. From there, though, he was at a loss. Vigilantes weren't all that common, and it wasn't like he had a direct line to Star Central. The problem was solved when the warehouse door opened and one of the backup men came out carrying a package of zip ties. Isaac helped, although the gloves made him clumsy, ensuring the culprits were bound before going back to retrieve the metal lady. He couldn't pick her up, and didn't want to betray his lack of super strength, so he just herded her over to the car. Police are on their way, the guy helping him zip tie the assailant said, and Isaac nodded. That was his cue to leave. But first he had to clean up after himself. That piece of costume jewelry was still embedded in the side of the car, and Isaac slid over to yank it out, divesting the inertia in the process. From a superficial inspection of his flails, he hadn't lost any other pieces. But he have to retool his props so they were less likely to fall apart. He wanted to head off, but even zip-tied, without him there the metas could very easily break out and then take out their frustrations on the staff. So instead he stayed, idly flipping his flails back and forth until one of the ever-present distant sirens became very immediate, and a Star Police Department car rolled up next to the hot rod. Rather than slink off into the night and gain notoriety as some kind of criminal, Isaac tapped the heels of the roller shoes to stow the wheels and stood next to the warehouse lady after she emerged from inside. Not surprisingly, they did have a super with them, and one Isaac recognized: Steel Fist, strength and toughness, but nothing else. So he was restricted to normal vehicles to get around. Said Steel Fist, as he looked between Ravdia and the thugs. Keep your nose clean, kid. You want to do hero work? Go to Star Central. They'll be happy to take you. Isaac nodded enthusiastically, as Ravdia would. Even though he had no interest himself, he turned to leave, but found the convention lady holding out a hand with 2 slips of paper, the promised VIP passes. It seemed a little bit pat, but he took them and saluted. Ravdia, thanks you. The final line was chipper as always, and immediately he tapped his heels and skated off before the police could start asking questions. He circled around the block to the area beside the loading dock, grabbing the miracycle and heading along the row of warehouses to get further away from the incident before stripping off the armor. In a hidden corner by an electrical box, Isaac filled his lungs with the cement-scented air, finding himself a little shaky now that the fight was over, but glad that he engaged in that particular one. It hadn't been too dangerous. Star Central hadn't come after him, and he kept metas from trashing the convention warehouse, or whatever they were trying to do. Most importantly, he gotten an idea of what exactly was going on with his identities. Everyone used their power in unconscious and reflexive ways, and training that was one of the requirements for being an actual super and not just a meta. He learned to use his power externally entirely by accident. When he first started investing inertia in clothes, he hadn't even realized the hoodie he discarded had anything in it, and because of that he nearly killed Caleb, which had driven him to get completely reflexive at pulling out any investment he made. Something more fundamental was going on, and come morning he need to visit the public library to see if he could track down something substantive. If he was going to start changing his reflexes and habits, he needed to understand more about his power first. There wasn't much else to do while he waited for Greg to get back to him, other than hang out with gangers, and he wasn't sure how much he wanted to do that. After all, he already had what he wanted, and chains was only ever meant to be a means to an end. But abandoning things there didn't seem right to him. Not only would it be a dead giveaway he was the culprit, but he might still need the identity, and it might even be possible to convince Smokeshow to try something other than crime. It would all depend on how fast Greg could crack the tapes. Greg Hayden grumbled as his fingers danced over the delicate clockwork that he assembled in the lab he found deep underground, a mechanical haunt long abandoned. In every direction there was a clutter of gears, escapements, springs, chains, and casings, the remnants of his other creations. And they were his creations, even if some of them were older than he was. Some of it he taken apart for the purpose of cracking the files on the magnetic tape Hakim had provided, and paid handsomely for. The kind of pay Greg should getting. For what he could do, the ideas on mechanical computation were his genius, and easily could be translated to magnetic tape. All it required was a few stators and inductors, simply purchased from Component Shack. He set the tape in the cradle, the magnets of the stators humming into life as gears started to move. Data was pulled off and fed into an abacus-like arrangement of miniature mechanical logic gates, clicking and clacking and transmitting into an antique monitor. Electricity was not his specialty, but he knew enough to translate outputs into a cathode ray tube display. The components of the file appeared as jumbled nonsense, junk characters rapidly cycling as the abacus clicked and whirred, doing calculations far more advanced than even soft-chip-based processors. Greg scoffed at the so-called modern technology, knowing he was capable of something far more impressive. The artifacts he had recovered from his other self demonstrated it was only a matter of time, as the gears and mechanisms made intuitive sense, though some of it made him queasy to contemplate. The visceral strangeness a repulsive strain on his mind that he preferred not to consider just yet. While the decoder worked, he turned to the large spheres that occupied one corner of the lab. All but one were intact, as he needed them to gather more resources. After all, everything that Mechanical had left behind was his by right. Greg was Mechanical. He known it the first time he laid eyes on one of the clockwork devices, knowing his own work as surely as he knew his own hand or foot. Mechanical was known to be from some alternate universe, some different timeline or remote future. Greg was just earlier in the process was all. He was just as good, just as smart, and it was only due to the carelessness of Glory Beam and her ilk in creating the lost generation that he hadn't been given the time and resources that were his due. If anything, the other Mechanical had probably been spoiled, lavished with opportunity and attention. Bits and pieces of Mechanical his technology, salvaged from the unworthy who had been holding onto it, hummed and ticked and rumbled, much of it still working despite no obvious power source. There were deep secrets there, mechanisms hooked into the mainspring of the universe, and while he couldn't make them yet himself, that hardly mattered. He had made them, so it was possible. The half-disassembled or half-assembled, depending on perspective, half-sphere had the power suppressor exposed. A manifold of crystal and steel with intricate, watch-like gearing. He had improved upon the design with a projector, a long tube clamped onto the power suppressor, to turn the effect from a local pulse to a directed beam. Obviously his other self hadn't really been challenged enough. If he hadn't felt the need to properly weaponize such a thing, making it better than just a passive defense. If Greg had made such a modification to begin with, he wouldn't have lost one of the precious drones trying to get his stuff back from the slums. Of all people, it was some Dreganger that took out one of his machines, not an actual superhero. Utterly infuriating, and not something he was going to allow. Those gangers were getting another visit, but only once he had more resources behind him. The money that Hakim had fronted him would very much help with that, freeing him from the tyranny of commissions, repairs, and maintenance for a while he could steal money or food with the drones. That was absolutely a waste and a risk, and beneath his dignity. Greg lost himself in the tinkering for a while, using tools to etch, crimp, cut, and assemble. The sprawl of parts would be a mess to anyone else, but to him it was a buffet of options from which to pick and choose. Small gearboxes were attached to resonance chambers. Cogs and springs rotated, prisms and thermal motors vibrated to produce heat. It was annoying that he hadn't yet uncovered real weapons, since he would need something to deal with Star Central, the idiot superheroes who couldn't do anything right, who had killed his parents and who had forced him to submit to morons who were incapable of understanding his genius for most of his youth. People who didn't even think his tinker ability was better than a common class superpower Mechaniacalwa's sovereign class. So he was too. Such injustice burned within him, pushing him to longer and longer hours in his lab, and directing his drones to riskier targets as he retrieved more of the misallocated technology. Soon he'd need to move out of the building he was renting. Maybe he'd take over that area in the slums. Since Star Central clearly didn't actually care what went on there, it'd be fitting, after they wrecked his drone and taken it, after all the time he spent on the prototype range extension, not that the idiots had any idea what they were looking at, and even though he lost the data, the projector was probably a better approach anyway. A bell chimed as the decryption finished, and Greg pulled himself away from the machinery. He edged around a large steel casing, half-stripped and showing wires and pipes inside, and crossed to the monitor. The mechanical keyboard clicked in a satisfying pattern as he typed commands, the abacus-like innards of his computer shifting and sliding as it accessed the data. Normally he wouldn't have looked through the contents, only verified that they'd been decrypted into something comprehensible. He wasn't responsible for making sure that the data was usable or resolving any ciphers that may be involved, just that the initial encryption was undone, something that had been surprisingly difficult for a machine as powerful as his. For this particular task though, he was curious. Something that a man was willing to pay so much for, and the hurry involved. He went into an entry at random, finding it to be a list of archived messages, clearly auto-generated, to judge by the date string. Nothing that would normally be too interesting, except for the name that popped up at his first casual glance. Glory Beam. That was enough to make him delve further, intrigued in spite of himself. And the more he dug, the more astounded he was. Greg had no idea who Harkim was, who Hirialai was, and didn't really care. But the man had managed to get his hands on some seriously valuable intel from Black Time's people, discussions, plans, and a few photostats of documents, including some physical photographs. Most of it he didn't care about. Black Time was a villain. Villains would always do what they did. But the heroes, that was the juicy bits, mostly Glory Beam, who been the one responsible for the lost generation. But there were fragments of gossip on other heroes who had some contact with the villains. That was what he wanted. And even if there was an expectation of privacy, Greg was hardly going to let the opportunity go. He copied everything to his own private device, the mechanical data storage making us satisfied were as it registered the contents. But he also sent a few things to print. When Harkim returned, Greg would definitely give him the decoded documents. But if the man knew what was on those devices, he might be amenable to some coordination. Nothing to do with Greg Sreelgoals, but a nice bit of payback for what had happened some 20 years ago. After all, someone had to pay for it. Administrator Ike entered commands on the console of his life support chair as he waited for everyone to arrive for the next briefing, loading information into the room's display. It seemed like he spent virtually all his time in the briefing room these days, though that was just the way it was. Sometimes, crisis points came and went, and weeks where he could spend time resting and working on his own projects were balanced with weeks where the work never ended, and even supers began to show raggedness from a lack of sleep. Mocker was the first to arrive, the dark-featured warlock sweeping in with uncanny grace. Despite the unorthodox nature of his spellcasting, he was still one of the best experts on magical items and artifacts Star Central had. He looked the part, too, with a thin face and a pointed beard to complement the dark, sweeping clothing and tall hat. Steel Fist was next, and while some supers didn't think much of the guy for doing mostly street work with the police, he was an invaluable liaison between the high-powered threats that Star Central dealt with and the day-to-day issues of a city that the mundane government took care of. Skyfield and Hollydart were next, the patrol leads for the overnight issues. And finally he got a notification over the internal system that Thoughtstealer wasn't attending, but did send along her results. Negative. No signs of mind control on any of his supers, which was a thing anyway. While I know your actions were more consequential, he began, nodding to Skyfield and Hollydart. I would like to begin with Steel first. This new vigilante, Ravdia. Yes, Steel Fist said. Seemed like a young girl, but with that armor and veil, who knows? From my observation and the testimony testimony of those on site. She is an artifact user. Certainly exhibited excessively more force than she should have been able to apply, but didn't actually hurt people much. Came across as having been through real training, which is odd for someone that young, and someone we don't have any files on. Administrator Ike noted. Star Central tried to keep documentation on all metas, for obvious reasons, but new ones did appear on occasion as people awoke powers suddenly, came across lost, hidden, or discarded secrets or items, or were the victims of such. Mucker. Nothing I recognize, the warlock said, as Ike put the photostats from the police car and the warehouse security cameras on the large projector screen on the wall. If anything, say it, all decoration, meaningless in and of itself, probably hiding what the true artifact is. Those runes don't adhere to any proper structure, and they look wrong, like someone who had only seen Mooney work in passing. So the armor and weapons are fake. Ike frowned, going in to revise the commentary on Ravdia's brand new file. Not necessarily. Mocker flipped his hand, an obsidian gauntlet appearing on it, inlaid with gold. Constructs often take the form the user imagines, consciously or not. The armor was apparently bulletproof, not simply a costume. I would suspect there is an artifact, an amulet, a ring, something of that nature which produces it. Noted, Ike said, finishing the revisions. Any way to track such an artifact? I am growing somewhat disturbed by the number of new supers in the past few weeks. A power armor user, a physical super, and a magical artifact holder. All different types, very different people, and none of them with a reasonable match to a known meta. It wasn't unusual for a meta to try their hand at vigilantism or villainy, but most of them didn't last. As soon as the reality of extraordinary force set in, the overwhelming powers involved in such clashes, most people abandoned it. The romance and excitement of Thydioff fighting or committing supercrime ran up against the hard reality of how dangerous, difficult, and violent it actually was, and the meta gave up on it. Usually the vigilantes were just watched and the villains often simply given a slap on the wrist if they had restrained themselves, as they wouldn't be trying again. The pair that had decided to rob or assault the warehouse were, for example, known entities, Dame Beckham's children, along with their minders, given her vast fortune and the amount of media, charities, and supers that Beckham funded. Nobody wanted to come down too hard on the kids. Ike was going to have to do something about that, especially since things could have gone far worse with a vigilante. Jasmine's broken nose and Hawthorne's broken arm were a small price to pay for the sort of humbling the kids desperately needed. I will do some divinations, but it's unlikely I'll be able to find anything useful, Mocker warned. There are just too many sources of magic in Star City, and that's not including anything of lunar origin. Understood, Ike sighed. Every city in the 5-city alliance had its share of relics, a consequence of being on the coast and having occasional traffic or refugees, or just detritus from the sunken city. At least it kept its politics to itself. Unlike the lunar factions above, my worry is that these events are connected. Brand new supers appearing from nowhere, someone digging up caches of mechanical technology, and traces of mind control. I worry that there's some clairvoyant behind it all, sitting back and pulling strings. The other supers winced. Clairvoyant was a class of power that was extremely rare, even among those with access to magic. The ability to pull secrets and information from nowhere, from the past or future, was incomprehensibly powerful in a world full of tinkers, wizards, ancient civilizations, and hidden masters, at least for someone smart enough to apply it. Someone like Mocker, who was one of Star Central's most valuable assets, and the one most disturbed by the possibility. If we really have a new clairvoyant super vigilante Orvillane, then that needs to be our priority, Skyfield said, the weather super narrowing storm gray eyes as the small clouds that floated above his shoulders rumbled with miniature thunder. The mechanical attacks are an irritant, with the ability to suppress powers, but have yet to cause any significant damage or injury. It's just a guess. At the moment, a hypothetical, Ike said, though he had an entire dossier being constructed with that possibility in mind. But one serious enough that I am going to request that you bring in any new super, vigilante or villain, that you run across, for their own protection, if nothing else. These kids might be the result of someone testing out what they can do, and heaven help us if someone is figuring out a way atomic supers. That got several grunts of agreement. It wasn't so bad that Ike was ready to sound the alarms and call everyone in. The evidence was circumstantial at best. The statistically unlikely appearance of several new supers in a short amount of time, coupled with the admittedly amateur employment of mechanical technology, could be chance. No specific line could be drawn between them other than temporal proximity, and there were real, immediate issues to be dealt with. Then let us move on to the Cask Museum robbery, Ike said, touching the controls and pulling up the report from Holly Dart. Our wager that nothing was taken. The public library was the first place where the identity of Harkim had been even slightly questioned. The woman behind the counter was entirely skeptical when he asked for help. But she hadn't done more than raise an eyebrow. Fortunately, as long as someone had no intention of actually taking any of the books, the librarian, or really, the librarian, since she was a meta, even if she never been a super, was content to let anyone browse. Though woe betide anyone who damaged the books. Finding the proper reference materials had taken nearly half the day. As Isaac delved deeper into ever more esoteric stacks, the amount that had been written on powers that affected abstract functions of the world rather than clear things was rather small. At least, the ones publicly available, the tomes and grimoires donated by those of a more mystical bent were, of course, behind restrictions he couldn't meet, despite what many tinkers would have preferred. The science of mankind had long been forced to concede the existence of forces beyond those easily weighed and measured. Prophecy and portent, karma and kismet. Such things could be consulted and directed by those with the proper knowledge or skill. Not that Isaac was doing magic. Sorcery was a deliberate thing, invoking the mysteries of crystal and spirit. But some powers edged into the same territory. There was no true standardized way of testing powers. No transcendent artifact that listed out every facet of how things worked. Some things were obvious enough, like the ability to fly or a metal skin, but others were subtle and might take years for a dedicated meta to properly understand, if they ever did. Originally, Isaac's power was just considered some degree of enhanced strength. He could, after all, punch harder than he should be able to, even if he wasn't able to lift anything beyond human normal. Once he figured out he could affect other objects, it had become rather more complicated, and Isaac had spent a lot of time testing it out. Even now, describing his power as one over the physical property of inertia wasn't a completely certain thing. It seemed like it to him. After thorough and exhaustive testing had ruled out other things, he wasn't making anything heavier or lighter. A simple scale showed that. Nor was he granting things any extra motion or energy, as objects that were already still didn't start to move. His ability to choose whether to treat things as if they had their original, unaltered properties or their altered ones was another wrinkle that made the testing difficult. The only person he could trust to help him do any of these tests was Caleb, and given how dangerous some of it could be, Isaac hadn't wanted to involve him in too much. Even now, Caleb only vaguely understood that Isaac had something more complex than strength. Though to be fair, Isaac had only the vaguest idea of what Caleb's tinkering could do. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he could feel when his power flexed, investing or divesting, and that it made permanent changes on the world. The latter part was less common than most people thought, though in a way it hardly mattered. Someone's super strength could build or break, and that was a permanent effect. Things that were burned by summoned fire stayed burnt. But someone drinking conjured water often didn't stay hydrated. Often didn't mean always, though. Some construction supers did have permanent creations, and wizards or sorcerers could apply transmutations that altered fundamental properties. He was certain there were more instances he wasn't aware of, especially outside of Star City, the Deep Kingdoms, Tinkertown, the Moonies. There was a whole wide world with different supers, and even different traditions of power. Considering how non-standard his power was, Isaac was going back to the drawing board and seeing if he was wrong about what he was doing. Manipulating the way physical objects, even himself, acted was one thing. But applying that to something to do with identities was so sideways that he had to think he missed something, that his power was something else entirely, and it was just his application that had resulted in his initial conclusions. It certainly didn't help that, No matter how he tried to flex his power, he couldn't figure out any way to invest or remove anything from Hakim or his other personas. The brief feeling he gotten when introducing Ravdia had been ephemeral and difficult to understand, and recapturing it had proved to be impossible. He had similar issues when first trying to extend his power outside himself, though, as a brand new exercise was never easy. Clearly it would take more time, research, and experimentation. Unfortunately, there was nothing conclusive in the books. Even the more obscure and scholarly ones like investigations of non-physical world interactions, which had sounded promising but turned out to be mostly philosophical rather than practical. There was probably a philosophy-based meta out there, somewhere, but Isaac had always worked with his hands. After spending hours heads down in ancient books, he needed a break, so he marked down what he looked at and returned the tomes to their places in the stacks. He left the library, heading out to get lunch. There was enough in his notebooks that he could review over a burger, though he would have to start working out exercises for himself, the same way he had when he started dealing with objects. Isaac was no stranger to hard work, or to figuring things out on his own. His pencil scratched out musings in his notebook as he ate, and by the time he was down to his last fries he had filled out another page of his notebook. He was just about ready to return to the self-storage to try a few things when a strange clicking, whirring noise came from his bag. He wiped the grease and salt off his hands with a napkin and reached into the bag to extract the coaster object that Greg had given him. The embossed flag was standing upright, a tiny hinge at the base showing where geared mechanisms had raised it. Exactly how it had gotten signal, or was powered, Isaac had no idea, but that was the nature of tinker work. Isaac slammed back the last of his soda and hurried to the bathroom, double-checking that all his Hakim cosmetics were in place after the meal, and then left a few creds on the table and grabbed his mirrorcycle. He found himself pedaling extra hard, flying dangerously down the sidewalk before a passerby shouted obscenities in his direction, after which he checked himself, dialing down his speed and divesting himself of a little inertia, so if he did accidentally clip someone he wouldn't lay them out flat on the sidewalk. There were no flying supers that he noticed, but halfway to his destination, stop motion zoomed by. He didn't move smoothly, but rather like a series of movie frames, appearing rapidly a few dozen feet apart and fading slowly like an afterimage. The bizarre monochrome man vanished out of sight around the block, and Isaac turned the other way at the intersection, shaking his head as he pedaled towards Greg's apartment. Come in. Unlike last time, Greg was entirely friendly, something that seemed almost disturbing given how dour he usually was. Just in case, Isaac started pushing inertia into his clothes, but he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The interior of the apartment had bits and pieces of clockwork rather than actual furniture, but none if it looked like a workspace. I take it that you were able to retrieve the data on that drive, Isaac said, his hands clasped behind his back as he affected the pseudo-noble air that Hakim demonstrated. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to ask you in, Greg said, a smile pasted onto his narrow face in a way that didn't quite look genuine. There's a lot of stuff on that drive, and if you new here in Star City, you not going to be able to use most of it. I take it you perused the contents, Isaac asked, though there wasn't anything he could do about it. He just figured Greg wouldn't care, but no matter who he tapped to decrypt it, there had always been the risk someone would snoop. I had to make sure that the decryption worked, Greg said, though Isaac doubted the explanation. Anyway, I just glanced over it, and it seems like there's a lot of juicy stuff there, so I assume you planning on trying to get it out there in some way, or use it yourself. Either way, you going to need a newsy contact. While of course I would admit to nothing, it does seem logical that the more options I have available to me, the better, Isaac said cautiously. He didn't know the tinker all that well, but the switch to being helpful seemed almost suspiciously sudden. But then again, Greg was a lost generation kid too, and seeing a chance to get some satisfaction might be appealing. Fantastic. I know a reporter, name of Becca Rogers, who be interested in anything you might want to send her on. Say, the activities of certain criminals. Greg chuckled, while Isaac frowned. The name sounded vaguely familiar, and it took him a moment to place it. But then it clicked. Another one of the lost generation, a year or two older than him. He had vague memories of a chatty, dark-haired girl, but that was about it. You assume I am interested in the criminals, Isaac said, trying to keep the conversation as neutral as possible. "Oh, I hope so, 'cause I'm interested in the heroes," Greg sneered. "Prancing thugs pretending to be important. They need to be brought down a peg or two." Isaac regarded Greg with some uncertainty, but he broadly agreed. Not the tall heroes were that way, but at the very top they got away with a lot more than they should. He always put that as below all the havoc that Black Time wreaked. However, as at least the heroes were trying. However imperfectly. Glory Beam was the only one he really wanted to see held to account. Though any consequences would naturally be more social than physical, it wasn't. Like anyone could make a sovereign-class super do anything they didn't want to. Few of the lost generation had any reason to truly regard heroes in a positive light, especially given how many of the Dreg types had been left to languish. Their only real choice to go to the gangs. Some, like Caleb, still idolized them, and others, like Isaac, had wound up with more complicated opinions. So he thought he knew where Greg was coming from, and really didn't have the heart to deny him some closure, or whatever it might be called. "I accept," he said at last. "It should not interfere with my purpose." Not that he could have actually stopped Greg, since it was almost certain the Tinker had a copy of everything. But tacit approval could change a lot, and Greg wouldn't know exactly who and what Harkeem was or what he represented. So it wasn't like Greg's activities could do much to reflect back on him. "Excellent," Greg said, turning around and opening a random drawer. He handed over the original magnetic tape, as well as a small device Isaac didn't recognize. The connector was familiar enough, the same type as the original tape drive, though attached to some dense glass and metal box of Greg's own design. "Everything's on here, and you're original," the Tinker said. "My thanks," Isaac intoned, taking the two items, stowing them in his bag and then reaching out to take the small business card Greg offered. "Becca's information," Greg said, and Isaac glanced at it before sliding the card into the breast pocket of his jacket. Of course, Isaac would do a little bit of checking on his own before ringing someone up about spilling details of a criminal empire. But if he could help a fellow member of the Lost Generation, he would. "And my own," Greg added, offering a second card. "This one metal rather than proper cardstock. Pleasure doing business with you," Isaac said, putting Greg's card next to Becca's, and offered back the signaling device. Greg blinked, clearly having forgotten about it, and mumbled something as he took it and then dropped it on a counter without putting much thought in it, which was closer to the Greg that Isaac remembered, and perversely made Isaac relax a little bit. A confident, driven Greg was far more intimidating to work with than the sullen introvert that Isaac remembered. With a few final words, Isaac escaped Greg's apartment and got back on his motorcycle, making a line straight for the self-store. Finally, he would be able to see what was going on. From Greg's comments, there certainly was information of value in the files, and the whole thing hadn't been some high-stakes snipe hunt. The moment he got to his storage container, he fumbled the clamshell out of its bag and plugged in Greg's drive, typing the commands necessary to access it. The list of files popped up, all normal text and images and a few spreadsheets, so Isaac simply started at the top. Communication logs from whatever program Crash and Black Time used to chat when they weren't using a phone. Some of it he started transferring over to his computer, because it would certainly be useful. Mentions of companies and locations being used for drug smuggling. For example, names of people who owed a favor to either Black Time or Crash. Minor things, really. And just a tiny cross-section of what someone who controlled crime over the entire 5-city alliance had their fingers in. Other stuff was definitely to be kept well away from the press. More than once, Crash referred to Smoke Show by her given name of Sarah, which Isaac made sure to fix in his mind as something entirely different from Smoke Show, and made reference to a few other family members. Not only did Isaac not want to make trouble for Smoke Show, but there was a certain separation between a criminal's activities and their personal lives. It was one thing to sick the heroes on Black Time's illegal businesses, but if Isaac endangered people solely because they were related to Black Time or Crash, someone would track him down with prejudice. Besides, there was a good chance the relatives didn't really have anything to do with organized crime. The documents that Crash had photostats of were generally older copies of deeds, pictures of handwritten essays or articles about artifacts. There didn't T seemed to be any particular organization or even meaning to the stuff that was saved, as it ranged from what seemed to be a page from a grimoire to, amusingly, a hand-drawn picture of a stick-figure family from Sarah aka Smoke Show age 4. He added the stuff that seemed actionable to a single folder, then got out another tape drive from the 8-pack he purchased. At first he was going to copy everything, but then he remembered the stories he read on bulletin boards and in books. Maybe they weren't the best guide from real life, but a low trickle of information was generally agreed to be better than a single dump. And there was a possibility that the reporter contact might not be as useful as hoped. Instead, he just selected a couple of communication logs, ones with specific dates and names, as a starting point, ones that didn't even target anything within Star City itself, but rather other places in the 5-city alliance. Isaac consulted his watch, deciding there were still a few minutes until quitting time, and hastened out of the self-storage toward the closest payphone. He put a cred tab in the slot and dialed the number on Becca's card, listening to it ring 5 times until it clicked. For a moment he thought he was going to get an answering machine, but after another few clicks, as the switchboard did its thing, he heard a female voice. "Hello, this is Rebecca Rogers." "Hello, Rebecca," said Isaac. "My name is Hakeem Jurel, and I have some information for you, Mr. Hakeem." Isaac looked up from his fish and chips, a meal that was a little at odds with Hakeem's fastidious persona. But when Rebecca had asked to meet him at the harbor, he couldn't resist. Most of the time he was on the complete opposite side of the city, and rarely had the chance to be by the ocean. He'd have more chances now, though, since he was a freer agent than before. "I am Hakeem," he said, studying the reporter. She was as he remembered, a slim brunette wearing glasses, and dressed in a severely cut red pantsuit with her hair tied back in a bun. A few miles west, closer to the docks, she would have been out of place, but in the upscale harbor district both of them were, if anything, underdressed. "Mrs. Rogers." "Miss, actually," Rebecca said, taking a seat at the other end of the table and placing a briefcase on the floor next to her chair. "You certainly have me intrigued, but do you have any way to verify the information you offering?" "I do, actually." He set down his knife and fork and reached into his own small bag that he brought, retrieving one of the tapes he made. "In addition to the important material, there are several times and places that can be cross-referenced, and photostats of documents that should match the known signature." He didn't want to say Black Time's name aloud, just in case the man hadn't become a crime lord just on the strength of his power alone. "With them are the original, encrypted files. Obviously I cannot tell you exactly how I obtained these documents, but that should be enough to check the authenticity." "Perhaps so," Rebecca said, trying to be cool and disinterested, entirely professional, but Isaac had done enough acting to recognize the mask. She was interested, and rightfully so. Being able to break a story on the largest crime lord's secret dealings was something that could make her career, though more information would certainly help. "Not just yet," Isaac said, shaking his head in amusement. "There might be more coming, but we will have to see what the reaction is initially. I would not want to burden you over much with potentially dangerous information if it will not see use." He was half telling the truth, as there were other reporters, and if Rebecca couldn't get it published, he was sure someone else could. She knew that too. So keeping some back was an incentive for her to push as hard as possible. "I suppose I can understand that," Rebecca said, regarding Isaac for a moment and then opening her briefcase. "Mr. Hakeem, I would love to run this story, and will keep your anonymity as a source. But I would like you to answer a few questions for the record." She took a tape recorder out of the briefcase, sliding aside the napkins to set it down on the table and plugging in a mini microphone. After rattling off her name, date, and a few brief comments and not mentioning the name of Hakeem, she nodded to him. "Do you state for the record that everything you are supplying is, to your best knowledge, authentic?" "I do," Isaac said, leaning a little bit into the southerner accent. He'd been spending some time practicing and improving it, trying to give his Hakeem persona a bit more foundation. "And that you are supplying this information of your own free will?" "I am, and that Star Daily is free to make use of this information in any way we deem fit." You are. Then that. It. Rebecca flipped off the recorder and put it away in her briefcase, holding out her hand for the tape drive. Isaac handed it over, and Rebecca looked at it thoughtfully before carefully stowing it away. How may I contact you, Mr. Hakim? You won. Isaac said. I'll contact you after the story runs, or after it doesn't. It was appropriately mysterious, but more pragmatically Isaac didn't have a phone, not since he abandoned the apartment. Nor did he have something like the comm badges that Crash people wore, though those weren't hooked into the phone lines anyway. Rebecca said, clearly unhappy, but then drew herself up to be professional again. In that case, a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Hakim. Likewise, Isaac said, rising to shake the extended hand, and watched her leave. Once he was certain she had gone into the parking lot and wasn't waiting around to tail him. Reporters were notoriously over-curious. He paid for his lunch and left. While he could hunker down and wait, he didn't like being passive. And it would probably be a poor idea for Chains to simply vanish right before something broke. The persona was cover, but not one that would stand up if supervillains started looking for him with cause. Once he changed back into the ganger persona, he made the long trek over to the slums. Surprisingly, the building had been fixed up in the couple days he'd been gone, the facade restored and the defenses hidden, though Isaac figured they'd probably move at some point, since whatever anonymity the location provided had been entirely compromised. The front door was locked and the lights were off, though, so he continued down toward Lovely's. There he got a second surprise, because it had been cleaned up even if it still looked well-worn, and there was someone behind the bar. The only customers were Crash's metas, all of them in their usual spots save for the Smack twins. Chains Banshee called as he walked in, waving enthusiastically and getting a glare from Smoke Show. Where have you been? Library, Isaac replied succinctly, both because it was true and because he needed to push the Chains persona outside of a dumb brute. Inviting Smoke Show to the convention really had been a mistake, but he had to roll with it now. It didn't hurt that it was amusing enough to get some laughs, and a smirk from Smoke Show. Seriously though, what class are you? It was Blast Fist, who was eyeing Chains more appraisingly than before. I heard that even top heroes have trouble with those things. So how the heck did you take one out? Dawn, no. So, library. Isaac demurred with a shrug. Better to play it off as a lucky coincidence than let anyone think he was particularly powerful. He didn't want to get roped into any high-power standoffs, especially since getting effortlessly kicked through a building had absolutely driven home he wasn't equipped for it. Yeah, well, Crash was looking for you, Banshee said, shooting a less than complimentary look Smoke Show's way. Isaac recognized, if belatedly, the signs of jealousy or, at least, social conflict, and made a mental note to stay out of it. Why, Dawn? You go with your new girlfriend and find him. Isaac suppressed a sigh, his determination to keep at a remove immediately trampled on. He exchanged maybe 50 words with Smoke Show, and probably wouldn't even consider her much more than an acquaintance. But he also couldn't let such catty nonsense pass. As Isaac, he had no idea what to do, but as Chains it was easy enough. He pushed as much inertia as he could into his clothes and himself and stomped forward, creating the impression of unutterable heaviness as he swept toward Banshee's table. She blinked at him, leaning back in her chair, but he stopped just short and stared at her, saying nothing. Banshee said, and Blast Fist stood up, looking like he was ready to go toe-to-toe with Isaac. But instead of saying anything, he just continued to stare at Banshee. Chains wasn't well-spoken and voluble, not enough to play Banshee's game, but he could absolutely intimidate, since he wasn't even doing anything. Anything Blast Fist tried would make it seem like it was him picking the fight, which didn't mean he wouldn't try to throw down with Chains. But under the circumstances it seemed unlikely. None of the metas there seemed to be leaders. Didn't mean anything, Banshee muttered at length. Isaac didn't let her off the hook immediately, holding the glare on her until he was satisfied she was thoroughly cowed before turning away. The juvenile power jockeying was an annoying game, but one he had to learn to play. Maybe he shouldn't have been surprised it was endemic to ganger life, but he had hoped to leave that behind when he left the foster home. Maybe he just been independent too long, knowing he wouldn't T get anything more in terms of apology without something really drastic. He just raised his eyebrows at Smoke Show. If Crash wanted to see him, that wasn't T something he could really avoid, and the sooner it happened, the better. Smoke Show flicked her cigarette into the ashtray, looking at him for a few moments before blinking and then rising. Yeah, Dad did say to keep an eye out for you. Come on, she said, beckoning him to follow her out of the bar. The bartender watched closely, enough that Isaac had to wonder if he was one of Crash's direct subordinates. But that was all the speculation he had time for before Smoke Show led him out of the bar and then toward the building with all the security. Blast is right, you know, Smoke Show said conversationally as they strolled along the cracked sidewalk. It's weird that you could resist the suppression pulse. Dad's been looking into those orbs, and it's very temporary but still affects most supers. She waved vaguely around them, as if taking in all the ganger metas. It affected me, Isaac said, feeling like didn't T have to bequitiso monosyllabic with Smoke Show. She already knew he wasn't a dumb brute. The attack was just already in motion. Huh, she said, glancing over at him. You know, you act like you an old pro at this. Except you don't. T seemed to be all that interested in it either. I've done a bunch of things, Isaac said, not really wanting to properly answer the not quittia question. After all, he wasn't interested in being a ganger or a supervillain. And he didn't want to risk lying about that. Yeah, I just bet, Smoke Show said, shaking her head as she strolled along the sidewalk. She didn't bring up the convention, and neither did he. If she decided against it, he wasn't going to try and push an idea he was already regretting. She turned in at a little laundromat, as worn out as the rest of the slums, with heavy-duty, credit-operated machines. Some ordinary people were doing their laundry when Smoke Show and Isaac walked in, and they studiously ignored the gangers as Smoke Show led him to the back. The rear was stuffed with cardboard boxes and miscellaneous equipment that hadn't yet found a home, including a minicomp. Which might mean that the information Isaac had gotten was mostly old. Not that it mattered, as the point was to address black time stealings, not Crash's. Crash himself reclined on a small chair that looked like it was about to collapse under his weight, feet propped up on an overcluttered desk as he watched a little television in the corner. A sports game of some sort, though Isaac couldn't make out exactly who it was, and Crash muted the volume before the announcers could say anything of import. It still took a couple of extra seconds for the man to tear himself away from the action to look at Smoke Show and Isaac. Chains, just the man I wanted to see. He straightened up in the chair, which groaned and popped alarmingly as Crash rose, and slapped his hands together with a metallic impact. Heard you went above and beyond when our little home got raided. Isaac inclined his head, not sure either how to answer or where the conversation was going. Can let it be said I don't reward good work, Crash said, rummaging through the mess of his desk before picking up a cred stick. He tossed it to Isaac, who blinked at it before shoving it in his pocket as it was larger than the amount he gotten for the hijacking job. But I am sure you could use more than money. I can hook you up with our specialists, get you better duds, or whatever. Car plates, Isaac said, suddenly seeing a solution to a problem he hadn't really considered much for a while. He was sure his car registration was on a list somewhere, and while it wasn't likely that he'd be picked up by a cop, out of all the millions of cars and people in Star City, the possibility was why he hadn't been using it. But with replacement plates, he'd actually have substantive transportation again, and could always switch the plates back later. Yaha. Crash nodded and looked around the desk, shoving aside some papers to reveal a notepad, and picked up a pen. Guess I can be surprised you got wheels. Good call not bringing it around here. By the way, you probably have to crack some heads before people started leaving it alone. He scribbled a note and ripped it off the pad, handing to Isaac. This LL get you those plates. No charge. Thanks, he said, glancing over the note. It had an address and just a few words instructing one Dizzy to do exactly what Isaac had asked, along with Crash's signature. Why don't you go take him over, Crash said to Smoke Show, who grunted and turned to leave the office. Isaac followed, trying to show he wasn't hurried, and when they left the laundromat, Smoke Show peered over at him. A car, huh? A beater, he said, not wanting to misrepresent himself. An 832 Odell was not impressive by anyone's standards, save maybe for it still being in good enough repair to run. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, she said, snorting. Retaking one of mine to the convention. Then, Isaac almost stumbled, but managed to nod. Instead, sensible, he said after a moment of contemplation. No costumes, either. I thought it was all about costumes, Smokeshow said, wrinkling her nose at him. The expression was cute on her, in a way that didn't quite fit the goth image, or her ganger persona for that matter. In the same glance, he noticed she was stretching her legs, trying to match his stride, so he shortened his steps and she almost smiled. Our own costumes, he clarified. Unless you have a super to dress up as. Oh, nah. Smokeshow shook her head, looking faintly embarrassed, and Isaac thought of the magical girl plushies that he caught a glimpse of in her room. In other circumstances he might have offered to make her something in that vein, but she probably didn't want to admit to it, and costume making wouldn't be part of Chain's skill set anyway. No work that day, he prodded, finding it difficult to construct appropriately compressed questions when he wanted to be more specific. Aho. Smokeshow sauntered along the sidewalk, giving a stray ganger a sneer but nodding to one of the actual residents of the area. A middle-aged woman lounging on the stoop of an apartment building with a lit cigarette pluming smoke. The mechanical thing messed with all the plans. Attacking Dad, that's just stupid. But it's going on all over the 5 cities, so the big shots are figuring out what to do about it. Star Central was having trouble, he offered, remembering how he'd seen the heroes treating the spherical drones so cautiously. And of course the destroyed equipment from the hospital. Yeah, that's what Dad said. That power suppressor is freaky. Smokeshow shuddered. Yes, Isaac agreed, not needing to pretend the fervor. He hadn't actually had nightmares, but the brief feeling of being trapped by his own powers had stuck in his mind. Smokeshow tripped over her words briefly, which was the first time he'd seen her at a loss for words. But she recovered a moment later, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it before finishing her sentence. Thanks for getting rid of that thing. Anytime, Isaac intoned in Chain's gravely voice, and she chuckled, taking a deep drag of her cigarette. They reached their destination a few minutes later, what appeared to be a used car lot but was probably a chop shop. The two of them walking in to the sound of hammering ratchets and running engines. A big bald guy leaned against the counter, eyebrows practically touching as he squinted at a small television screen in the corner, watching the very same game Crash had been. In fact, Smokeshow leaned against the wall inside the door, plucking another cigarette from somewhere and flicking the first one through the air to land neatly in an ashtray. So Isaac went forward and put the note on the counter with a heavy thump, just a touch of extra inertia giving the impact serious gravitas. The guy jumped, having been immersed in the game, and turned to look at Isaac. He took in the ganger style and his eyes flicked to Smokeshow before he smiled. What can I do for you? Plates, Isaac said, pushing across the note. The man squinted at it, fished out a pair of glasses from under the counter, squinted at it more, then turned and yelled toward the garage. Vinny, hey. Vinny somewhere out in the garage. Clanging stopped and a young man with clear familial relation to the one at the counter appeared. Before he could ask a question, the bald man pointed at Isaac. Plates for A. He looked Isaac's way. 832 Odell. Isaac supplied. That the owner waved Vinny away, and then looked at the game again before regarding Isaac. We LL getcha squared away. What bossman wants, bossman gets. Isaac nodded, but didn't really have anything to say to that as Chains. Instead he joined Smokeshow in leaning against the wall, the two of them waiting for the plates. Her hand brushed his arm, certainly not by accident, and he glanced over at her. She gave him a small smile, and he smiled back by reflex before realizing what he was doing. He really didn't want to lead her on, despite being interested, because with all the issues Isaac had he sure wasn't in a position to follow through. He couldn't think of anything to say except, perhaps, to ask why none of her cigarettes carried the characteristic smell. He hadn't decided on anything by the time Vinny returned with a pair of worn, square pieces of metal with 2 rows of 3 letters. 837 Odell. But they look the same, he said. That LL do ya? Yes, Isaac said, stepping over to scoop up the plates, only barely remembering not to thank Vinny politely. That wouldn't have been in character. He turned and tilted his head at Smoke Show, and the two of them left the shop. Better take care of this before it becomes a problem, he said, hefting the plates. If I don't see you before then. Wednesday morning at the bar. Yeah, Smoke Show said, peering over at him. I've never been. Do we need tickets or anything? I've got VIP passes, he said, and she laughed. It was the first time he'd seen her actually amused. Yeah, okay, that works. She stopped and turned to him. Wednesday morning. Es good. But Dawn, be a stranger. I won. He said, trapped by the chain's persona despite his personal misgiving with his own relationship to Smoke Show. Though maybe he could resolve some of that by convincing her to abandon the life of a ganger. He didn't think she was actually particularly happy with her role and social group. So perhaps it wouldn't be all that hard. He'd have to check the files he'd recovered to see if she had some other family. Though, because as a lost generation kid he wasn't about to set someone against her father if that was all she had. In the meantime, he would get his car back. He wasn't sure exactly how that moved him forward. But mobility was no small thing. With his first step done, and the information in the hands of the papers, he would have to figure out a way to help Caleb, or at least reach him. Wherever he was in the depths of Star Central, Isaac might not have had any true ideas, but he knew he had to keep going forward. Administrator Ike settled his chair into the travel system with a long sigh. The magical suppressors taking over from the building's wards and pushing away the reality tears, visions and distortions of his condition. The chair hummed as the containment cell unsealed itself, opening out onto the rear of Star Central. Unlike his normal life support chair, the extra machinery of the travel chair was practically an aircraft. Layers of metal and crystals from the Deep Kingdom's reproducing controls and constraints that had long ago been built into the architecture of Star Central. He guided the floating saucer out onto the tarmac where Princess Liesta waited, the runes on her skin glowing as she held communication with the array on the moon. Pale standing stones had been placed in a circle with 6-foot-wide gaps between, just enough for his saucer to float through and join Liesta in the middle. Far above, the crescent of the moon was visible in the sky. Their target. It was only during the new moon that travel was impossible. Ready, Ike told Liesta, who nodded to him and raised her hands. She chanted quickly in the native lunar language, something full of rolling trills and rumbles, and the runes inscribed on the standing stones lit. A swirl of purple mist rose around him, and for the moment everything tasted like limestone and strawberries. Weight dropped away, and the mist cleared to reveal the landscape of the moon. The sun hung low in the sky, light glittering off the immense metallic forests that filled most of the Maria. The air smelled of things that had no earthly equivalent, and the life support in his chair grumbled as it switched to suppressing allergic reactions from the lunar equivalent of petrichor. Domes and spires of native lunar architecture crowded out the forest around them, almost blending into the foliage. Unlike on Earth, the constructions were of silver-gray ceramic, all of them glittering with small runes of lunar magic, providing light and heat in darkness, or shading from the month-long sun. Their destination was not in the city itself, but a large dome on a far hill, surrounded by the pale purple and blue vegetation of the moon's surface. In the lighter gravity, Ike's saucer easily rose in the air, and Liesta kept pace as they approached Mechaniacal's prison. Not a prison of bars and chains, but one where the villain was surrounded by magic and stone and growing things, without any of the metal and glass that were necessary to create the terrible devices Ike had fought against decades ago. A pair of guards, tattooed head to foot in war magic and clad in hand-stitched clothing, blocked his way, though of course they knew who he was. That was fine, and proper even. Ike would much prefer a respect for procedure, especially when it came to people as dangerous as Mechaniacal. To visit the prisoner, Liesta said, energizing her runes to project the seal of the royal family to demonstrate her identity, and the guards stood aside to let them into the grounds. The sensors in Ike's chair had no trouble locating Mechaniacal, who was the only other human within 1,000,000 miles. Liesta had her own means of discernment, and she flowed with languid grace in her native gravity as they walked around the central dome to the back garden where Mechaniacal was seated at a table made of magical force, with a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. He was a thin man with a sharp face and a pointed beard, dressed as he usually was in a charcoal gray suit with a matching hat, looking out at the world through unnerving gray eyes. Yet the smile he offered as they approached was genuine, or appeared so. At any rate, any visitor not familiar with the place would think that Mechanical was simply a gracious host, the master of the domain. Ichabod, he said in greeting, voice a controlled baritone. Princess, Mechanical, Ike returned, stopping the saucer a comfortable distance from Mechanical and the table. He wasn't afraid, as such, and it wasn't like Mechanical could whip up a doomsday device in a matter of moments just by touching the machine. But he was still a sovereign-class supervillain. Mechanical poured wine into the 2 free glasses, and Ike had to wonder exactly how Mechanical knew they were coming. He didn't bother to ask, however, as he long gotten used to Mechanical showing off in that oddly understated manner. What brings you by my humble home? Mechanical asked, taking a sip of the lunar wine. Your technology, Ike said, as Liesta stepped forward with curiosity to take one of the wine glasses. Someone has started unearthing caches of drones down on Earth, and begun taking bits and pieces from other places. Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to break the stealth on your drones or shield against the power suppressors, he said, hating to admit it. But that was hardly a secret from Mechanical, so we have no idea who is doing it. My dear Ichabod, you came all this way to worry about someone playing with the few scraps and toys I left behind. Mechanical lifted his eyebrows, waving a long-fingered hand at Liesa. I don't think you bother the princess simply for that. There's another component, Ike agreed, suppressing his irritation at Mechanical's manner. Even in exile on the moon, the man acted like he was in charge of everything. Several other supers have appeared from nowhere, and we found traces of mind control being used. I suspect there may be a clairvoyant influencing all of this. Mind control? Mechanical's sharp eyebrows went upward as he looked at Ike with more consideration than before, then slowly shook his head. If my drones with power suppression are being employed, as you say, then it seems unlikely any such control would stick. They are designed as a deterrent, a temporary inconvenience, but more than enough to purge any traces of influence. Now, it would hardly do anything about more conventional method of persuasion, but that would hardly be my problem. Do you know who is using your technology? Then Ike asked directly, watching Mechanical closely, and with a number of esoteric sensors that did a fair job of determining truth from lie. Liesta had her own magical version of the same, and was one of the main reasons for her presence. No, said Mechanical. Truth. Yes, he said a moment later. Also truth. Do you have to do that? Liesta complained. Forgive an old man his vagaries, Mechanical said with a seated bow. The timeline is much diverged from what I experienced. Many of the supers I once knew were never born. Many of those alive now are entirely new to me. I only knew of one individual with clairvoyant powers, and he was in an asylum on Cutfish Island. Ike made a note of that. It sounded unlikely, but any lead would help at this point, and so far Mechanical had not spoken a single lie. Could you tell us about what you may have left down on Earth? Ike asked, since even if it wasn't clear who was involved, he could get an idea of how dangerous the threat ultimately was. Not that power suppression, the only wide-scale power suppression he ever encountered wasn't scary, and it could easily kill someone who flew or moved with super speed. But it was still a threat only to individuals, not to entire cities or countries. If you are worried about my more interesting toys, then be assured none of my greater devices remain down on Earth, Mechanical replied, taking a sip of the slightly glowing wine. Liesta finally tried her glass, making a surprised face at the taste. But Ike wasn't about to trust the man even that far. However, any tinker who is following in my footsteps is capable of turning even the simplest of creations into something dangerous. Destruction is sovereign simple. After all, you say that, yet you never managed to destroy the world, Ike said dryly. My dear Ichabod, I was never trying to destroy it, Mechanical chided him. Bend it a little bit. Even you would have to admit there are a great many things that are out of shape. That's not for you to decide, Ike said, though his mind was already elsewhere. Mechanical had actually provided exactly the sort of intelligence that Ike had gone to the moon to get. There were no ready doomsday devices, nothing that he had to worry about their mystery villain unearthing. but they were still a threat as a tinker. Not so great a threat as mechanical, of course, but still a problem. We'll bend our will upon the world. Mechanical disagreed. It has always been the case that some have more influence than others. Sometimes people are in alignment, and sometimes they are not. The world runs best when we all mesh together. He interlocked his own fingers in demonstration. Alas, people are not gears, so there is always conflict. An interesting philosophy. Considering you re-stuck here, Liesta said. My dear, what makes you so sure I am not exactly where I want to be? Mechanical smiled broadly, lifting his glass to the princess. He,'s just like that. Moonblast, Ike sighed, before Liesta could take offense. Thank you for the information. Mechanical, LLC about having something on the approved list sent up. It was merely a trifle, Mechanical said, waving it off. The news you brought was more than enough. Ike started to ask what he meant, then stopped. The villain was likely just trying to get under his skin, or pry for something of real import. But it did make Ike certain that everything came back to the fake Mechanical, and he thought there might well be a lead on that. A villainess in a power armor suit that had appeared from nowhere and vanished into nowhere. Power armor was rare enough, taking a very specific kind of tinker to make it work, and required a lot of infrastructure. So one appearing with no warning was an oddity that had shown up just before the first Mechanical thefts, and preceded the other two strange supers. One villain, one vigilante by more than a week. He would have to hunt down Demetria, so long as no other crisis arose in the meantime. Isaac, in disguise as Harkim, picked up two papers from the stall and admired the headlines. The Star City Times read Star City's secret sovereign ship and detailed the long history between Black Time and Glory Beam. That was Greg's contribution. On the Star City Post, under Rebecca's byline, the front page was revealed supervillains hiding in plain sight and had the information Isaac had provided about the various companies and buildings owned by Black Time through his shell companies. Whether or not the stories made the splash Isaac hoped for was really up to the populace of Star City, but he heard the other people at the stand muttering about them. For all the power Star Central held, the actual number of supers was minuscule, fewer than professional athletes even, and the number of total metas in Star City probably couldn't fill a stadium. Regular people were the actual voting populace, the labor force, the tax base, and Star Central had to ultimately bend to the civilian government. You gonna buy those? The man running the stall scowled at Isaac, who refolded the papers and dug in his pocket for the appropriate cred tab, handing it over. He took his papers and continued on towards Star Central itself. He still wasn't sure how he'd get to Caleb, but just hunkering down in his self-storage or lying in his rented bed didn't do much for his thought process. Putting eyes on the problem would help, and if nothing else he might get lucky. It wasn't like supers were generally completely inaccessible to the public. As Harkim, he stepped under the visitor shelter outside of Star Central, mingling not with the various supers, but with the permanent stable of fans, reporters, observers, and gawkers. It let him stare at all the heroes going in and out, hoping for some ideas or, failing that, seeing some evidence of Caleb's handicraft. Admittedly it wasn't likely any such additions would be obvious, since the only recent product Isaac had seen was a miniature camera drone. But he'd seen Caleb's work evolve for years. For a while he didn't see anything as people in costumes walked or ran or hovered on their way in and out of the main doors of Star Central, most attending the jobs and bounties board. But finally he saw something. A speedster with a minimal costume, just a blue bodysuit and goggles, but with an additional piece of machinery over his ear that had certain lines and forms that Isaac recognized. That was good enough for him. Have we heard of any new tinkers? He asked the nearest fellow observer, a young man in a suit with a clipboard and a well-chewed pencil. I dunno, the man said. Let me ask Ricky. He turned and looked through the gawkers and then walked 2 paces to elbow a middle-aged man with a potbelly and beard who was busy snapping photos. Yo, Ricky, did I get any new tinkers recently? Damn it, Joe, you ruined my shot, Ricky grumbled, lowering the camera and adjusting its strap over his shoulder. Yeah, new guy by the name of Machine Head. I only got 1 shot of him, though. He's down in the dungeon with the rest of the tinks. Here, let me find it. Isaac waited as Ricky pawed through the bag hanging from his other shoulder, leafing through a stack of photos until he extracted one. The picture was grainy and out of focus, framing Caleb inside the Star Central elevator and showing him in a suit similar to the one Cyberlocution had loaned him, something to support his head. But he had a big goofy grin on his face, which was a good sign, if it weren't for the fact that he was completely incommunicado. Isaac wouldn't even be worried. His given name is Caleb, Isaac said in Harkim's fussy voice, figuring he'd at least give the man something in return for his help. One of the unfortunate members of the lost generation. Oh yeah, Ricky waved at Joe, who obligingly scribbled something on his clipboard. Weird that they haven't trotted him out more. Be a good public image to show one of those poor kids growing up to be a proper hero. Perhaps such a question should be included in the inevitable queries that will result from this morning's news, Isaac suggested, nudging each of them with an elbow of his own. Not that the men, whether they were actual reporters or just fans, wouldn't have thought of it themselves. But sometimes an outside push did wonders. Yeah, probably, Joe said. Hey Ricky, think we can get Marvin in on this? Isaac left them to their plotting, glad to have some forward movement, even if it was clear that he wasn't going to be personally getting any deeper into Star Central. Caleb probably wasn't going out on patrol anytime soon. But from the sheer number of reporters accumulating in Star Central's lobby, a lot of public pressure was about to be brought to bear on the organization. And it wasn't going to stop. Since Isaac had plenty of material to run in the papers, he wasn't going to stick around for the press conference though, as he didn't trust his persona to hold up against the scrutiny of multiple supers, including, perhaps, Glory Beam. Isaac could catch it on television or watch whatever clips were aired later on. He was sure the news and radio types would replay the juicy bits for the next few days. The problem was that he wasn't sure what exactly Hesholdo. Normally around this time he'd be helping with the convention setup, or at least he would be after work, but for the moment there was no persona where that would be appropriate, save for Ravdia. And he couldn't imagine trying to shift boxes and set up tables in that costume, though he probably would have welcomed even something that annoying to keep him occupied, as nervous energy made it hard to focus on the car's radio as he drove away from the Star Central parking lot. He needed to burn off his anxiety, so he went to make sure he had a proper civilian costume for Chains. When he first made the persona, he never thought about what Chains would look like outside of the ganger style. Chains had existed for one purpose, but Isaac wasn't quite ready to throw away that persona. Besides, figuring out the civilian version was a strangely entertaining backward exercise, extrapolating who the normal person might be behind the costume. He decided on something like mercenary chic, matching tannin brown shirt and cargo pants that looked vaguely like a uniform without actually being one. A grade 70 gold-colored chain as a belt and another one as a bandolier, because Chains would certainly never be caught without one. The only other thing he purchased for the outfit were boots, nice ones, which he could reuse for other personas easily enough. The end result was someone who looked more like an aspiring mercenary rather than an aspiring ganger, which probably matched Chains better than the Iron Nails outfit. If he decided to keep Chains in the future for whatever reason, that was probably a good direction to go, except he didn't have any mercenary inclinations himself. At some point he was going to have to get some training of some sort. But it was clear that he just wasn't cut out for constant combat. While he shopped and then, later, as he worked on the details of the outfit, he listened to the radio, and this time he could pay attention. Fortunately for him, Administrator Ike started the press conference late, though that wasn't all that uncommon. Even then he only caught snippets as his little mini radio crackled from all the reporters trying to shout over each other. Administrator, do you have any comment on any truth to Glory Beam? Plans to shut down the exposed businesses. Finally go after black time. The general, non-committal replies from Vilmonica. The official spoke Super Ike didn't speak directly were disappointing but expected. The papers probably hadn't cited Star Central with the stories, but close enough that there wasn't a full public relations workup. Of course, if it was just these, then they might be able to smooth it over. But there'd be more coming. Once he was finished with his costume creation, Isaac copied some more information, more businesses, and this time snippets with individual names. instead of meeting with Rebecca again. He went to a parcel service and had the tape mailed to her care of the Star City Post. In hindsight, he probably shouldn't have even spoken on a recording, since he was certain that someone could recognize his put-upon voice and accent if they wanted. But he doubted anyone was really looking for him. He kept himself busy with errands and combing through the data he taken, hunched over the clamshell as he transferred or redacted things to avoid certain personal details. It was one thing to hand over the names of corrupt mayors or supers cooperating with Black Time. It was quite another to include the names of someone's kids, or worse, break secret identities, even for villains. The line between the two was sacrosanct. On Wednesday morning he walked through the slums with a backpack on, finding them unusually quiet. There were still people about on the streets, but nobody wearing a gang outfit, and even the normal background noise of people yelling somewhere in the distance was gone. It set him on edge, and he wished he had more to protect him than just clothes. But nothing happened as he walked along the aging sidewalk. The only unexpected thing was that Smokeshow was outside when he approached, smoke pluming from her lips as she worried a cigarette. "Hey," she said, lifting her hand, her eyes flicking over his non-ganger garb. "Wasn't sure you were gonna come. Why wouldn't he had to keep the lower voice, but he pulled back on it a little bit so it wouldn't hurt his throat so much. Why, no, the crackdown that's gonna be coming," she said, waving her hand in the direction of Star Central. "But anyway, it's better to go out and do normal things. Not like we can do any work." "That is the plan," Isaac said. "Gimme a sec," Smokeshow said, and slipped back inside. Isaac waited, arms crossed as he leaned against the building and wished he brought a jacket. He wasn't waiting long, at least, before she returned in something that was still very goth, but slightly different from her ganger wear. Layered top, long skirt, and he recognized the toes of platform boots as she emerged. He couldn't imagine that she done all that in the few minutes she been gone, and he had to wonder whether she had been using illusion before, or was now, and why she done it. "K, now I am ready, looking good," he said, and she turned away down the road, but not before he caught a slight smile. "See, Mon," she said, and he followed her down the road to the garage. The cars inside were more visible than they had been at night, and he recognized them as brand new Musashi Roadsters, each one an executive-looking coupe, each in red, blue, and black, with sleek glass canopies and flip lights. Smokeshow, of course, selected the black one. The Icar implosion engine of the car chimed as she pulled it out, heading to the convention center downtown. It didn't take much prompting to get her to talk about what was going on within the gang. People looking for who might have spilled the information. For example, given the mechanical attacks all over the 5-City Alliance. Crash's assumption was that the obvious tinker had stolen stuff from somewhere, though apparently Black Time favored the idea that the Caleb's surveillance, the stuff they stolen from Star Central, was the culprit. Regardless, there were some hard questions being asked of all the lieutenants, and that could be dangerous given the criminal nature of the organization. "Sounds like you need a break," he said, tapping his fingers on the central console and watching a couple of supers fly across the sky. "You damned right I do," Smokeshow agreed, her fingers brushing his as she worked the clutch, shifting down a gear as traffic slowed and then stopped at a light. Haven had much of a chance to just go out and have fun for a while. Dad's always got something going on, and since I am in charge when he's not around, no time off. Isaac agreed. "Maybe need to raise it with him after this. I mean, I doubt he wants to make it so you got no time for yourself." "Maybe," she said, waving it away with the hand holding her cigarette as she turned into the convention drive. "Not going to worry about it now though. Gonna try to enjoy this." He was looking forward to the convention as well, though he felt maybe a little guilty because he hadn't managed to solve Caleb's silence yet. Something he learned was how much taking breaks was necessary, though, and he gone to the convention every year since he could buy the tickets, so he wasn't about to skip out. It was, however, the first year he had VIP passes. Welcome, the man at the front desk took the 2 passes and presented them with gold lanyards. His cheer may be a little bit forced. The convention itself had less enthusiasm and fervor than it normally did. The scandal had clearly put a damper on the usual happiness. Uncertainty creeping in thanks to the bits of news out of Star Central, like some supers quitting. It's usually more lively than this. Isaac told Smokeshow as they walked past the vestibule. The multi-story convention hall was, despite his words, full of people. Big booths were set up. Some official Star Central always had a presence, and a few representatives, but most not. To one side was a stretch of comic authors. Another wing held meta-mercenary companies, and on the second floor was a large billboard proclaiming the presence of the magical girl glam rock group, Moon Prism. And everywhere there were people. A little over half were dressed normally, like Isaac and Smokeshow. The rest were in costume, ranging from poorly spray-painted knockoffs of Glory Beam's armor to 10-foot tall, completely faithful reproductions of the utterly impractical mechs from the Warcrush franchise. Cameras flashed in a regular strobe as people took pictures of themselves, of some of the most interesting or amusing examples, or just sought out celebrities. We might have stood out less if wore in costume, Smokeshow mused, and Isaac had to admit she had a point. He simply worried about the gang signs being too much, too recognizable, and not enough in the spirit of the costumed fun of MetaFiCon. Maybe next time, Isaac said, by way of compromise. Not that he could even imagine where his life would be in another year, but it was as diplomatic as he could think about. Maybe, Smokeshow said, sounding almost amused. One thing I have to warn you about, Isaac said, as he watched her expression to see what interested her, touching her shoulder to start steering them that way. Some aspiring supervillains will likely attack while we here. Nothing major, no real force. But it happens usually once a day while the convention is on. Just a tradition at this point. And Star lets them, Smokeshow asked, raising her brows. He wasn't surprised she didn't know, since there was a big difference between the performative supervillains who were, to a large extent, mostly having a laugh, and the hard-bitten gangers under Black Time's aegis. They tried stopping it a few years back, and the Congoers started attacking the superheroes. Isaac snorted. It was before his time, but still a legend among the older staff. So they mostly therefore if it gets out of hand, which, he looked around, there was a certain pall hanging over the convention, an undeniable tension. It had never been his intent, but releasing those secrets might well have ruined this year's MetaFiCon. It might, or we might not see anything. She said. You talk a lot more when it's just us. He shrugged at that. She was so taciturn herself he had automatically adjusted himself to be more outgoing. Plus there was the fact that he genuinely enjoyed her company, even if it had clashed with the normal attitude he had given to Chains. Should I not, he asked, slightly worried about the integrity of his persona. Most people adopted certain behaviors when they were at work versus at home, so hopefully it didn't come off too wrongly. But he had no idea what held together the identity. Smokeshow just smiled and shook her head, refusing to press any further as they just drifted through the convention. The VIP passes, meaning that in many places they didn't need to wait in line or pay extra. There was only one major stop that Isaac cared about, and that was the mercenary recruitment area off in the corner. He couldn't always rely on reading a bulletin board post in time to help out someone, and they might have some way into Star Central, at least enough of one for him to get in contact with Caleb. A half-dozen people in costume stood around a booth with a high-quality sign proclaiming the group to be Justice for Hire. They had a place at MetaFiCon for as long as Isaac had been attending. Unlike some other groups that had appeared and then vanished as people lost interest or went with Star Central, mercenary work was a bit of a gray area. But in some ways they were held to a higher degree of scrutiny than heroes, mostly because they didn't have an entire government on their side. He got a couple of pamphlets, one for him and one for Smokeshow, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Isaac replied by merely waving the piece of print at her while he stuffed his into his backpack. After a moment, Smokeshow followed suit. Better to have lots of options, he said. More tools, more contacts. You less likely to end up totally sunk. Not that he expected Smokeshow to want to bother with vigilantism. The next stop seemed to be more appropriate to her interests. Moon Prism. They were doing a couple songs every hour, which were generally open, and the sound was broadcast over the convention center. But there was a VIP area up front which Smokeshow had absolutely no problem taking advantage of. Magical girl glam rock wasn't exactly Isaac's genre of choice, but he had to admit that Moon Prism had some good bops. like the power of friendship and violence or the crystal stars. The 7 band members were dressed in their full magical girl costumes, the armor glowing with each color of the spectrum, and making their own light show as scintillating beams and glowing whirls of magic shot forth into the air. His Ravdia persona was such a pale imitation that it was a wonder it fooled anyone. They just wrapped up the set, and Smoke Show was standing in the short line for autographs when a rumble came from outside the miniature stage area. Half the people rushed out, but Smoke Show persisted long enough to get a vinyl promo autographed before joining him to find out what the ongoing thumps and booms were about. A loud voice echoed incomprehensibly to them, but by the time they reached the stairway he could make out a few words. My reign of terror, for I, Galvaniter, will reign supreme. A man in a clunky, black and yellow costume floated in front of a shattered glass window, small arcs of lightning radiating from him and grounding themselves on the floor and ceiling. Isaac's lips pursed as he appraised the would-be villain. The costume was clearly handmade, but had decent styling, and most importantly he used the big glass windows that were almost meant for such entrances. The convention staff had a construction meta that could fix that in just a few minutes, so he was probably someone who had been to the con before. Seriously, Smoke Show said with a laugh. You think he was sovereign class? You never know. Isaac replied idly as several costumed people appeared to contest Galvaniter. Metas, or maybe even supers, but cosplaying as someone else. It could get confusing. It's at least as much about how you apply your power as what it is. Plenty of construction metas could at least be strategic level, but they just don't have the personality or insight for it. Maybe, but not him. Smoke Show decided, as a lightning arc grounded into an overhead light and overloaded it, making the watching congoers cheer. Normally being too close to a super using powers was dangerous, but this was more like watching fireworks than being around a live grenade. Exciting rather than dangerous. Not him, Isaac agreed, as someone with freezing powers started encasing the showy supervillain in a cube of ice. Up to that point, Galvaniter had been too busy floating and laughing to actually do anything. But maybe that was the point, and the guy was afraid of actually hurting someone. It was looking like that was going to be the end of that particular incident. But before it could wrap up, the entire wall below the broken window burst in and cheers turned to screams as debris rocketed into the crowd. A figure some 10 feet high and seemingly composed of blue flame strode in through the hole, scorching the ground. Several other metas in blue ceramic armor crowded in behind him, as well as some chunky flying drones that seemed to be made out of the same material, hovering on little jets of fire. Smoke Show muttered something under her breath and Isaac looked over. You know this guy, he asked, as everyone's attention switched to the newcomer. The normal folk were pushing at each other as they tried to vacate the area. The new villain seemed far more serious, or at least less performative than Galvaniter. Dad mentioned him. Plasmaster kinda wants Dad's job, I guess, Smoke Show said, pulling a cigarette from her top. Except she didn't have any pockets there. The contradiction made Isaac blink for a moment until he realized it was entirely illusion. And a damn good one, since despite his suspicions, he would never have caught it without that brief mistake. So is he? Isaac started, then was cut off as Plasmaster strode forward and the rocket drones started throwing fire everywhere. Flame powers were generally nasty fire spread, and people without meta toughness couldn't deal with heat. Using it offensively took things straight over the line into real villainy. For a moment Isaac was actually stunned, less by the actions as being suddenly confronted with the thing that always lingered in the back of his mind. The very thing that had shaped his entire life. In a sense, normal people getting caught in a super fight. The ice super flung shards out to contest the fire, resulting in bursts of steam that scalded those who had been just a touch too slow. Then a strength super smashed into one of the lackeys with a blow loud enough to make Isaac physically reel back, his ears ringing. We gotta leave, Smoke Show said, her voice pulling him out of his reverie. Someone hit the evacuation alarm. The distinctive warble filled the air, signs lighting up to show the fastest route out, or to the shelters. Other supers started flying over, or pushing their way through the crowd's Star Central's representatives. The mercenaries. He even recognized Pinky Boom and the attending members of Justice for Hire. Attacking the convention for Al was an incredibly stupid idea. Yes, Isaac agreed, turning to aim them both at the nearest second-story exit. Part of him wanted to stay and help, but he didn't have anywhere near the right skills or powers for that. If he tried, he'd just get in the way of people with real training, especially the one that seemed to be at least tactical class. Or he could get cooked, since he was no more fireproof than anyone else. He and Smokeshow joined the flow of the crowd as the sharp staccato of gunfire erupted. Then another detonation of some sort made the floor buck beneath them. He stumbled, giving himself some extra inertia to try and counter the forces, and wrapped an arm around Smokeshow's waist to keep her upright. She kept close as they tried to push their way toward the exit, fighting the jostling crowd. More metas appeared ahead of them, from other rooms in the conference center, filling the space left by the high ceilings with people who could fly, hover, jump, or otherwise get over the heads of the crowd. "Shit," said Smokeshow in a strained voice, and Isaac looked over to the side to see a large metal sphere bobbing near the ceiling. A very familiar large metal sphere, the kind that shut down superpowers. "Sorigatego," she said abruptly, shakily cramming the words together, and puffed into a stream of smoke that went straight to the nearest wall vent and vanished into it. Isaac stared, blinked, and then shook himself. He didn't blame her for being spooked, not after how badly the mechanical drone had hurt her, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth. He shook it off, as the press of people flowed past him, some people bumping into him and failing to move him much thanks to his higher inertia. He'd gotten maybe 5 steps further toward the exit before one of the ceramic-clad mooks came smashing down from above, pile-driving a meta dressed up like a noir detective into the ground. The poor guy made a strangled noise as something cracked, his hat falling off to reveal a receding hairline. Probably someone with a bit more heroism in him than Isaac. Rather than an actual super, Isaac wasn't going to ignore something like that right in front of him. He quickly fumbled open the carabiner he used to secure the chain bandolier and then stepped forward and whipped it underhand at the armored mook. By the time it hit, he had invested it with as much inertia as he could manage in those few seconds. And while the impact didn't chip the armor, the mook still went flying. The flailing henchman tumbled through the air and by complete coincidence smashed into the hovering mechanical sphere, which crumpled like tinfoil. Isaac sighed in relief as he saw it was just someone's prop, not an actual loan of mechanical devices, divesting some of his inertia so he wouldn't flatten someone if he ran into them. "Thanks," the detective guy groaned out, staggering to his feet and grabbing his hat before it was trampled by the remaining congoers. A third eye opened below the receding hairline and the detective rose into the air, pursuing the mook Isaac had sent flying. That was enough of a contribution for Isaac, who gathered up the chain and hastened after the congoers. "Hey, you!" Isaac didn't pay attention to the voice for a moment, as it didn't much stand out from the rest of the shouting and yelling going on. But then a hand gripped his shoulder. He turned and blinked at a super in a light blue costume with a cape and short fins on the arms. Lunar Bolt, the one who had once kicked him through a building as chains. "You coming with me?" she said, as if he was part of Plasmaster's group. "No," he said, heart pounding and mostly by reflex. But he had at least 3 good reasons. He didn't want to. Chains was certainly a criminal, and when they found out he was Isaac, there was no way he'd be able to keep up his information feed to Rebecca. Not to mention he still didn't trust or want to be involved with Star Central, or spend the night or more in jail. "It's not a choice," Lunar Bolt said, latching into his wrist with superhuman strength and crushing it hard enough to send a bolt of pain shooting through his arm. "Since you here I hey." Isaac knew that he couldn't actually escape the grip of a proper super-strength hero, but still fresh in his mind was the imprisoning feeling of his own clothes being full of inertia, and him without the ability to offset it. Lunar Bolt had super strength, so it wouldn't be nearly the same, but it'd throw her off for sure. He threw as much inertia as he could into her costume, and then just simply pushed against her. With his own investment, he had a lot more force behind a simple push than it might seem. And with her clothes being similarly affected, even a slight movement turned into a bizarre feedback loop. After all, it wasn't like he made things heavier as such, rather that anything set in motion wanted to remain in motion when invested with his power. Lunar Bolt released him by reflex as she windmilled and jerked, bouncing erratically into the air as she tried to compensate with her flight power. Isaac ran while he had the chance. The exterior doors were still crowded with people, but he knew where the restrooms were, and there was a clear path in that direction. He bolted around the corner and went to duck into the men's room to change into Lou's get-up before something Smokeshow had said earlier struck him. Being in costume was less conspicuous than being a normal person, and if anything, a random janitor would probably stand out. Another magical girl might not. Instead, he pushed into the women's restroom, which was, at this point, entirely empty, and ducked into a stall, hastily digging through his backpack. Ravdia took longer to swap into than Lou, but he brought the costume along for a reason. The foam armor and veiled hat and shoes took up most of his backpack, even though he had plenty of practice with packing such things, and some of his swag from the con spilled on the floor as he yanked out the package and started dressing. He was glad that he made the costume to go over normal clothing, because all he had to get rid of was the 2 chains and his boots. Thankfully, the nose prosthesis and scar weren't visible under the hat. Every moment it felt like someone was going to burst in on him as he pulled straps tight and shoved his feet into the roller shoes. The bangs, booms, and rumbles from outside made his breath hitch and fingers jerk, but he managed to get Ravdia's hat on and everything shoved into his backpack without being interrupted. The backpack itself he stashed in the janitor's closet just outside the restrooms. It didn't fit the costume and might be recognizable anyway. Plus, with it not being out in the open, there was a good chance he could retrieve it later. Then he clicked his heels together and rolled back out, hoping he could surreptitiously help Lunar bolt and divest the inertia in her costume. The moment he turned the corner, he ducked instinctively as a bolt of fire flew overhead. In the few minutes he taken to change, the fight had turned into a full-on super brawl. Isaac felt totally out of his depth as he watched at least a score of supers in action. Lines of blue flame marked where the battle had trailed across the floor of the convention center, clinging to bare tile or catching on abandoned booths and props. It was only by the efforts of 2 metas, one with ice powers, the other with water control, that the fire was being kept at bay. Virtually all the windows had been blown out by shockwaves or direct impact, and there were a few people-shaped holes in the wall, too. The rattle of gunfire and the hum of more esoteric weaponry echoed upward from somewhere on the first floor, punctuating the impacts of superpowered bodies and energy flying across the open areas of the convention space. In one corner, a high-speed boxing match was underway between one of the mooks and one of the mercenaries, a masked martial artist that went by Victor Hardbody. Above, a flying super dressed like the entirely fictional Sky Gal smashed one of the drones against another, sending spurts of fire in all directions. Reaching down to grip one of Ravdia's flails, cradling his other arm against his chest, he skated out of the corridor looking for Lunar Bolt. Even as he moved, he kept pushing as much inertia as he could into the armor. It was pointless after a certain amount, just straining the muscles of his power against the ceiling of his ability. But it was reflex. He couldn't help it. The place was like an active war zone, and just making it to the exit was like running through a battlefield, forcing him to push as hard as possible. The instigator of the whole thing, Plasmaster, was going toe-to-toe with a pair of Star Central's supers, Aegis and Jacques the Whipper. The former was a squat man with a larger, shimmering blue outline that seemed to be doing the actual fighting, and the latter a willowy flyer wielding a long metal cable pulsing in various colors. Each clash sent shards of energy whipping through the convention center with enough force to punch holes in walls and doors, starting new fires where they landed. The growl of an electric guitar cut through the normal sounds of battle as Moon Prism shot past Isaac in full regalia. 3 of them had their instruments, guitar, bass, and keytar, each of them broadcasting visible waves through the air as the magical girl group positioned themselves above the battle. A moment later, with a blast of sound, a colored wave blossomed forth from the group. Magical powers, especially magical girl powers, weren't like meta abilities. They might do anything, and unlike the concentration of force meta abilities showed, they were often wide-scale and subtle. The red put strength into his muscles. The blue pulled out the fear from the sheer impact of the powers being flung about. The green visibly healed up wounds all over the convention center, even making his wrist feel better, even if it still ached, and the other colors had effects he didn't notice but surely did something. The impact of their magic set him into motion once again, and he skated forward at speed to try and find Lunar Bolt. He hadn't been gone that long, but he couldn't catch sight of the light blue costume anywhere. A sudden were presaged one of the flame drones smashing into him from the side, barely rocking him thanks to his powers, but at the same time, the device's ceramic armor wasn't cracked either. It took something stronger than that to damage the machines. The drone swiveled the barrel of its flamethrower in his direction, and by reflex he smashed at it with Ravdia's flail, enough to send it spinning away. But that was it. A moment later Galvaniter's lightning smote it in a sharp flash, sending it smoking to the ground, and the would-be villain saluted Ravdia before zipping off elsewhere. Isaac gave up on trying to find Lunar Bolt with a muttered curse. She could be anywhere, and the fight was far too chaotic for Isaac. He turned to zip toward the exit, hopping over craters in the floor and strewn debris, only to practically run into one of the fights. One of the ceramic-clad mooks, a super with a clear strength power, grappled with some guy in a tank top with bulging muscles. The pair smashed into him and bounced off, and the muscle man widened his eyes at Ravdia, silently asking for help. Isaac simply bopped the armor-clad villain on the head with the flail, and the man's feet broke through the floor with a grinding crack, burying him to his knees. The muscle man used the leverage to put the mook in a chokehold, and Isaac hopped over a potted plant to continue to the door. "Join us, sister." Isaac glanced up to see Orange of Moon Prism waving, and grimaced behind the veil, a victim of his own disguise. He was definitely notable to keep up with real magical girls. Even trying to talk like one was liable to make the real deal suspicious. "This fight is too great for Ravdia," Isaac managed to get out, and Orange pursed her lips in disappointment. But she was professional enough to give Ravdia a nod and fly back to the rest of her group. Most supers understood that just because someone had powers, or an artifact, or whatever, didn't mean they were cut out for combat, let alone something where so many different energies and attacks might strike someone where they were weak. He just knew that Star Central would be calling in someone tactical class or better, given how out of hand the melee had become. Unfortunately, getting swept up as a matter of course when the heavy hitters came in would be as bad as being taken in by Lunar Bolt, and he was certain they would be coming, and fast, because nobody wanted the convention center totally leveled, especially considering that, thanks to him, the press was already pretty bad. Finally, Isaac reached the second-floor emergency exit and buled through, the throbbing in his wrist making him forget how much he invested in himself, and accidentally making him pop the entire door off its hinges. He winced, both at the inadvertent demolition and the spike of pain that shot through his arm. But considering the rest of the destruction, it was nothing. The door was in the rear of the convention center, but he could hear people shouting and horns honking as people tried to escape. Divesting himself of his inertia, he jumped off the fire escape and landed in the walkway. There were, of course, some people who had stuck around to watch rather than getting further away from the blast zone, snapping pictures and writing notes. The hardcore fans, who rarely got to see a fight of such magnitude and couldn't help gawking. A few started his way, but the skates gave him a speed advantage on the concrete and he zipped away without comment. To solve the problem of what to do with Ravdia's costume, he skated into a small convenience store across from the convention center and purchased some sandals, a pack of trash bags, and a tote, then borrowed the bathroom in the back to change. It wasn't anything the store hadn't seen before between cosplayers and actual superheroes with a proper civilian identity. People turned a deliberately blind eye to that kind of behavior. He cursed to himself as he took off the armor, his wrist aching with every movement. Though it was better than before, a peek out front showed that with the impressive traffic jam, Smoke Show wouldn't be going anywhere with the car anytime soon. So he hurried along to the nearest post office. He was waiting in a two-person line when a brilliant light washed through the building, and Isaac turned around to see the golden suffusion of Glory Beam's power descending on the convention center. Isaac had never actually seen it in person. There were some grainy bits of footage from the few instances where the sovereign-class power had engaged a nearby threat, but most of the time she dealt with such things away from the city. Nobody wanted anything seriously dangerous to actually get to a population center, and if Glory Beam was on the edge of the atmosphere or over open ocean, she could unleash her full power without worry. The precise nature of her power was purposely kept unclear, but everyone had seen the areas of glowing gold and the beams of intense light that had provided the name. For all the spectacle, that impression of raw power made him shudder, and he was definitely glad that he managed to get out in time. A small and cynical part of him pointed out that Star Central was going to use this to offset any of the bad press Glory Beam was getting thanks to Greg's efforts, but it didn't bother him too much. He nudged the person in front of him, who stepped aside, still staring at the convention center, and put his parcel down on the desk. Ravdia's costume, addressed to Harkim care of the self-storage. It was the only way he could think of to actually hang on to it, at least without creating all kinds of questions. Paying with a couple of cred tabs, he slipped back out and circled the block, heading for the parking lot. Horns honked, engines revved, chimed, roared, and grumbled as he worked his way through the lot, just outside the field that Glory Beam projected. He'd been half expecting to find the car gone, but Smokeshow was still there with the windows rolled down, staring at the convention center with her lower lip between her teeth. She jumped as he rapped on the roof of the car, face sagging in relief. Chains her normal mask slipped, and for a moment she looked just like any other 20-something. He had to wonder how much of the tough boss bitch attitude was a persona just like any of his characters. Sorry about. She paused for a moment and Isaac waved it away. Thanks for waiting, he said instead, and tugged on the door handle with his uninjured hand. Finding it locked, Smokeshow slapped the switch. The latch clicked, and Isaac slid inside. She didn't comment on the lack of chains or the change in footwear, and neither did he. What he did was pop open the glove box for the quick med, applying the patch to his wrist and letting out a sigh as the throbbing ache eased. Sorry, the convention wasn't so great this year, he said. It was technically supposed to be a 3-day thing, and he was sure the people who ran it would do something to make up for the lost time. But it wouldn't be soon. Smokeshow slapped the steering wheel and started the car. Wasn't too bad for me. Least I didn't get hurt. It's fine, Isaac demurred, but the injury wasn't what really worried him. Nor were the fights, the interruptions, or having to leave his bag to hopefully be reclaimed in a few days' time. What worried him was that he left behind altered material, not some minor scrap or fragment to be lost in the world, but something that a super knew he had done. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had made a terrible mistake. Fuckin' amateur hour nonsense, Lunar Bolt muttered, pacing around in her civilian clothes in the viewing area for the lab. Out of costume, she was a short blonde with the only tell of her power being luminous blue eyes. Can believe I lost him? You won. Face any censure, Administrator Ike replied, watching handy hands through the reinforced glass as Star Central's top tinker analyzed Lunar Bolt's costume. A tremendous, room-sized machine hummed and whirred and crackled, lightning zipping through clear tubes and powering intricate glass globes positioned around the sample case. That particular super was not very high on the priority list. In fact, she probably shouldn't have tried accosting him at all, given the situation. But he wasn't going to second-guess people in the field unless he needed to. The convention brawl had been unexpected, but a welcome excuse to push back against the sudden influx of stories on Glory Beam's relationship, something that had never been entirely secret, but also never before substantiated. The life support chair beeped softly, and he glanced at the readout to see that it had supplied more medication to reduce stress-induced problems. Ike didn't really get headaches anymore, but the chair's warnings served essentially the same purpose, telling him he was working too hard, not that he had a choice. If anything, he was lucky that Glory Beam had gotten back in time. She had been off on the Isle of Leaves, helping out with a Biotitan uprising, and that was the kind of thing she couldn't just drop in order to take care of things at home. The most appropriate strategic and tactical class team had been down underneath the city suppressing a crystalline entity rising from the deep kingdoms, and the people he had on hand would have likely caused more collateral damage. It was harder for people to appreciate battles that went on out of sight, but that was actually one reason he had such high hopes for Machine Head. Being able to get some photos of various supers in action in obscure and far distant places would do wonders to offset the inevitable disgruntlement from the public. The release of the Glory Beam files were unfortunate, especially given her past, but Star City couldn't T operate without a sovereign class hero? Well, it's interesting. Handy's voice came over the intercom as he stepped away from the analysis machine, stripping the gloves off his natural hands. The other dozen or so mechanical hands scuttling around the lab shut down the massive device, needing to work together to secure Lunar Bolt's costume. No residual energy, no stray emissions. But at the same time it just registers as normal megamer fabric. But it's still weighty. Or, Ike paused, as it clearly didn't. Twaymore. But what Lunar Bolt had described was something very similar. Massy, except not. Handy agreed. I'll want to keep a sample to see if the effect decays. The only thing I can test for is magic. And this doesn't feel like it, but you never know. I'll get mocker on it, Ike said. Although the man had already been tasked with finding Demetria, an effort that had been stymied by Ike also needing his services to make up for the supers that had already quit in the wake of recent news articles. His gut said that Demetria and this new super were related, though, so hopefully it wouldn't be too much of an imposition. He made a note, escalating the villain responsible for the strange costume alteration from a level 3 concern important to a level 2 concern very important. Administrator. The voice that came through the chair's speakers was Thoughtstealer. And if there was one person in all of Star Central that took precedence, it was her. Ike tapped the privacy button, baffling the audio for a moment. Proceed. Finished the pass on those reporters. The two who were asking about Machine Head were nudged. Exactly the same influence. Very subtle, Thoughtstealer reported, sounding almost impressed. I would barely call it mind control. All it does is make it just a little easier to decide on a path and carry it though, which is the foundation for all behavior. Ike sighed. Do we know who it was? I think so, Thoughtstealer said, and Ike's chair beeped a warning as it dampened a flood of excitement. No name, but I do have a face. Get with Pallet and put out a bulletin, Ike said. The clairvoyant issue was critical, only superseded by immediate crises, of which there were plenty. But someone running around manipulating reporters and supers was one of those utterly insidious threats that could snowball very quickly. We'll make it a manhunt, even if the clairvoyant wasn't in Star City. Even nations outside of the 5-city alliance would certainly be willing to screen people to ensure that kind of influence wasn't happening in their cities either. If he could get that done, that'd clear out a lot of underbrush for dealing with the issue that was slowly escalating to the same level of impossible crisis. The mechanical situation. While most eyes had been on the convention center, the drones had tested Star Central's own defenses. They'd been rebuffed. Of course, Star Central was quite well defended, but the fact that someone was willing to even showed that they were far too comfortable in their anonymity. Whoever was behind it had 6 fewer drones, and Handy had a lot more spare parts, so it was probably a severe mistake. Head down to the basement. I'll make sure they make you a new costume, Ike told Lunar Bolt, who was still looking through the glass and sulking. Of course, we won. Counted against you. It's not every day you run into a super with an unregistered power like that. And you did well against the drones even with it. Lunar Bolt had bumped into the false mechanical forces just as they reached Star Central in one of those bits of serendipity that were inevitable with so many supers moving about. Good enough to get me bumped to tactical class, Lunar Bolt challenged, only half joking. The classes were not, after all, just about raw power. Someone like the Living Lift could have remained a nominal class meta his entire life if he hadn't actively pursued understanding of the limits of his power and a career that benefited from it. Being able to lift anything over his head was narrow, but with the right imagination it could be incredibly powerful, like lifting an entire city above a magma flood. Lunar Bolt's raw power was on the top end of what was generally considered common class, but with enough presence of mind and inventiveness she might break into tactical class and get the accompanying pay bump and merchandising improvements. The incentives were there because Ike actually wanted more effective supers, which was why people like Lunar Bolt were given tactical and command courses. Unfortunately, not everyone was cut out for it. I'll expedite your tests, Ike promised, which was the best he could do. In the meantime, if you could join Thoughtstealer and Pallet to add the chain user to the high-priority bulletin, Sure thing, Lunar Bolt said, most of her sullenness falling away as she saluted and half ran, half floated out of the observation room. Ike made certain that Handy didn't need anything further, then directed his own chair to the elevators, while Heckledhave called Machine Head up to his office. Ike preferred visiting the various people down in the dungeon, and besides, he preferred moving around to being stuck in one place, even more than he was. Anyway, the lab space that young Caleb had made was far different than someone like Handy. Instead of big mechanical devices, glass tubing, and lightning, his was a nest of wires, fans, magnets, and soft chips. Ventilation blew from the ceiling, hard enough that it would have been frigid in the room were it not competing with the waste heat of cathode ray monitors and processing arrays arranged around the walls. Administrator, Machine Head said, putting down a can of soda to wave. Machine Head, Ike returned. VE found more evidence of the telepath, so it's no longer a one-off phenomenon, which means I think we need to find your friend Isaac. He's missing, Machine Head asked with some alarm, sitting up straighter in his chair. We should have brought him in once we found out about the influence on your mind. But we didn't want to alert anyone we noticed, so we just observed him for a little bit. Ike sighed. He hasn't shown up for work and the apartment was cleaned out, so he wasn't just snatched off the street. We suspect the telepath is using him as a proxy. He wasn't sure why, but considering that Caleb's power had been reassessed at a broader level, perhaps Isaac's would be too. Oh, damn. The Tinker's bald head paled and he sank back again. Is there anything I can do? I mean, I can exactly go out. Your surveillance will probably do more to find him than any amount of legwork, Ike assured the young super. But if there are any places where he hangs out, people he might see, or other ways of communicating, I'd like you to submit them to the Greyhound Division. For all its grandiose name, the tracking arm of Star Central had a total of 5 supers. They're just wearing all that many people with investigation-focused powers in Star Central's roster. Yeah, right away, Machine Head said, swiveling to his computer. Does this mean quarantine down? I can talk to people outside Star Central with caveats, I cautioned. Now that we know that telepath is still active, we will have to vet everyone that comes in contact with you. In fact, we'll be screening everyone regularly until this is over, though at least the influence is minimal. Sounds fun, Machine Head said absently, his mind clearly elsewhere. I hope Isaac's okay. The sooner we find him, the more likely he is to be healthy, Ike said, not entirely lying. If the telepath had taken the trouble to exfiltrate Isaac Hartson, then there was some kind of investment or emotional attachment. It was quite likely that he wasn't regarded as a disposable tool. I have some ideas, Machine Head promised, and turned to his keyboard. What are you? Greg muttered to himself. He was, of course, in the depths of his lab, surrounded by the click and whir of meshing gears, the soft pinging of metal as springs unwound, and the hum of esoteric engines pulling energy from the deep places of the universe. His testing of Star Central's defenses had been interesting, and even if he lost a number of drones, he was getting closer to being able to reproduce them with his own materials. But the data wasn't even the real prize. It was just a piece of cloth from one of the hero costumes, but a very interesting one. The hero in question had clearly been suffering from some form of attack, movements almost drunken, but it turned out it was the costume that was at issue. A brief fracas with some of his attack drones had ripped the cloth, and free of the costume the hero had been rather more effective. Unfortunately, his suppression ray failed several checks during spin-up, likely due to Star Central's defenses. That resulted in the beam flickering out before it was properly formed. So he had to pull back some of that particular group, but not without a prize. A scrap of that costume stuck to one of the pike arms of his attack drone. Not that he had intended to take it at the time, but once the drones had returned through the circuitous path and under full stealth, as always he had noticed its unusual properties, light but massy. A strange sort of combination that was generally only seen in magical or deeply exotic materials. He had to guess it was a result of an attack by an opposing meta, rather than a deliberately engineered result. But the effect was fascinating. Greg could think of all kinds of uses for such a material, if only he had more. The analytical engine pinged and hummed away as he watched it work on the cloth, probing it with tools, with light, with sound and all kinds of more obscure energies. Most of it just confirmed what he could test just by picking the scrap up and waving it around their wearing. Lingering energies, magical spells, decaying isotopes, or other evidence of temporary reality distortion. It wasn't until near the very end that anything came up. Greg still didn't have a full mastery of some of the deeper levels of the artifice, so he wasn't fully certain of the theoretical underpinnings for the analytical instrument that had come with the lab. But he knew what it meant. The cloth had indeed been power-altered, some peculiar twist that wasn't some kind of radiation or manifestation. Just looking at the readouts tickled a deep part of his brain. Inspiration flowing as he grabbed scrap material and started cutting and welding. The suppression ray was good so far as it went, but it wasn't enough. The original wore off quickly, and almost instantly if the projector was destroyed or the target went out of range. The suppression was a constant effect, held in place by an arcane engine buried in glass and gears. But what if he could use that twist in the cloth? A trick to make something better than just suppression, a true depowerment effect. Yet another instance of why Greg was superior to the older mechanical. His alternate universe self had relegated power suppression to some sort of area denial field, refusing to cross the line into something that would do real damage. Given that the man had professed to want to rule the world or the like, it was a tremendous oversight, bespoke a certain lack of imagination. He had to wonder how the other mechanical had grown up, whether the lost generation had happened there as well, or if mechanical had been able to have a normal childhood. Resources to learn, to build, to create. Mechanical had surely been a terror in the past. The histories were quite clear, but he never been fully lethal against the superheroes. A softness that Greg was quite willing to correct. The suppressor augment came together slowly. Tiny gears, needing a jeweler's loop to see, meshed around a core of glass and crystal. Minuscule dischargers crackling like dried leaves. Brass and silver casings, with springs to absorb shock. The entire thing made to slide onto the barrel of his projector. A tiny chamber where he placed a minuscule scrap of the cloth, excised from the larger portion he recovered. The last part was irksome. He hated having limited supplies, though there wasn't a choice at the moment, since he had not yet taken control of industries as he knew he eventually would. It wasn't worth spending money on anything other than marginalia when it came to his creations. Either the drones and remnant technology he could salvage from the stashes mechanical had left all over the 5 cities and further afield. But he hadn't gotten there yet, were of far higher quality than anything he could have sourced in any other way. Unfortunately, he couldn't create the effect he wanted. Whole cloth powers were tricky, and even he didn't quite have the ability to replicate the suppressor effect that the drones used. Greg had allotted himself exactly one of the suppressors to dismantle and reverse engineer, and it still sat partially disassembled in a place of honor in his laboratory. The innermost workings were delicate, sealed, and too obscure to understand with his current equipment. Amplifying an extant example was far easier, and something that mechanical's devices had already been set up for. Leverage was one of the main design principles that any mechanical tinker knew. Why expend time and energy doing things the hard way when, given a long enough lever, he could move a world? He attached the augment to the projector, standing well back as he sent the commands to cycle it, listening to the hum rise and fall before sputtering out. Not quite there yet, but a few more iterations would do it. After all, he was mechanical. In fact, he was better, and he would need a meta name soon enough to show it. Even after he gotten the depowerment ray working, it still needed testing, and there was only one way to do it. Fortunately, he had just the target in mind. "I believe you have a package for me." Isaac stood at the counter of the self-storage office, where the same bored kid as before slouched in his chair, reading a comic. For a moment Isaac thought that he'd have to repeat himself, but then the kid sighed, put the comic down, and turned dull and uninterested eyes his way. "Harkeem Jurel," Isaac prompted, and the kid sighed again, rising from the chair and shuffling over to the counter where a jumble of cardboard boxes waited. Isaac had to refrain from yelling and pointing at the appropriate box as the kid slowly poked through them, squinting at labels until finally locating the correct one and bring it over with that same lifeless gait. He didn't even ask for identification or verification, just put it on the counter and picked up his comic again. "Thanks," Isaac said, almost certainly unnecessarily, and absconded with the package. He hurried over to his storage container and opened the box, double-checking the costume for damage before repacking it in a new bag. Under the circumstances, he was carrying his various costumes everywhere, so he could change at any time. Or, well, that had been the plan until he'd been forced to leave most of it at the convention center. Hopefully the bag was still where he'd left it, hidden away in the back of a janitor's closet. But he couldn't count on it, so he was in the process of remaking Lou and Chains. Most of it was actually sewing clothes. The bald cap and mustache for Lou were relatively easy, and he had the pictures so he could reproduce the nose and scar alterations for Chains. Aging and sewing new overalls for Lou and an iron nails patch for Chains was considerably more work. He changed into the new Lou outfit, making doubly sure to blend the bald cap in correctly. New cosmetics always took a little bit of experimentation to get used to. Once he was set, false mustache in place, he took the car out and headed for the convention center to try and retrieve his bag. There was a small crowd there, as people obviously wanted to get their property back. A long line stretched out the door, leading up to a desk with a psychometric meter to verify people's belongings. But Isaac wasn't going to wait there. The fact that he'd been there in the character of Chains was liable to get him arrested if his backpack had been found. Isaac's old 832 Odell sputtered and muttered as he directed it around to the back, cramming it into a half-sized corner space in the employee lot, and extracted an old third-hand push broom from within. The cleaning implement had taken up almost the entire length of the car, awkwardly angled between the seats, but it instantly made Lou's character more believable, something he'd need, since there were a lot of people inside. Construction metas and regular cleaning crew tidying up the mess. There were a lot of the latter, so one more volunteer wandering in wouldn't be out of place. Powers specifically related to cleaning up were rare to vanishing, and those people generally had better things to do. Besides, when it came to sweeping, mopping, and picking up, any old pair of hands could manage, and Isaac wasn't just there to retrieve his bag. Several of the doors were propped open as people brought out trash cans and bags with debris and burnt material, so Isaac simply joined the flow of cleaning personnel and walked inside. It still smelled like smoke and soot inside, but already a good swathe of scorch marks had been scrubbed clean from columns, and the glass frames of the windows were clear of shards. He suspected the only reason the glass hadn't been replaced yet was to let the place air out as much as possible, given the fire damage. Nobody paid attention to Lou as the apparently older man headed up to the second floor and found the janitor's closet there. It was wide open, but Isaac's backpack was still crammed in the back corner where he'd left it. He pulled out a trash bag from the stash in his overalls, put the backpack inside, and then started pushing the broom as he hauled the trash bag along. A few minutes later it was safely in his car, and he rejoined the cleanup crew for real. He felt at least partly responsible for what had happened after all. If it weren't for the material he'd released, Plasmaster wouldn't have bothered with the convention. He knew that it wasn't exactly his fault. But as Dolores had said when he was back in foster care, it didn't need to be for him to take responsibility. It wasn't like he'd invited a supervillain in to wreak havoc. But he sure owed the convention enough to put in some labor. While he worked, Isaac chewed over the ongoing issue of Smoke Show. She seemed like a nice enough girl, normal as anyone with powers could be, and perfectly capable of doing something other than being in a gang. Most of the others were violent or thuggish, and they probably never change, but Smoke Show might. He definitely didn't want to lead her on. He liked her far too much for that. The fact that he'd been the one who snuck in, stole information from them, and then started a bunch of gang trouble didn't help. It was an absolute mess, and one he didn't know how to resolve without being a complete jerk. At some point Chains was going to have to disappear. In fact, at this point he probably should, since he got recognized by someone associated with Star Central. He already made it clear Chains was looking for something outside of the gang. So maybe he could make some excuses and head out without just vanishing. If he was really lucky, he could keep in contact without having to keep to the character of Chains. That was the conclusion he came to after several hours of janitorial work. The kind of thing that was almost soothing to him now. A meditative sort of labor where he could let the work of his hands pull his mind through difficult problems. At this point it seemed unlikely that crash or, worse, black time would mark Chains as being related to the information leak, which went a long way to fulfilling his need to remain unnoticed. He didn't think it was a good idea to go back to being Isaac just yet after all. He still had plenty of material to send to the papers, but it might be worth poking around to see what the powers that be thought Isaac had been up to. Broken glass was swept up. Scorched and broken doors were hauled outside. Stained or burned carpet was ripped out and bundled up. Isaac mopped tile, vacuumed new carpet after it was laid, and swept floors as the whine of power tools signified the installation of new bits of furniture, light switches, or plumbing. A construction meta appeared a few hours in, a tiny woman wearing a bright yellow poncho, and waved her hands as the walls flexed and resurfaced themselves. Glass panels grew from the window frames with a sound like cracking ice, undoing the bulk of the structural damage in a matter of minutes. They weren't done by any means, but things like repainting required more specialized skills than general cleanup. So Isaac waved at his fellow volunteers, mostly convention staff, though there was one commercial crew among the group, and headed back out. He stopped off in a corner parking lot to switch back to Hakim, taking off the bald cap and applying the cosmetics to darken his skin, finally donning the white gloves and climbing back behind the wheel of his car. If he was going to be doing something other than pretending to be a ganger and hanging out in a self-store, he needed to start looking at apartments. He needed some form of legitimate identity, something to balance out his ganger activity, and had enough creds to cover something small, not for long, but at least enough to figure out what he was going to do to make money in a legitimate manner. Not to mention that someone like Chains would never be able to get at Caleb and find out what was going on there. Hakim was his best bet for that, and nobody would bat an eye at a foreigner wanting to rent an apartment for only a few months. Heading back downtown, he picked up a couple newspapers for the classifieds, and swung by the real estate office he used to find his old apartment to get one of their catalogs. While Hakim was definitely a higher-class individual than Isaac had been, the reality of his finances and the fact that he would be by himself meant that he had to look for something on the smaller, cheaper side. He took all the literature to one of his favorite cafes, one that served massive sandwiches, and started perusing the material while enjoying a corned beef on rye. Don, move. It took Isaac a good 6 seconds to realize that a super was there and addressing him. He only vaguely recognized the man, a kid in an electric blue bodysuit laden with black belts. Each belt was studded with little crystals, making him extremely glittery or glowy, since there was a faint luminescence around each one. He couldn't remember the super's name, only that he had some form of energy blast. The kid was holding his hands Isaac's way, and very carefully Isaac put down the sandwich and swallowed, entirely at a loss. It was one thing to be accosted as Chains, but quite another for a super to see him as a threat when he was just some random guy. He didn't even know what he might have done that would have brought Hakim to Star Central's attention, though of course, he had already concluded that whatever his power was doing to make his characters more believable was perfect. What is, Don? Speak, the kid said, his voice cracking as he interrupted the vague question Isaac was about to ask. The super reached up to the communicator on his ear. Caleb's work, he saw absently, while the other people in the cafe quickly and quietly shuffled away from the potential super fight. Suddenly the last bite of sandwich seemed to stick in his throat, and Isaac grabbed his soda and sucked down a couple gulps. I said, Don. Move. The kid raised his palms to point them at Isaac, then cocked his head, clearly listening to the communicator. Yeah, send a backup team to Michael's sandwiches, corner of 3rd and Blake. Okay, Braun dude, turn it on. A high-pitched whining made everyone in the cafe flinch, something that felt like it was inside Isaac's head, rattling his inner ear. He winced, but it didn't seem to do anything. He felt exactly the same, and despite the annoyance of the whining sound, he could still think straight, which meant he knew he had to get out of there before backup came. There was no telling what had sent them after Hakim, but given that he had someone pointing a gun at him or the equivalent, he was T about to just go along with it. Isaac shoved inertia into his clothes and himself. Despite his misgivings as he eyed room and figured the best way to get the hell out of there. There was absolutely no way he was going to get into a super fight in the middle of a crowded cafe. Not that it was his choice. Once whatever it was had been turned on. The kid sauntered closer, and Isaac stood up, his heart pounding as he prepared to do something. He wasn't sure what. All he knew was that he wasn't at all interested in going with the supers. Stop, the kid shouted, and loosed a blue-green energy blast. Isaac ducked as the wild bolt of vibrant blue-green energy shattered the windows behind him, grabbing onto his chair and instinctively augmenting it so it withstand the motion of his inertially charged self as he toppled back. Both he and the chair hit the tile floor with enough force to crack it, and Isaac continued the movement of his backward roll rather than trying to redirect his inertia, picking up the chair by its low back and brandishing it, legs outward, as a shield, just in time too, as another energy blast smashed into the chair, shoving Isaac backward despite the massive inertial investment. Wood crackled and smoke rose, tongues of flame licking up from the front of his shield even if the impact didn't bowl him over. It still slid him up against the wall-length broken windows. And then through the remaining facade. The lip of brick simply gave way rather than tripping him, rendered inconsequential by the forces involved. But Isaac was just glad he didn't trip and fall again like a doofus. Part of him was tempted to chuck the chair at the energy kid, but he instinctively rejected anything that might seriously hurt someone, especially if it would leave more inertially invested material around. Besides which, he was already outside the cafe, which was where he wanted to be. He heard the aphorism. The best fight was the one you didn't have, many times. So his first plan was just to run away. He had no intention to rush back in, trying to go toe-to-toe with Energy Kid. But he couldn't just turn around and flee headlong because that would just invite getting sniped from behind. Instead, he just backpedaled along the sidewalk, wincing as he accidentally bumped his elbow into a parking meter and twisted it sideways. Horns blared as people drove away from the developing super fight. Everyone in Star City used to the signs. Isaac's eyes widened as he saw a double-sized person brawn dude, clearly pelting his way along the sidewalk, fist cocked and ready. The giant super dodged past the Energy Kid as the latter emerged through the hole in the cafe, bearing down on Isaac in a matter of seconds. There were probably 1,000 things a competent fighter could have done in the situation, but all Isaac could think to do was to crouch down, pushing his power into the chair as hard as he could and swinging it upward like a baseball bat. There was a confused moment as Brawn Dude's fist punched through the charred bottom of the wood, but was caught in the ascending movement. Strength supers only vaguely obeyed the laws of physics, but whatever Brawn Dude could do didn't stop several inertial tons from catching his arm and pulling him along for the ride. Isaac gawked as the chair creaked, but his swipe still sent the super through the air in a long arc, catapulted directly along the street. Brawn Dude, the kid shouted, and his palms came up again, crystals sparkling as he charged another blast, with the chair practically falling apart, and with it being his only real weapon. Isaac took a couple of steps forward to try and knock the kid's aim aside. Instead, he managed to bracket him between the chair legs, the two of them staring at each other for a moment over the half-destroyed seat of the chair. Then, in a flash of insight, he just shook the chair back and forth. The Energy Kid yelped as he was thrown back and forth, a rapid thump-thump-thump that broke his concentration and drove the breath from him with a long hoof. After a few seconds, he dropped to the ground, dazed, and Isaac divested his power from the chair before setting it on the sidewalk outside the cafe and turning to run. If he could just duck out of sight, he could probably wipe off the cosmetics and ditch the suit, and without a tracking super they wouldn't be able to find him. Not getting away that easy. A deep bellow came from down the street before Isaac had even made it to the end of block, and Brawn Dude reappeared, none the worse for his trip through the air. The oversized super reached over and picked up a Cara 920 Maltese, a nice little subcompact, and then simply threw it at Isaac. OSH. Isaac cut off the exclamation as he flung up his hands by reflex. Having about half a second before the impact to prepare, he juiced his inertia even more, straining with his power, and then focused on sucking the car's inertia out as he waited for it to hit. The bumper dented as he caught it by the front. The combination of his own increase and the car's decrease as his power began to work, arresting its forward momentum. It dropped straight down, and Isaac reversed the divested inertia before scrambling away, only thinking about how glad he was the car hadn't landed on him. That would have squished him, powers or no, because he couldn't do anything about weight. It was only by sheer luck that neither of the supers had killed him, and they still might if he didn't either surrender or get away. As tempting as the first seemed, he was already committed to the second. He didn't trust Star Central much to begin with, and this absolutely didn't help, especially since he had no idea what the hell was going on. This was more than just some arrest. It was like they thought he was some sovereign-class terror. He dashed across the empty street, only parked cars remained, and dived toward an alleyway. Brondude stomped on the street, a fissure rippling through the asphalt toward him, detonating under his feet and sending him sprawling. Chips of pavement flew where he hit the ground and rolled, his power not enough to keep him from tripping over his own 2 feet. His own clumsiness reinforced how badly Isaac needed to get away. Every second meant it was more likely backup supers would arrive. Ones that could fly, and once that happened it was all over. The super stomped again, and Isaac had half a second to figure things out. He had used a kind of super jump before, bouncing his inertia between nearly nothing and quite a lot. And Brondude's fissures had even more punch. Isaac frantically dialed down his inertia, and the ground ripple hit with the bizarre floating sensation that always accompanied inertia-free movement. Just as frantically, he dialed it back up to just above normal to keep air resistance from stopping his motion, and the confusion resolved into a whistling of air around his ears and the sight of building walls blurring past. He grunted as his shoulder bounced off brick, redirecting his tumble. It took him another second to get his bearings, flying out of the alley between 2 five-story office buildings toward a 2-story mall. In the next block, his stomach lurched as he tumbled, completely out of control, at least until he dropped his inertia again. Then the air itself stopped him, making him drop straight down, save for some back and forth from errant breezes, landing him on the roof of the mall. For a moment he stood, completely stunned that he gotten out of the super fight alive. Sure, some of it had been due to his powers, and other people not understanding him, but it was still mostly on the pair of supers. They hadn't had any coordination, and he had more than a little luck, knowing that flying supers would be there any moment. He sprinted off the roof, dropping down onto one of the balconies and slipping past the bemused people there. Given how many metas were around, someone arriving from the air wasn't totally unheard of, but there were still people who remember him. He hurried into the mall, ducking into a corner and retrieving a package of wet wipes from his pocket, scrubbing at his face to get rid of the cosmetics darkening his skin. Then he quick-marched for a clothing shop, stripping off the brown outer suit coat and bundling it up under his arm. He wasn't carrying much money, but it was enough that he could get pants and a shirt, handing over the cred tabs and borrowing a changing room. The suit and dirted wipes went into the bag that the clerk had given him for his clothes, and he shoved it in a trash can as he headed toward the mall's exit. Ditching the identity of Hakim had taken maybe 5 minutes, but he could already see supers hanging around the exits, and in the distance he spotted a group of bright costumes sweeping the mall. They probably couldn't shut it down and detain everyone, but just looking around with super senses would be enough for most people. David Jeffries, Isaac muttered to himself, grabbing the name from the brands he saw on display as he fiddled with the collar of his brand new polo shirt, tousling his hair to make it different than Hakim's crisp cut. He set his jaw, compressed his lips, and threw his head back as he strode along with purpose. Generally he wouldn't have bothered trying to come up with some kind of cover identity if he were just going from one place to another. But he recognized that something within his power helped him avoid recognition. Just as before, he could feel a faint shiver, the use of a muscle he didn't realize he had. But that was all. He hoped it would be enough. From the corner of his eye he saw the immense form of Brondude squeeze through the front entrance to the mall, and had to keep himself from breaking into a run. Instead he aimed confidently for the food court. If nothing else, he hadn't actually finished lunch, and scrambling to leave would probably make him suspicious. Isaac almost felt like he was outside himself, performing a character in a play as he pretended he hadn't just been in a super fight that could have easily killed him, and wasn't on the run from Star Central for reasons unknown. he got himself an oversized slice of pizza from the food court, leaning against one of the columns, then wincing as his shoulder, bruised from hitting the building, protested. He switched to the other one, chewing on his cheap mall food as he listened to a nearby group of teenagers gossip about the supers combing the mall. Most of the theories centered around Mechanical and his drones, since Star Central had yet to find out who was controlling them. Even after all these decades, the old Tinker's technology was just superior to most everything Star Central could manage. When Braun Dude himself strolled by, Isaac lifted his slice of pizza to his mouth, blocking most of his face with the oversized crust as he watched the giant super look around. A smaller woman trailed him in a costume that looked like secretary chic, with a clipboard, hair bun, and a dress that exposed far more skin than strictly necessary. But the way she carried herself just screamed danger. Neither of them gave him a second look. Isaac threw away the last of his pizza, feeling a little sick from everything going on, and stopped by the bathroom to splash his face with water and take a few deep breaths, as well as make sure all the makeup was gone. Then he headed for the exits. He wasn't going to feel safe until he was well away, but he couldn't go back to the self-store, or the hotel, for that matter. Even his car might not be safe, but he had to at least check if he could recover his bag. There was just too much there, including some of his backup money, to leave it be. The parking garage was less than a block away, and Isaac didn't see any supers guarding it, though it wasn't like there was any reason to think this garage in particular would be related to the super fight. Not when there were so many other ways to get around town. Regardless, Isaac was sure it was only a matter of time, so he strolled up to his car, got out his bag, and left. If he was wrong, the car would still be there in a day or two, maybe with a ticket, but still there. There was nowhere he could go. The self-storage was in Harkim's name, so he didn't dare go back there, and that meant leaving everything behind. His materials, his tinkered costuming kit, his clamshell minicomp, everything that characterized his old life. Not to mention the rest of his money. Not for the first time, Isaac wondered whether he really made the right choices, whether he was too skeptical of superheroes and villains. But when a pair of supers were willing to smash up a cafe and throw around cars as a first reaction, it was hard to extend any trust, or, for that matter, kept a brand new super completely hidden and incommunicado after recruitment. At least Isaac had gotten some people to ask about Caleb, which might force them to make him public. Though without the clamshell, there was no good way to reach his brother. Isaac brooded over his situation for a while, walking along the sidewalks of Star City's commercial district. But eventually he realized he had to do something. Go somewhere. Move forward. Or at least start moving. Whether or not he had a destination in mind. Unfortunately, there was only one place he could think of where he had some degree of credit and people he knew. It looked like he was going to be stuck as chains for a while. That was not your best showing. Vilmonica's words were hammered and precise, made all the more scathing by the severe lack of emotion. Braun Dude and Blue Blast, the names sounded like some kind of soft drink promotion, winced. As well they should. At least they had the mercy of the dressing down being performed in Administrator Ike's office, rather than somewhere public. Ike himself was letting the team's handler ream them out. Vilmonica was herself an information super and coordinated the bulk of the common class teams. Usually supers were in pairs or trios to cover each other's weaknesses. Blue Blast's range and speed was supposed to pair with Braun Dude's strength and toughness. But clearly nobody had accounted for brains, though that was perhaps slightly unkind, as they were just meant to do street patrols, and the anti-telepathy tools had been issued to everyone as a matter of course. Nobody would have expected Blue Blast to actually spot the man they were interested in, just casually sitting at a diner without a care in the world, or for him to exhibit powers that were very much not that of a telepath. For high-value targets, you call in backup first, and only once they have arrived do you approach the target, Vilmonica lectured. While the pair squirmed uncomfortably, you donatry and take down someone at that level on your own. But we had the jammers, Blue Blast said, which he really shouldn't have. Even back when Ike was a trainee, he knew better than to argue with the handler. Vilmonica's demeanor didn't visibly change, but the weight of her displeasure still stalled out any further words of argument. She let the silence stretch for a few moments to drive the stupidity of the reply home before speaking. and this incident only demonstrates why that kind of tool shouldn't be taken as a guarantee. Vilmonica tapped her finger against her arm, frowning at the pair. We didn't know whether this person was the telepath at all, only supposed it. Yes, Brondude said, nudging Blue Blast with an oversized elbow before the latter could make another comment. This sort of thing is even more regrettable when we having to endure a smear campaign about our relationships with supervillains. Vilmonica lectured them, Ike's presence tacitly reinforcing her words. He let her proceed for a few minutes more, until the pair were thoroughly cowed, then stepped in. Now that we are all on the same page, let us review the actual fight, he said, tapping at the controls of his chair to bring up the imagery taken by Caleb's surveillance. They were just small cameras attached to the earpieces, but it was better than solely relying on verbal reports. He flipped up the first useful frame, that of their target eating a sandwich. The man was of average height and build, but the brown suit and white gloves he wore concealed everything but his face, so in truth he could have looked like anything beneath it. The heavily tanned, almost bronzed cast to his face meant that he likely hailed from the Nasir Kingdom to the south, which might create some interesting political troubles. I clicked through the still shots and then touched on the short clip of Blue Blast failing to cut through a chair. Clear toughness power, likely extending to personal possessions, Ike noted, which was in the minority but not unheard of. Most costumes needed to be engineered to deal with the rigors of super fights, but some people had a power that protected things like clothes and glasses. Everyone was envious of them. Strength, too, Blue Blast said, even if he blocked it. That was a lot of force. Yes, getting to that, Ike said, flipping to Brondude's camera and clicking forward to when he punched through the chair. The perspective of the short clip careened wildly as the suspect sent Brondude flying, and Ike froze it again. In practical terms, he didn't demonstrate anything beyond common class powers, but his usage of them, the two of you never had a chance. Gee, thanks, Brondude muttered. It's a simple fact, Ike stated, poking at the controls on his chair and flipping to the timestamp where Blue Blast got absolutely clobbered by chair legs. Control of the environment. Adept use of power with no collateral damage. And look at his expression. Ike highlighted the slightly condescending, thoughtful face the suspect held throughout the entire fight. He never changed it. Perhaps this man isn't the telepath, but he seems to be a professional, so next time, you will call your superiors before approaching a suspect, Vilmonica said, cutting off Blue Blast. As for finding this super, other people will be attending to that. Ike had already put a watch on the transportation out of Star City, but he didn't have any great hope. Someone like that would vanish once their cover was blown, but it was still another point of data to find their telepath. Sooner or later, Star Central would run them to ground, and he doesn't even show up for days on end, Blast Fist complained, thumping the table with a fist. You think Buzz was wrong that he's part of the another gang after all, Black Banshee only half-asked, sounding more like she was sharing a statement of fact. Getting nods from the men at her table. I bet he doesn't care about the iron nails at all. Sarah Miller, aka Smokeshow, sneered at them all from behind her conjured cigarette. Of course Chains didn't care about the iron nails. He wasn't some dumbass ganger with no plans or prospects other than blowing his dough on drugs and skirts. He was a man who had grabbed the reins of his life and held it in a firm hand. Acts like he's better than us, muttered Hard Edge, distracting Sarah from her thoughts about firm hands with that horrible scraping noise he made every time he rubbed his forearm blades. Smokeshow wanted to snap at Hard Edge. Chains was better than them, better than any of the loser, violent, petty gangers that hung around hoping her dad would somehow make them superior specimens. But she seen the other gangs, and the higher-ups. She met Black Time. Inasmuch as anyone could meet a super who kept himself shrouded in perfect darkness. No matter how high you went, there were the people who knew what they were doing. And then there were the hanger-son, the leeches, the orbiters. But she couldn't bring herself to speak up. Dealing with people was always hard, especially the coarse and crude cretins that made up most of the meta gang. Issuing orders on behalf of Dad was easy enough, but trying to navigate all the stress and mess that people like Black Banshee threw out was too much, which meant that everyone looked to BB and left her out on the edges. BB's little group continued criticizing Chains, but Smokeshow was fed up. Annoyed by the waste of words, spent without thought or consideration. She decided she was done. Disgusted, disgruntled, and distressed. Enough that she could no longer stand the chattering presence of her theoretical peers. She sent a tendril of her smoke under the door, then moved herself along it, vanishing from inside of Lovely Bar and reappearing out on the street. Her smoke was a bit of herself, something that could never be truly divorced from her. Anywhere it was, she could see and hear and be. Anywhere it was, she could also pretend was something else. Everything came down to smoke and mirrors, including herself. She couldn't just be regular Sarah Miller, a girl living her life. No, she was the daughter of a supervillain. She was all too aware of how much her dad doted on her, how much he expected from her in turn, how he had hopes for her, shown in how he had set her up within his gang, given her the chance to be an aspiring supervillain and all-around boss bitch, the de facto second-in-command of the Iron Nails. Most of the time, Sarah would rather go to the park and write poetry. She'd die if anyone actually read it. But it gave her something different from the pressure of having to be smoke show all the time. Truth was, she wasn't sure she wanted to be smoke show at all. Sarah meandered down the street, invisible to others as her smoke cloaked her. She wasn't even going back to her normal room, since they had to move the base. Again, it happened once a year or so, whenever someone got a lead on where Crash was staying and attacked. Sometimes it was fine, but on occasion there was real danger and they had to relocate. She ended up moving all over, never settling down, never able to make that decision on her own. Maybe that was why Chains was so appealing. He was so very in charge of his own self. Didn't fall into BB's orbit like everyone else. Didn't slink in and latch on. He was there to be useful and to learn, and very clearly was a man who was going somewhere, moving toward better things, something beyond just doing gang work forever. Just like she needed to find something beyond being smoke show forever, she slipped past the front of the laundromat and into the newly renovated section, up a flight and past her dad's room. Crash's room. It'd been a long time since he'd been just Mr. Miller, and she didn't want to fall into that, just being the super all the time. When he was just dad, he had time for her. As Crash, he was busy all the time and out of the city more often than not, especially now, since with all the secrets being spilled out all over the papers, he had to move and convert holdings all over the 5-city alliance. It was even worse with Plasmaster being captured by Glory Beam. Not that Sarah personally cared about the jerk, but he knew a lot about a lot, so even more things had to be changed. Stuff that had already been altered after the first news stories came out, driving everyone into a tizzy that required Crash's constant attention. It was stuff she didn't want to deal with at all. Her new room had most everything in about the same places as the last. Wire rack shelves holding her memorabilia and merchandise set in the same place by Crash's movers. She took a moment to quietly glee over her newest addition, the record signed by Olive Moon Prism, which wasn't something she ever thought she'd get, even with all the power people like her dad or Black Time wielded. Actually getting tickets to shows or little things like autographs just wasn't in the cards, since she didn't feel like going back out, and wasn't needed for any official business. She wandered to her bathroom and washed off the makeup she used. Some of her smoke show guise was illusion, but small details like lipstick and eyeshadow actually worked better with some reference to work from, at which point it was easier to just use normal cosmetics. Without them, though, the face that looked back at her from the mirror seemed wan and ordinary. Sometimes she wanted ordinary, but the reality of it felt so lacking. She turned away and sighed, dropping onto her bed and reaching for the notebook she always kept there. Her hand worked of its own accord, sketching out couplets and stanzas as she wondered if Chains would actually care about ordinary Sarah, or for that matter, who exactly he was behind the meta name. Dad had done a little bit of digging because he couldn't let her have anything to herself, and Chains didn't match any of the normal froth of dreg and common class metas that washed up at the shore of the ganger lifestyle. But he definitely wasn't a super either, so maybe just a newly awakened meta. Someone who had done something substantive before finding out they had powers. Maybe she asked, though she wasn't sure she could quite work up the nerve. even if it was clear he liked her back. Actually talking to her, offering thoughtful, conscientiously chosen words, instead of just giving her the same monosyllabic grunts he gave everyone else. Plus inviting her out on a notaktually aditabatkinda. It was probably the first time someone had tried that, and it wasn't about getting a leg up in the gang, or getting at dad. It was that kind of thought that swirled round and round in her head, keeping her hands busy as she hid away in her bedroom, though she couldn't completely hide. With dad gone, it was just her and her cousin Chester Columbus holding down the fort, so she had to keep an eye out for things easier to do with wisps of smoke outside the building and in the hastily built security center in the basement. It would have been a lot simpler to use the surveillance stuff they nicked from the truck, the new equipment. Except Blacktime had that locked down because he thought what hat was how the leaks happened. Sarah was still scratching away at her notebook when she caught the very object of her thoughts approaching along the sidewalk. Dressed in something more like mercenary chic than the Iron Nails style he always walked, which, considering the make of car he admitted to having, was probably for the best. Old Odell's were little bubble cars, nothing worth bragging about, and sure wouldn't help his image. That got her off the bed. But then she froze when saw what was in the sky behind him, something he hadn't noticed yet. A big metal sphere emerging from the air as it decloaked, flanked by a pair of smaller spheres a moment later. They were high in the sky, still far away, but close enough to put a hollow pit into her belly. She remembered the horrible lack from the last time she encountered one of those. The crushing nothingness of her power being suppressed, almost crowding out the weird pain of having her illusions broken. Like losing her name, or the ability to speak, at the same time. She didn't want to abandon Chains, especially not a second time. She still felt the guilt from seeing Chains coming up to the car, obviously injured after she left him behind at Metaphicon like a jerk. Another second passed, and she made up her mind, flowing along her smoke to the outside of the building, manifesting herself and waving at Chains. Then pointing, "Look out," she shouted, and Chains whirled around, spotting the drone and instantly pulling on the weapons wrapped around his arms. The chains that gave him his name dropped into his hands and he started swinging them in preparation as Smoke Show sent plumes of smoke out to cover him, making him invisible but duplicating his likeness nearby. Given what happened last time, trying to blind the drone was useless, but she could make it look like Chains was somewhere else. The smaller drones swooped down, energy blasts cutting through the air and scorching the concrete, enough to do some real damage to a normal person, though most supers would have some way to deal with it. They weren't the real threat anyway, since it was the bigger drone that had the suppressor. But they still focused their fire on Chains, or at least, where she had put one of the false images. She was dimly aware of Chester calling the emergency line, over in the security room, through the bit of smoke she kept there. But even with the transporter supers that Blacktime kept, it take time for Crash to show up, and even he might not be enough against Mechaniacal's relics. Blacktime himself was wary of the power suppression, since his power was what made him immortal. So he was obviously not going to come anywhere near such a threat. Not cowardice, just prudence. Chains flung out a handful of gold-colored links, just barely missing one of the small drones and reaching full extension with a sharp metallic crack. Sarah just kept herself obscured in the background, her power not cut out for direct combat. She was a conductor, directing through misdirection and trickery, shielding and hiding, and she preferred it that way. Her smoke kept billowing outward, covering more and more of the area, but she couldn't quite bring herself to invest as much as she normally did, not with that suppressor drawing ever closer. More blaster fire peppered the ground, but none of it actually threatened Chains, who whipped his weapons through the air and managed to score a hit. The impact made a terrific din, the namesake weapons staving in the side of the drone and driving it back. It rebounded from a building, wobbling back into the air like a limping thing, listing and limping. Another drone made a sharp whining noise, going up in frequency and above anything that she could hear. And suddenly the metal Chains was using seemed to fall apart, the links looking half-melted even if they didn't glow or smoke with heat. Sarah hissed, seeing that the drones had disarmed the only person who managed to affect the drones, and in a single, invisible shot. For a moment Chains looked at the ruined weapons, then glanced around, before pulling at his hoodie. The lace that cinched the hood slid out of its pocket, giving him a couple feet of fabric, and used it to lash out at a blaster drone that was going after a mirror image of Chains nearby. The string cut straight through it with a squeal of tortured metal, Sarah gawking at the sight. But of course he hadn't. T fully explained his power. Nobody ever did. That was just stupid. Then the big drone was there, and she pulled back her smoke hurriedly, not wanting to get caught out by the pulse again. Chains stood there, swinging the lace and clearly gauging how to get at the drone itself. Smokeshow wished she'd gotten one of the big guns from the armory, the kind that some mad tinker had made and could only fire 1 or 2 shots. But she couldn't. T-Bear to leave Chains by himself again. The air rippled around the large drone, and both she and Chains backpedaled, skipping away from it as it charged up. But it didn't emit a pulse like last time. Instead, there was a low thrumming as the distortions gathered at the front of the drone and suddenly shot forward. It was aimed at one of the illusory versions of Chains, and when it hit her smoke, it spent itself in a royal of doom that lashed back toward her at the speed of thought. She screamed as the pain hit, not a physical thing but something inside her head, as all her extra senses were suddenly severed, the strength draining out of her in an instant. She crumpled to the ground, barely catching herself and scraping her hands on the asphalt, and blearily looked up to see Chains whip his arm forward. The lace flipped through the air, impossibly steady, and hammered into the shell of the offending machine. The metal groaned as the lace punched through the outer shell, the mechanical sphere clicking and whirring as internals failed. It fell to the ground, dropping on the street with a flat clank, and there was silence as Chains hurried over to bend over the machine shell. But her power didn't come back. The smoke was gone. "I got you," Chains said, having returned without her noticing, and she blinked blearily up at him as he scooped her up. For some reason, she felt oddly light and floaty as he carried her in his arms. Isaac cursed under his breath as he hauled Smokeshow toward the laundromat while she refused to do more than dazedly look around. Not only had he let her get hurt, he let Crash's daughter get hurt, and that was probably not going to end well. He slid to a halt far faster than he should have been able to, automatically manipulating inertia up and down to give himself better cornering ability, and buelled through the front door. Part of him was already wondering if he lost some precious seconds by taking the time to pull the extra inertia out of the hoodie lace. Though he also needed to check it was truly dead. He had heard the last dying rattles of the ruined gears, tangled as they were by the inertia-Lillidan lace, and the subsequent silence made its status clear, and thank goodness for that, because the area effect pulses were bad enough. But targeted, ranged power suppression was an absolute nightmare. If Smokeshow weren't hurt, he'd have stayed to smash it good. Columbus appeared as Isaac shoved through the rear door of the laundromat, practically taking it off its hinges, and beckoned for Isaac to follow him. The next door was hidden, flush with the hallway behind the laundromat, and opening only because Columbus touched some portion of it in a rapid-fire pattern. Isaac wasn't in any frame of mind to try and memorize it, just pushing through into a clearly more residential part of the building and laying Smokeshow down on the couch. "Quick med?" he asked, though he wasn't sure if the Tinkermaid healing patch would do anything. It was also pushing it a bit close, at least according to the quick med box. Not that he was one to talk, but generally it was recommended to wait weeks between quick med doses, and he didn't want to somehow make Smokeshow's problems worse. Nevertheless, Columbus threw open a closet and dug out one of the familiar-looking patches. He slapped it on Smokeshow's arm without her illusion powers. She was just wearing a short-sleeve tee with Moon Prism's logo on it, and the two of them waited. She blinked once, twice, and took a long breath. "I still can feel it," she said, voice trembling. "My power isn't back yet." "Oh," Isaac said, all the normal curses he knew failing in the face of such a thing. There was no way to comfort someone when half their very self had been sealed away. He didn't know how it worked, but he'd remember the terrible feeling of disoriented nothingness from when he'd been hit with the power suppressor. He'd been more worried about being crushed at the time, but every eternal moment of those few seconds would live with him forever. "Are you sure it's destroyed?" Columbus asked, in his odd resonant voice. "I'll make sure," Isaac said grimly, even if he didn't want to leave Smokeshow by herself. Smashing the drone to pieces would be a good use of his time. At least he wouldn't feel so useless. Leaving Smokeshow to recover on the couch, he hurried back outside and used one of the other chains he put on his costume to batter the drone into pieces. It made a mess of the road, but people would have to cope. While he didn't know what bit specifically was responsible for the power suppression, it only took him a couple minutes of anger-fueled, inertially amped smashing to scatter it into a number of unmoving, unpowered constituent parts. He hoped that would also keep anyone from reverse engineering the thing. The last thing anyone needed was more supervillains with power suppressors. One was bad enough. He was at the door when a crack of thunder seemed to come from right next to him, and he jerked around to see Crash there with a woman that seemed to be made out of stars and nebulae, shrouded in cloth made of ice and night. Not a meta he recognized, but it didn't take brains to guess she was one of Black Time's transportation supers, possibly even one that wasn't even publicly known. Given the emergency, One Eye, rendered as a blue hypergiant, turned his way and, bizarrely, winked at him before she folded in on herself and was gone again. Crash buelled past, literally throwing him from his feet as the supervillain made a blurring beeline for the inside. Smashing the door Isaac had already half broken on his way in. Isaac hit the ground without any real issue, managing to drop his inertia enough to make it a soft landing, then got to his feet and followed. Annoying though it was, he didn't really blame Crash for his haste. If anyone had been in his way when he brought Smoke Show inside, they would have gotten bowled over too. By the time he reached the living room with the couch, Crash was already kneeling there, murmuring to Smoke Show, and out of respect Isaac just hovered by the door, his hand flexing as he thought. Whoever was running the drones seemed to have it out for them. Specifically, from what he heard, none of the other incidents had targeted people, just equipment. The attack had definitely been aimed at him and Smoke Show though, and everyone knew that when a supervillain broke their normal habits it was a very bad thing. So someone had a beef with him, Smoke Show, or both. It was exactly the kind of thing he never wanted to get involved with, and he was still feeling a little shaky from the unexpected fight. But he felt the cold fire of anger rising in his chest to match it. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he was going to do something to whoever shot Smoke Show, especially since it was all due to her covering him with illusions. The duplicates of himself had been distracting enough that none of the shots actually came near hurting him. He was mulling over the growing fury, letting it stoke in his chest, when Crash rose from the couch and rounded on him, suddenly in front of him with a face like a thundercloud. "You!" Crash boomed, and Isaac winced. The voice was so loud it physically hurt. "Since you got here my daughter's been attacked twice and we had a lot of secrets leak. Maybe you involved. Maybe you just bad luck." Crash regarded Isaac coldly, a murderous expression that reminded him that the man was a supervillain, someone who could go toe-to-toe with pretty much anyone short of Glory Beam. "Dad." Smoke Show's faint voice came from the couch and Crash's face softened for a moment. "If my Smoke Show wearin' sweet on you, I'd kill you where you stand," Crash said, quieter but just as cold. "Instead, I don't want to see you ever again. If I do, I will bury you." With the last 4 words he prodded Isaac in the chest, once for each word. If it weren't for the inertial investment, that simple gesture would have crushed Isaac, and even as it was it shoved him through the drywall of the room like nothing, a wooden stud cracking as Isaac reflexively tried to find some purchase, though the weirdness of the extra inertia meant that he was exceedingly difficult to topple. "Understand?" Crash growled, and Isaac lifted his hands, palms out, angry as he was. He wasn't about to try and throw down with someone like Crash. "Perfectly," he said, waiting for Crash to turn away before hurrying through the laundromat, rubbing at the quickly forming bruise on his sternum. Back out on the street, he growled to himself and marched along the sidewalk, heading nowhere in particular. His only thought had been to hide out with the gangers for a while, since he had nowhere else to go, and now that had been denied to him. Chains wasn't an identity he could use anymore, especially since the supers recognized it. So he'd have to be someone else. He wandered out of the slums, realized he was headed toward his old apartment, and changed direction. A few passers-by on the sidewalk circled wide around him, which forced him to realize he was stalking, glowering, and otherwise looking like he was ready to do violence, which he was, but he had no idea who to actually blame. He took a moment out to try and calm down, ducking into an alley and shedding the guise of chains. He stuffed the jacket into his backpack and peeled off the nose prosthesis, tucking it into a little bag before cramming it in next to the jacket. Ravdia armor took up most of the room in the backpack, and in the process of trying to make it all fit, he turned up the pamphlet he'd gotten from the mercenary company during the convention. Isaac scowled at it, but it seemed a clear sign to him. Shouldering the backpack once again, he turned and started walking. The mercenary office was halfway across the city, and it'd take at least an hour to get there on foot, but he needed to burn energy anyway. A quick change of shirt was all he needed to move away from chains and start his quick march across the city. In just a tee and jeans, he adopted the persona of David Jeffries, strolling unconcerned along the sidewalk. He wasn't the arrogant ganger Chains was, but Isaac still fueled that cocksure aggression and anger into the persona, striding with purpose along the sidewalk. David Jeffries didn't need to jump when a police car abruptly turned on its sirens across the street, accelerating through an intersection and off to wherever dispatch had sent them. Nor did he need to cringe away from Sparkle Motion as she swooped low over the sidewalk, angling off to deal with some distant thumping coming from the industrial sector. The low wail of the citywide lockdown alarm sent everyone who was on the streets down into the nearest shelter for a good 15 minutes, where Isaac waited impatiently, jammed in with everyone else. Normally the people of Star City took such inconveniences with good humor, taking the opportunity to catch a nap or just chat with whoever else had ended up in the shelter. But Isaac was in no mood for it. He just stood and stewed. Enough power invested in himself and his clothes that the occasional jostle from the crowd didn't budge him. When he got out, he continued his march toward the address on the mercenary pamphlet, only stopping when he realized he was in the small, upscale meta-oriented section of the city. Stores sold tinkered clothing for people with mutations or powers that would shred anything ordinary, cosmetics for tegument other than skin, ultra-high-calorie snacks, and other sundries that only made sense to and were affordable by actual supers or high-performing metas, those who could use their powers in a commercial setting. And Warren just grunts like Isaac or most of the rest of the lost generation had never bothered with the area before, but he didn't have any special needs and hadn't the money. Besides, glancing around, he could see at least 3 people in costumes, 1 window shopping and 2 in actual stores, so Ravdia wouldn't stand out. The problem was, he didn't know if he could manage to sustain the perky magical girl identity for more than a few brief encounters. Isaac hadn't really thought through what he was going to as a merc. Not in the way that he had planned out getting the information on Black Time and Glory Beam, or infiltrating the gang. Trying to actually pass as Ravdia for any length of time was going to stretch his acting skills to their limit. But it wasn't like he had many choices left. It was this or throw himself on the mercy of Star Central. And after his last encounter with superheroes, he wasn't feeling particularly charitable if he was going to stay. Though, he needed something more than just some self-taught vocal skills. And somewhere in the surrounding stores he was sure there'd be a voice modulator. It would probably wipe out the rest of his cash, but he was entirely sunk without it. Keeping the insouciant confidence of David Jeffries, he sauntered into the nearest component shack and browsed around until he found what he wanted. The little bit of Tinker-produced electronics had a throat mic, which would tape onto his skin just underneath the chin, a wire going to a fist-sized controller with 5 dials to adjust the output, and a small speaker. He really wished he had his costuming station to make the adjustments, because cramming it into his current costume would be a hell of a bodge. But he didn't have a choice. He paid out the creds, then some more creds for a private room in the back. A service that was very obviously geared towards supers, those who needed to do some alteration or repairs to keep their identity secret. There, he stuffed the voice changer in, tuning it to something approaching a proper female voice, and donned Ravdia's costume. The clerk didn't look twice when he left the store. According to the pamphlet, the Merc Group had housing, so he could stay there, and a license from Star Central to take on tasks and bounties, so they didn't just rely on private contracts. As a marginally hero-aligned Merc Group, justice for hire wasn't likely to demand he go be a leg breaker, though he wasn't planning to stay long, just long enough to get back on his feet and keep out of the view of both Crash and Star Central itself, not to mention whoever was controlling Mechanical-S drones. Isaac skated the rest of the way to the mercenary house, the concrete silky smooth underfoot, reflecting the better part of town. His target was a converted gym. Of all things, he could tell by the remnants of the facade. an iconic roofline drawing odd angles without the dumbbell logo it normally held. No, it featured the heraldry of a gauntlet fist above a shield, along with a stylized JFH. He took a moment to center himself as well as he was able before going through the front door. Unsurprisingly, he could spot defenses similar to the ones he'd seen at Crash's place, along with heavy armor. Despite its position in a relatively commercial, civilian area, most of the space was blocked off by a wall and a security door, with a small counter. Nobody manned it. But only a few moments after Isaac entered, a Lunarian emerged from the security door. He blinked at the silver-skinned Mooney from behind the veiled hat, a little surprised to see the alien down on Earth. "What do you need?" she asked, in that oddly breathy sort of voice he only heard on the radio. "Ravdia wishes to join," Isaac said firmly. Greg scrolled through the take from his surveillance drones, muttering under his breath. He was aware he probably shouldn't be hunched over his terminal, despite the deeply padded chair he'd gotten, but he just couldn't help it. When he was focused, he just instinctively got closer, whether it was a gear or a screen. "Guy is a damn cockroach," Greg muttered, not at all pleased that the chain-using meta had ruined yet another of his limited supply of drones. And Greg hadn't even managed to tag the guy with the power suppressor beam, of course. That wasn't Greg's fault. That damn smoke meta was the problem there. At least he tagged her with it. He settled his stealth drones in surveillance around the building where she'd been taken. It would take a little bit of time to see how effective the amplified suppression was, but he'd already started making modifications to the chamber. Determining the precise nature of the alteration that had been performed was tricky, and he was still refining the amplifier. The fact that he'd lost the scrap of cloth he used for the first ray was annoying as well, but there was a reason he'd been careful to use the smallest amount. Still, the loss meant that the next time he spotted that chain super, there'd be no messing about. The bastard had been responsible for the loss of the power suppressor drones, and was just a common class meta at best. Greg would show him who he was messing with. Greg would show them all. Mocker frowned at the divination results, stroking his pointed beard as he contemplated his scrying pool. He performed a superb bit of spell work, if he did say so himself, and that was after the effort he put into tracking down enough of Demetria to do a divination in the first place, locating the truck she robbed, and from there following the trail to the crowbar she used just so he could have an anchor. Then setting up arcane resonators around the area to filter out the faintest traces of her presence from weeks ago. All that for a disappointing result. She just wasn't around anymore. Worse, she hadn't been around before. By his divinations, the person known as Demetria had existed for about a month in total. And worse still, the endpoint wasn't something so clean and simple as death. It was more like her existence was being held in abeyance, like when people were subject to time travel, or vanished into alternate dimensions. He sighed, rising and straightening his cape by reflex, muttering a few words unpronounceable by most mortals to activate his private sanctum's portal. Mocker stepped through to his quarters in Star Central, kept mainly to have a place where he could safely leave and arrive. The powerful protections woven throughout Star Central shielded it from casual meddling. Otherwise, crossing to the intercom by the door of the mostly bare room, he pressed it and waited for the switchboard operator to reply. "I have a report for the administrator," Mocker told her, and waited for a moment as he listened to her tapping away at her console. "He can see you right away," she said, and he grunted thanks. Striding out into the halls of Star Central, he waited at the elevator, musing on the mundanity of a master of the arcane being subject to the vagaries of technology until the bell dinged and the doors opened. The lift brought him up 3 floors to the administrator's level, where the entire space was given over to organization and record-keeping. He turned in the other direction from the clerks and tabulators, stepping up to the administrator's office and waiting. He glanced up into the lens of the large camera blister placed over the door, standing with his hands clasped behind his back until a click and a whir announced the opening of the thick blast doors that shielded the office. As he stepped through, the connection to his patron shifted uncomfortably. Even diminished as the administrator was, suppressed as his powers were, gods and devils alike remembered the forces Ichabod had wielded almost a century ago. Even if he had emerged from the Nullium crisis a damaged man, there were still things about him that terrified those that lived on the edges of reality. A good way to remind his patron that Mocker was no tamed dog, despite the agreements that bound them together. Mocker, Ichabod said, eyes still sharp despite the deeply scarred face, voice still strong even if half of him was enclosed by a life support mechanism to keep his body functional and his powers contained. What do you have for me? Demetria wasn't real, he said bluntly. I can give you a more elaborate analysis, but all my investigations have shown the same thing. The only tracks I can find, metaphysically speaking, show she only existed for about a month. Real enough to rob a truck, Ike noted, not arguing. Something more than an illusion or a costume if you don. Have more? Yes, it is quite odd, Mocker said, stroking his beard again. The furrow she leaves on the fabric of reality is sufficient to set her apart from a mere mask. But it is so constrained that she is obviously a creation of some sort, a secondary personality, a homunculus, an artifice of a power awakening. The traces are too faint for me to say for certain. Ike heaved a sigh, a sound that was uncomfortable solely for the faint mechanical whine that accompanied it. His long fingers played along the controls of his chair like a pianist, bringing up a projection of the files. They had no actual photographs of Demetria, merely eyewitness statements, though Mocker could rectify that in part from his scrying. Viewing the past was far easier than viewing the present or the future, and conjuring an apparition to be photographed was a simple matter.